In Mobile Legends, every diamond counts, and with bonus, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top-up, and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code MCT AMER to get 5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top-up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with bonus and play it at next.
Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Francos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
between dreams and nightmares.
This is MCT AMER South Playoffs. The Swiss stage is behind us, and now the real battle begins. From this point forward, every series means everything. No more warm-ups, no more second chances. This is where champions rise, rivalries ignite, and the pressure hits its absolute peak. The best teams in the region are ready to clash for glory, and only one will come out on top. Get ready for the explosive team fights, massive plays, and non-stop intensity, because the road to the championship starts right now. We've got our amazing casters, Private, Dancer, and Rico here to bring the hype and energy to the matches.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the time for dilly-dallying is over. Time to lay out those strategies, especially for a day like today where there are not going to be any second chances. You either move forward or unfortunately find yourself on that pathway home.
Yes. Hi Zina, hi Private, so hi everyone in the chat. Hi for the MLBB community once again, and we are here on the first page of the history being made once again on MLBB history here. So 2 insane matches. It's gonna be absolutely gonna be hell of a cracking. So let's go everybody, because today it promises a lot.
Yes, for sure, everyone. Let us all get hyped. Remember to comment how hyped you are in the chat as well. We are looking forward to seeing these teams go head to head today.
Yeah, so much on the line here too as well. We saw, especially when we left you off on a Sunday of last week, where we had 2 teams who went the full 5 matches, the full best of 5, to see who would be able to get into that second tier and who unfortunately would be starting off the week in a move forward or go home part here of the playoffs, where we begin. All 4 of these teams have felt, I want to say, that tangy taste of defeat here, and looking to shape things up for them moving forward.
Yeah, you're totally right here, Private. And to get things more spicy, we might have some changes today in the lineups from some players. Some players had in the back in the past for the old role and like anything else. So everything is gonna happen here on the first day of playoff states, you know.
Yes, tangy and spicy. You heard it here, guys. We're gonna have the tangy and spiciest matches today. But can you guys tell us what changes to the roster we have right now?
Well, I think we'll find out as we get into the actual rosters about it. But like, I mean, as most people know, if they've tuned into how I am, I can get a little nervous when it comes to a lot of these changes, especially right when the playoffs come, because I feel like you've got a formula going, you've got something brewing, and then you're changing it up. But especially when it comes to these 4 teams, I feel like there is a change that has been needed to be made, and I'm all for it to see, especially if it might be a positive. If anybody has catching the North, they also went through a lot of roster changes there as well.
All right, but before we jump into the action, let's take a quick look at the playoff format, guys.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into 2 regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas Finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower-seeded teams begin in Phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher-seeded teams advance directly to Phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In Phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's finals. The final match is played in a best-of-5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas Finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
The stakes are higher, the matches are tougher, and every series now carries that massive weight. From here on out, teams will need consistency, adaptation, and nerves of steel if they want to continue their journey to the championships.
Yeah, we've watched week in and week out as the Swiss Tates continued selling us on those first seeds through the 8th seed. And the first seed they got themselves a little bit of a break until, I want to say, the tier 3 of these playoffs. Will that be a benefit or possibly a curse? Because they're not going to be sharpening their blade. They're not going to be playing any matches here in the playoffs and maybe have the chance to get upset here.
Yes, we kind of want to see what the global bans are about, right? Private, Rico, let's check that out right now.
We'll have the global ban and MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best of 7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
And that's just a little reminder for you guys what the global bans have been about, and we have been enjoying them in all these tournaments so far. Well, this tournament.
It's just a little reminder, because this is a very special thing about global bans, things that we are not used to seeing like in other regions, but here like MCT AMER South and North, things are gonna happen. We are seeing the global ban like working so hard for some teams. Some teams are thinking sometimes out of the box, bringing some new heroes, for example. So this is gonna be very interesting for the rest of the tournaments, especially like when the playoffs and the grand finals are heading for the best of 5 and best of 7 that can get the reset for every hero. So Private, I think that the things are going to be very more interesting that we are used to seeing so far right now.
Yeah, and what I've loved about this too is it feels like the teams are starting to get a little bit more comfortable. The global bans have been coming out. We're starting to see a little bit more of some of those flexible picks coming out from them as well. So I'm excited to see what they have in store for us.
We also want to see what we have in store for the ladies of Mobile Legends. So we have open qualifiers right now, open registration from May 2nd to May 11th. So gather up your girls and get in on that MWI. Yeah.
All the ladies here give the call, so you are right now, it should be better to call the answer the call here. So where all the ladies are open, the qualifiers registrations here to be a part of the history being made once again on MLBB scenario, especially to join the MSC, the Mid-Season Cup.
And this broadcast could not be brought to you without our sponsor, Runestone. So Runestone, if you want to go there and improve your gameplay, they have all that data and analytics that can help you succeed.
Yeah, if you guys want to use a great counterpart that has the same passion, the same drive that you do for gaming, Runestone is where it is. Runestone.gg.
And remember, anybody, everyone, all of you guys, go to our socials on MLBB Esports. We are everywhere. Kick, Twitch, X, Insta, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok, you name it. You can find us there for tips, also to keep up with what's going on right now in the tournament.
Yeah, so everything that is happening, not only in the tournament, the patch notes, the updates, new heroes, everything that you want to know for the MLBB ecosystem. So you can follow us and you can interact with us, we can talk to us, that we are there for you as the main star of the show.
Yeah, especially if, like, I mean, I know you got school, some of you guys work during the week, you weren't able to catch the North, or maybe you got plans, you want to go outside, touch some grass, see some of that sunlight when it comes out through the day, and aren't able to catch some of the South matches. If you miss anything, you can go back on there to MLBB Esports and find out about everything you missed, where the playoffs are at, who won, who lost, and who unfortunately might have gone home. But yeah, you can find that all on our social medias.
Yes, for sure. Catch those highlights of your casters here. We'll be able to bring that to you. They'll also make that content for you. So if you do miss out, that's where it's at.
Oh yeah, so Zina is talking about us, like about being some content creator, but like, he is the content creator. So you can follow her on zinalily.xx. Yeah, so you can follow us also here. zinalily.exe. Yeah, so that's it. Private dancer, Rico and Nunes, you're here, so you can follow us to talk to us, as I said before. So now we are excited. I'm so excited to see what is going to happen next here for the first match, actually, to talk about new things, talk about the changes that we might have for this game. So I'm really excited about that.
Yes.
Yeah, especially when it comes to a team like Dreammax and Black Sentence, who will be one of our first matches here today. We just got through watching a war from Dreammax, so we know that they're primed and they're ready, and they're kind of licking their wounds right now because they just went through that war and unfortunately came out empty-handed. And if we're talking about licking our wounds, nobody has suffered those defeats harder than Black Sentence. They're a bit of a fall from grace from what the organization was last year when they were able to go to M Series. Here, new cogs, brand new pieces in this machinery that they are still looking to kind of bring together into something successful.
Yes, and we do want to touch on a little bit of roster changes here for Dreammax. They went ahead and nixed out Quimera and Jump Style, but they are bringing in Zeus and Goo. But let us quickly jump into how these brackets will work for you guys for the playoffs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as you can take a look here, today we will be featuring Dreammax taking on Black Sentence, and then of course it will be Titan Esports Club taking on 9Z Globant. We talked a little bit about the first and second seed. They get themselves a little bit of a break. Entity 7 and Alpha 7 all the way for match 5 and 6, which won't be happening until next week. So make sure you guys are buckled up for some of those matches. But here tonight, winners of these matches will move on to tomorrow to face Infinity and Octa Gaming. So it's going to be an action-packed and huge amount of energy for all of these matches that just keeps on getting more exciting as we move on through the playoffs.
Yeah, the victory here being so important, not only for a move forward, but as you can see here in the bracket, the losers are going to say goodbye today. Are going to say goodbye for the competition. So today is a now or never for these 4 teams here. So today we are going to see a best of 5 that's going to be very, very insane. And the winner, I'm going to face Infinity tomorrow and Octa Gaming. So we were saying, like, we were talking about like how important was to not only guarantee the victories, but guarantee the high seed, because the higher seed that you get, it's better than you get here in the competition, because we were seeing like Entity 7 and Alpha 7 like just waiting for the next matches here for the winners, and about Infinity and the winner for other teams here. So today is going to be very, very interesting for everyone.
Yes, and today's schedule, we will have Dreammax and Black Sentence going against each other. Super exciting, but the stakes are very high for these teams because whoever loses today will be eliminated. There will be no lower bracket for today's clashes.
Yeah, not just that, but as you take a look at the schedule, those are going to be 2 best of 5s. And you couldn't ask for anything better when it comes to these matches, because this is really going to go and test and poke into those hero pools to see if any of these teams, if there's any weaknesses, or maybe even if you're a viewer, if there's any one of those little fans or little characters that might get picked up here that we don't usually see.
Yeah, so this is going to be very interesting, especially because about the changes that we were talking about. But now, let's check it out, the rosters, the lineup for the teams.
Yes. Who we have playing today? We have Goo, King, Shakiche. I learned just now how to say it.
Nice.
Shaikiche, Zeus, and Blink playing for us today for the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, a little bit of a mix up when it comes to the roster changes there. Goo going to be coming in. King scoots over into the jungle position as well. So we're looking for positivity from them for this new lineup.
All right, let's hear a little bit about Dreammax right now.
Bom, e hoje eu vou estar ranqueando o top 5 junglers, na minha opinião, da MCT AMER. Top 1, Leak. Top 2, Raidon Bush. Top 3, Jotun. Top 4, Zizi. E top 5, Luizinho do Glau. É isso.
E para mim os top 5 mid lanes desse MCT são Syndra, Xin, Shai, Frost e Feixin. São mid laners que eu gosto muito de ver jogar e admiro muito seu estilo de jogo.
at all here in the south. I've seen it in the north, but they didn't do a really good job on that Freya picking. They didn't have like a marksman or a gold laner, like a marksman for the gold lane. They chose a Freya instead, and that didn't work out in their favor at the end.
Yeah, you're right, but now here the situation is, despite like we're not seeing Freya in this AMER South so far, I don't think that is okay. Harriet is getting very strong, especially from the last updates from the last patch notes. But we'll be okay because I was thinking that Dreammax was like straight ahead for Zunshin pick here as a first pick for especially Chai Kichi because she is playing so well, but no. They like, okay, we are going to think something different, so they guaranteed the Suyu as the first pick here for a Dreammax, but now Black Sentence has the chance to guarantee Zunshin, for example, in this response.
It's really interesting too because it's almost like hot potato now. It's like no, you take Zushin, and we'll base our entire strategy about being able to close that distance and get to that back line. And Suyo does a great job of being able to dash and get to the back line there as well. And they don't pick it either. They go with the Eve and the Khalid pickup here as well. So that's going to be very interesting. And I'm wondering what you do. Do you pick up the Zushin? I mean, I don't mind the Zushin being picked up here. I feel like this is a very odd scenario that we're in too, because we do have a good enablement there from the Khalid to be able to use that Raging Sandstorms to be able to get to the back to get the Zushin. I believe, yeah, Yuzong is still open and available, so for us to be able to kind of use that Black Dragon to get to the back, and we're gonna go ahead with the Claude pickup. Then maybe Zushin, there's some memo that went through in the south where they're not, we're just gonna kind of keep away from Zushin here right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're not picking her up. Right here we have Valentina being picked up on the side of Dreammax. I was about to say that Eve Ivy is a very strong contender too. She's been, her damage is very strong, and if kept safe, she can do massive damage and be a big factor in a win for the team.
Yeah, for me it's something like a mind chess here between the two teams. I'm like, yeah, so yeah, no, keep the Zunshin for yourselves, and the other team like, oh no, you're up to something. I can feel it. No, you can keep the Zunshin here, bro. And at the end of the story, one side came with Valentina here, probably for the mid lane, but we can also think about the possibility that she goes for XP lane. Who knows? Because we're actually seeing here if Sora can being chosen by Black Sentence in an XP lane, so Valentina can be a natural counter on this side. But now here we're seeing the last phase of banning here, Bruno for a Dreammax, and now Lapu for a Black Sentence, coming up with a Fredrin here and a jungler versus a Suyu. One side here is a burst of damage, especially for being a great finisher situation, that is Suyu. Another side like guarantee, like a longer team fight to trying to guarantee this objective. So I think that things here are going to be very interesting in this first match.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to me too, because Marcel isn't been picked up either for either of these teams. I think you still have the option on Dreammax's side to pick up the Marcel. I'm not, I don't really know that their composition really favors it, but I think we saw in the north as well that the composition, you can use Marcel as a bit of an engagement tool, or to kind of, if the fight isn't going your way, to use it to disengage as well without much detriment to your team. You just, guys, everybody needs to be on that same page. When it comes out to a big focus here on the marksman lane, you still do have Carrie out there that can kind of come out there. She dishes a decent amount of damage to the Claude, but when it comes to, I feel like Carrie is, against this type of composition that can close the distance on you so quickly, Carrie might be in a little bit of trouble, especially because it takes her so long to, as like a fourth item, to be able to pick up that Malefic gun, where she's going to be able to have that distance that she wants. Here to help with their backline diving from the side of Black Sentence, they're going to go ahead and scoop up a Yuzong.
Yeah, I guess they were trying to get that threat out of the way as well, because Yuzong would probably be used against the Eve as well, as she would want to be staying far back while she does drop her ultimate. So that kind of takes that threat out. But here they go ahead and pick up the chip on the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, guys. When it comes to Marcel, I was talking to some content creators, to some players, for example, about like Marcel's situation, especially in Amerisoft, with like, okay, when he's picked, he's about like 50% of win rate or less, for example, and most of them were saying something like, okay, I see, Marcel. It is a very special pick that most of the teams are still getting used to like play and knowing how to play with this pick, especially in the roaming here, because of the execution, the synergy, the perfect time here to get like engage, for example, with the golden hour or disengage. So maybe I think that maybe it takes a little time for the most of the teams here like to know him well, know him better, and start playing more with Marcel. And maybe that situation here, that now or never situation, Private, could not be the best idea for guaranteeing Marcel in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he has. I feel like he's kind of slipped a little bit. There's a lot of boxes that need to go correctly for you to be checking to have a successful game with him. I do like Goo picking up this Tarizla as well. Tarizla has kind of come onto his own, especially in games against a Fredrin. He actually does very well with being able to chunk down a lot of that damage. They did end up going with the carry, so I'm very curious to see how well are we going to be able to protect them. If anybody can, we've got a decent amount of CC, a decent amount of peel on our team as well. So we're gonna see how well Black Sentence can keep Dreammax at bay.
Yeah, and we can see here another situation that is a chip here with the global mobility. But now we're seeing how things are going to happen because, ladies and gentlemen, the friends, welcome to the Land of Dawn, to the first game here, Dreammax versus Black Sentence. Oh, it is started immediately.
Yeah, already both teams going at each other, left at about 10% health, not leaving anything for the stands. We are in the playoffs, so they're just going to go pedal to the metal right from the beginning. You can already see a nice little grouping of 3 up there for the side of Black Sense to try to escort the Fredrin, make sure he's getting all the gold he needs, and rotate quickly.
Yeah, so after the chaotic starting, oh, in the mid lane here, more action. Oh, we're not seeing that, Private.
Yeah, you saw that Khalid actually, Erwin very, very low, a little bit of an engagement there already. Like I said, they're immediately wanting to go ahead, get some exchanges out there, kind of set the tone. Erwin goes into the rock bush, and Shikiche able to find the kill. First blood for Dreammax.
Shikichi is on fire here, my friend Private. The first blood here guaranteed for the mid lane for Dreammax. Now we're about to see how a chip is going to work, especially with this first item here, with this first resource for a Dreammax. But now both teams are heading for the bottom lane here because the first total, 10 seconds remaining, are going to be very important for both teams.
Oh, speaking of mid laners there, Sky able to steal that gold minion away from Dreammax, just laid down that path and able to snake that away. But yeah, now looking at the turtle, you do have both roams in a good position here. Engagement at the bottom. They want to maybe find an engagement on the Papa Dog before they go for it. They decide against it. 4 players for Dreammax. Papa Dog looking for an angle to get in here. They do find Blink, who's in a little bit of trouble. In comes the penalty zone, followed up by the real world manipulation coming out from Sky. 2 Black Dragons are out there as well now, trying to take care of the opportunities. 1 kill goes over to Black Sands. Erwin able to find a kill onto Blink, and that's going to open up this turtle for Black Sentence.
Yeah, so here's the thing about like communication and synergy that we were talking about before. This matches starts here. The guarantee here, the turtle goes for a Black Sentence because Private, we saw some like some situation like Blink getting ahead, like Blink starting some engaged situation here, and now Goo like with the Black Dragon, but he came he came late and gave the Black Sentence here the opportunity to guarantee 2 kills and the turtle in the combo. But now King can be in trouble.
Oh yeah, he might be in trouble. Came out of this bush into a huge 3-man from Black Sentence. We do have the Blazing Duet coming out there as well. Aurora in trouble, gets taken out there by Goo. And Sky trying to still keep on the damage onto Chiquiche. And Blink's gonna go ahead and find himself a quick ride home. 3-3 for both of these teams right now.
Yeah, Dreammax's revenge comes right away here with the 2 more kills. The goal lead goes to Dreammax, but not so big. Well, only like, okay, 700 so far here, so it's not a big deal for both teams. So now here in the goal lane, oh, Joel Crew. Oh my goodness, but now Zeus is gonna head back to the base to regen the HP, and now to guarantee the golden crab, and now to recover the mana in the base also private.
Yeah, one objective did go over to Black Sentence, but the gold just narrowly on the side of Dreammax. Oh, and a great Raging Sandstorm comes on the blink there, and the whole of Black Sentence at the mid lane able to collapse onto him to get another kill. 27 seconds left for the next Lord.
Yeah,
Turtle.
so the next turtle, yeah, okay. The next turtle here, like 19 seconds. And now here, the situation that I can sense here, private, is like Dreammax has so good, like such a good players individually, but in the team play, I think that is there seems something missing, you know, especially like with the synergy. That's what we were talking about, like it's exhausting here talking about like that, you know, like new players with the new rosters, King heading in the goal lane here, the top lane, Joe Crew.
Oh, Evil Queller comes out there, smashes into his back, but he is going to get away. That's going to leave it open for this turtle. They don't have a jungler down there. Black Dragon is out there. King able to scoop up this turtle for his team. Now we're going to go a little bit of engagement here. Goo in trouble as King comes in from the backside. Blink gets caught by a real world manipulation, is able to find himself and escape. So they pick up the turtle, but they do lose one.
Okay, in my point of view here, even though you have a chip that have like the global mobility, when you like place it, in the top side, oh my goodness.
Yeah, they were able to find a kill on to Zeus, and they're trying to set up for a nice push here at the top lane. But as you were saying,
yeah. So even though like we have placed 2 players on in the goal lane in the top side to try to eliminate your crew, and at the same time you fight back for the turtle, I don't think that they could guarantee the turtle though, but they lost a player in the process, and they also lost another player in the goal lane once again. So once again here, like Dreammax, for me, they have such a good players. But these are new roster, this a new team here. I don't know, dude. Maybe they can win the game, they can win the match, you know. But maybe for a possible tomorrow, they have to talk.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing too, is when it comes to this, we're starting to see a little bit of that too, especially when it comes to kind of the lag that we're kind of seeing coming out from Blink on this chip. Chip is a hero that takes some good communication with your team, so that your entire team understands when they're going to go in, when they got these portals coming out as well. You see the damage coming out there. They're chasing down Papa Dog, find the kill underneath the tower even. Aurora from the backside. Real world manipulation to trap 2 of them. Blink looking for an escape as King comes in, putting down Aurora.
Yeah, once again here, Dreammax taking the actions, guarantee 2 more kills, and open the opportunity to guarantee the turtle to, oops, the Sky using the flip to survive. We got the turtle. Dreammax got the turtle. They possibly got the tower here in the bottom lane. Oh, in a roll here. Erwin, what were you doing there?
Yeah, he gets caught there immediately by King, and then just when it comes to Asuyo, there's just not the hero you want to be kind of lackadaisically trying to make your rotations around. He can close the distance so well, as we're seeing here. He's doing a great job of kind of being where he needs to be to get a lot of these kills. Shakiche though, man, 2-0-4 right now. She's everywhere that she needs to be be able to catch Black Sentence in a lot of these engagements. I feel like if I'm Black Sentence, I don't want to check that bush, that's for sure. But we're leaning on Joel Koo right now, who's sitting at 1-0-2. Not a terrible job just yet, and still hanging into it. So we just need to get some of those items and be able to protect her once we get out of this laning phase.
Yeah, so as you made total sense here. You're totally right about like Joe Crew performances so far and not like compromising the game. Oh, blink once again here, but here's a chip. Okay, so now both teams are heading the players in the goal lane, the bottom line. Sorry.
I feel like that was the wrong target to try to jump onto. Goo, he's going to come back with the penalty zone flicker out for Blink too. Shakitse might be in trouble, doesn't have any of the dashes left. Is going to find a disengage as Irwin going to use that flicker to get out of there, but gets chased down with a blazing duat by Zeus. King finds a kill of his own onto Aurora, and now looking to put pressure onto this bottom tower.
Yeah, so even though like everything was seemed so lost for Shaikichi, he was able to survive here and bought a time for a Dreammax guarantee 2 more kills. As we're seeing the goal lead now, okay, now the goal lead is a big deal for a Dreammax. It's almost a 6k ahead. We're seeing the Lord came here, like the first Lord on the pitch, appearing in the top side of the river. There is lower 9 of like the first tower for Black Sentence. Even meanwhile, Dreammax is still haven't any tower took down so far. But now the goal, the objective is this Lord, and both teams are heading for that.
Nobody checked that bush for Blink right now. They actually, okay, they do find it out there. They're getting a little pop-up. Here comes the rest of the team, though. Real world manipulation has been laid down. King able to find a kill onto Irwin. Sky comes in onto Goo, but gets replied to very quickly by Aurora. 2 down for each team. King cleaning up the shot, takes down Sky. Papa Dog is next on the list. He's coming in. He wants to take down Joel Crow. Looking for the kill. I believe that would be a savage for our man King.
Where is the king? The king of Savage, the king of the jungle, Private. What an outstanding performance so far. After the triple kill, I was sensing something special about that, but now here comes Dreammax with the wipeout and the Lord guarantee for the Dragon Boys.
After he took down, after I forgot, I think it was who he took down before that final one on the Joel Crew. I'm like, oh yeah, you need to dive after that. I don't care if it's under the tower, if it's under the core. I think it's mandated that you go for a Savage after you get 4 of them down. King, we were talking about maybe he might not have the synergy with his team. I feel like that was a little bit of an answer for us about whether he would be able to fit into this role of the jungler.
Yeah, so as the say speaks, my friend Private, once king, you never lose the crown. But now once again here, King heading back for this old road, and now we're seeing a Dreammax causing pressure. The Lord is heading on the top side here. No tower number 2, only the high ground, and here comes the boom.
Yeah, now they're going to go ahead and force their will up at the top. Minions crashing at mid and a bottom. So we've got a full lane press here coming on for Dreammax. Black Sentence, Blink actually dives deep into the back line. Aurora is down. Real world manipulation comes out very wisely, able to find a kill onto Goo. Black Dragon has the Petrify, is going to be able to find Shakitse, and down she goes. Papa Dog with a great angle there to be able to answer back to Dreammax. Irwin takes a little bit of a stun. King goes a little too deep, gets taken out by Joel Crew, but in comes the blazing duet from Zeus.
Oh, what a chaotic situation now. This team fight here was like forever for both teams. Okay, Black Sentence was able to defend the high ground here after. Oh, but Papa Dog, what are you doing there?
Oh yeah, by himself doesn't really have the reinforcements from the rest of the team, and you have Chip, who can basically, as long as Chip is up, the rest of the team has an instant transportation to anywhere on the map that they want to be. So a great job there done by the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, so good performances so far here from Chaiki, even Zeus in the goal lane with Claude with the 3-1-8 so far. Like the Dreammax's players are doing so great. Okay, at the early game we were talking about the synergy, but oh, here comes.
Oh yeah, Papa Dog again getting caught out. A ton of damage going on to him from the side of Dreammax. Blink and Zeus right there claiming some territory for the side of Dreammax. 25 seconds left for this Lord. And it looks like we're gonna have send King down to the bottom to try to clear out while the rest of the team tries to handle this 4v5. Irwin down to 25%, is gonna have to use that sand healing to get himself topped up. Now looks like he's actually gonna have to go back to base, so he's going to try to clear out some of these lanes. You see the pressure mounting. Dreammax with some great macro, and Goo looking for an opportunity. Do we have a penalty zone coming up? No, not just yet. We laid down the real world manipulation. The rest of Dreammax looking to disengage from that fight.
Yeah, he was clever here, trying to bait this ultimate from Black Sentence, but now gives them the chance to guarantee one more Lord. King, the king of the turtles, the king of the Lord so far in the first game. Okay, my friend Private, I don't want to be early, but maybe I think that King should never leave the jungler so far for a Dreammax or the team.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing great. Not just that, but the lineup when it comes to a Suyo taking on a Fredrin, immediately, even if they're even team, Suyo's going to start out farming a Fredrin. I think the last time we looked at the score there was almost 3,000 gold in favor of King over Aurora right now, which is kind of the value you're going to get out of a Suyo. Minions trying to pop off at the bottom. Mid lane is beginning to crash, as well as the Lord up at the top. King heading off the spear of this attack, looking for an engagement as the rest of his team takes out the high ground tower at mid. Just one more high ground tower at the bottom, but they don't have the minions in their favor.
Yeah, no minion waves, no pressure here, so Dreammax don't want to take any risks so far in this game, because they know on the other side they have Carry, Juro Crew with 3 kills, a very true damage, a very strong late game with a Yusong, especially Aurora here with Fredrin and Ivy. That really has an interesting outscale so far, so Dreammax knows that they are not willing to do anything to take any kind of a risk here to guarantee the first victory.
You're basically waiting for Dreammax to make a mistake right now. You're a 10k gold deficit right now. Black Dragon is out now. Speaking of trying to make a mistake or force one out there, Goo uses the Winter Crown. That was very early, and he gets taken down by Joel Crew as they lose a one. Now Dreammax forced to disengage a bit and continue on with the clear of their minions.
Alright, so Black Sentence lost the last tower here, but got one more kill for Jewel Crew. Manara see the items here. Oh, Carry is already on a full build. Malefic Gun, Winds of Nature, Demon Hunter, Golden Staff, Corrosion Sight. This Carry is causing so much damage now. So the question is, will Black Sentence be able to protect Carry, to appeal necessary here for guarantee this next team fight? Look at Blink. Look where Blink is. He's awaiting for an opportunity. He is awaiting calmly, patiently to any forward step from Black Sentence can be lethal.
Yeah, both of these teams already have Wind of Nature too, when it comes to the marksmen. So still going to be waiting to see how that kind of turns out for both of these teams. But like, I want to say almost a 10. It's about an 8k gold deficit for Black Sentence right now. It's not exactly even fighting territory right now. A few more minutes though, I think we're going to get to a point where everybody's basically at a match or at a max build, and you can continue to try to come in and find yourself an angle. Speaking of which, now Black Sentence are looking for it. Aurora's going to go ahead, disengage onto the minion, and I'm looking to see, are they going to try to come in for this? Blink is right there to try to offset this. They go ahead, pull out the Lord. Real world manipulation has been laid down on the backside. Zeus looking for an angle onto the flank of Black Sentence, but they all decide to disengage as Dreammax continue on this Lord.
Once again here, another clever play for a Dreammax. forcing, especially the ultimates here from Ivy, for example, and the Black Dragon for Papa Dog, just for survive, just for like escaping, because the situation was about to be very bad for Black Sentence. But even though the situation is not so good for them, no high ground, the Lord Hum coming for Dreammax, more advantage. The goal lead here, like, okay, at this point of the game, the goal lead here could not make any change. But check it out. Zeus sold the boots and bought a Wing Talker. So one more item, much more damage coming out for Cloud.
Yeah, and with the Lord starting to come in, 8K down for the side of Black Sentence. You can see at the bottom, King trying to round up all of these lanes. Evil Queller connects onto Aurora from the backside, stun onto Papa Dog. He's going to go ahead and dash away. Black Dragon from the back line. Is that going to be enough? Real world manipulation laid it down on to the members of Dreammax. Down goes Glow. Shakiche might be down as well. They do answer back with a kill of their own. Immortality has been procced for Zeus.
No
and
way.
Now on their back foot, Dreammax overstayed their welcome at the Black Sentence core.
Okay, let me tell you a story here, my friend Private, because on the last season, something similar happened to a Dreammax. You know, there was a game, a Dreammax versus Influence, the old Influence Rage, and a Dreammax had so much advantage they had for the base, you know, but there is no mini wave, so Influence Rage in an epic comeback, they guarantee the victory. So now Dreammax, it is time to calm down. It is time to rethink the strategies here, because they have all the chances. They have all the high grounds are taken down by Black Sentence here. So one simple mistake that, as you were saying, Private, one single mistake here for Dreammax could be very crucial for Black Sentence, especially when it comes to carry, when it comes to Ivy, for example, and Papa Dog with this Yusong.
Yeah, we're at the 20-minute mark. I want to say most of our members should have all of the items that they need. Maybe not the immortalities, which is going to start proccing for them. Yeah, we're basically at full build for everybody, even an immortality for both of our roams as well. So we're looking to basically try to force out a mistake from either side. Maybe catch somebody trying to split push some of these lanes. 21 seconds for these Lord, as we see Black Set still have a little bit of life in them. However, the problems that they have is they are still a little bit behind, and the fact that they have a time limit for how long they can get these engagements for before you have these ultimate minions begin running through your base. So that's something that's going to have to constantly be on your mind when it comes to all the macro and trying to elongate some of these fights.
Yeah, but now here it comes once again, a 60 HP Lord heading Ogu. Okay, he is able to survive. But now another Lord here. He is very resistant ones. Both teams here are aware of that. We can see in the little map here, like, Zeus, it is up to something. Is he make a backdoor here?
Yeah, I think he's kind of waiting until this engagement happens. You see, he's trying to be very patient. He wants the minions to push themselves, and then he's going to run in there. But Papa Dog does see it, and he's going to go back to the base. And this might be the opportunity that Dreammax needs. They have the great area here. They have to wait. They can either wait for the team to go back, or they can try to force this engagement. Conceal play is out. Aurora trying to come in there. Is it going to be enough? A stun onto Dreammax stops him from being able to get the retribution. Black Sentence comes in. Aurora able to snatch that away.
Yeah, but here comes once again the next team fight here, but Black Sentence are running away. But look at King! King is trying to make a backdoor.
Yeah, he's trying to get in there himself. He gets a retro. He gets himself a petrify. Is he going to be able to do it? Minions are still hitting the base, and they save the base with 1% left. Black Sentence, I know, are counting their lucky stars as the Lord crosses from a base that was almost demolished.
What in the world? What is going on here? And guys, this is only the first game here of this best of 5. But now the Lord heading in the mid lane. Dreammax with a 1 player less could be the final push for Black Sentence, Private.
Yeah, they still have a chip on their team too as well. They haven't been able to break down a lot of these high grounds just yet. Now, Goo in trouble, taking a lot of that speedy light wheel. Joel Crew able to turn it around. That's going to be 1 player down. Actually, 2 players down for Dreammax as well. The core getting bursted down, 10%, 5. And that is going to be Black Sentence with game 1 victory.
Game 1, so chaotic. Everything happened here, especially a really epic comeback here, Zena.
What a match that was. I thought Dreammax had that one, okay? They dominated the map. They got that Savage with King and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, that one little hiccup they had at the base of Black Sentence cost them because they were not able to like regain footing right there.
There was a great engagement that came out from Sentence as well, because you had the Raging Sandstorm came and landed on to King on that Suyo with perfect timing, because the Lord was very, very low. Aurora came in on the Fredrin. Raging Sandstorm immediately stunned him. He wasn't able to get the Retribution. Aurora basically just walked in, got the Retribution, and was able to kind of continue that fight. What a great game, though, for King. Unfortunately, this win is going to go over to Black Sentence.
Yeah, so as we are checking out the stats so far, 23 minutes of the first game here. Both teams are about to see like the items and the emblems here so far, so no big surprises. But the surprise was like King heading back for the jungler, for example. Like, so many people were saying like that it's a role that he should never leave. It was the jungler here heading for the XP lane. Another situation is Shykeet playing so well, but Sky at this time with 88% of team participation, and gold lane here, Joel Crew is scary. We're talking about like, and we are making a question if Black Center will be able to peel themselves and peel and protect the carry here to like make a carry shine, and they did it. You know, they were able to do that. They were patient, they were resilient from the early game, in the middle, and the mid game here, and after the Lord team fight that they were able to neutralize King to use the Retribution. So after that, everything went well for Black Sentence. Okay, we can talk about that almost win for a Dreammax, especially King trying to make an amazing backdoor. But even though Dreammax, they were not able to finish the first game here, and Black Sentence comes with the victory.
That's got to be heartbreaking for King, especially getting a great. Was that the first Savage of the South here? And in such grand fashion, and then here's that Savage there, Joel Crew. He dives in after him. He's like, yeah, you're not getting away. I don't care if this tower kills me. And then, unfortunately, Black Sentence, though, let's talk about being able to juggle the fights, get the stun onto the enemy jungler to allow yourself to get yourself the retribution for it, juggling the fact that you have no towers, so you had super minions coming in, so you have to juggle that macro to be able to take down King, to be able to take down that split push there, and still be able to find victory here. That is impressive.
Yeah, Black Sentence was doing an amazing job with the defense. Like the fact that they almost took that tower right here. They almost took it down and was gonna get that win, but it only lived by only a little bit. And they were able to save their tower before they turned it back around. Oh my god, you see that? So little. Oh man.
So that must be heartbreaking here after guaranteeing the Savage in this first game here. We're not able to win for a Dreammax. But even though Dreammax did an amazing job here in the first game, but as we were saying, in the future, we are more to talk about later.
Alright, they turn that pressure around, and here we go. Sky is the MVP here on that Eve with 4,111 KDA, 88.7k total damage, and 656 gold per minute. Was doing an amazing job dishing out that damage and keeping the team alive, giving them that additional CC to help them.
Yeah, and he was one of, I think for me, he was able to set up a great amount of real world manipulations out there for his team. Right from the beginning, he had already was stacking up on the major damage for his team. And I think on the leaderboards we were seeing there, no matter how far ahead it looked like it was for Dreammax, you still had a Sky there at the top when it came to the most damage that he was dishing out there for all of these fights. So hats off to him, because I feel like that also helped enable the carry to be able to do a lot of damage with the speedy light wheel, especially off in the distance. Joel Crew had a great game as well here. I mean, you could see the bursting damage kind of coming out from Sky as well.
Yeah. But when it comes to actually for Sky's performance here with Ivy, guarantee like real world manipulation with a very like an interesting clean wave of minions is to protect the base, to protect like the probably win for Dreammax here. So as the first game here, we were asking like why not Zunshin? So they answered like, okay, it's a best of 5, it's a global ban, so we're not allowed to use the repeat the hero in this best of 5. So maybe in the future we can choose Zunshin, but we have to be able to win with another heroes.
Yes, it was nice to see that Zushin, even though it was available, was not being chosen here. And Eve did the job. She was there. CC didn't barely died, but I think that was a great job and draft on the side of Black Sentence there, where they took the Yuzong. They really didn't give Dreammax a way to reach her, right? So that really helped them.
Yeah, just a great job done by them too. Black Sense are showing little signs of life, and this is something that was kind of worrying me when it came to juggling around your roster and facing some tried and tested. And boy, oh boy, have Black Sentence been tried and tested throughout these past weeks. And finally, putting together some semblance of a great match here to be able to move them forward. Like I said, there was a lot going on, and the end of that match, for them to be able to come out successful is a huge deal for them. And maybe Dreammax need to kind of get on board, especially when it comes to the end of the match. And this is sometimes something that's common with new rosters or with new people on the team, is like, yes, you start off with some of those core values and stuff ingrained in you, but as the match goes on, as it gets more heated, people stop talking to each other. People start forgetting about how their rotations are supposed to be. You start getting a little lax about stuff. And at the end of this game, I mean, that was basically Dreammax's game to lose. And Black Sentence had just a great engagement that they took full advantage of.
Yeah, so it is very interesting here, especially when we are talking like even before the broadcast and during the first game. We're not talking about like this Dreammax, a new roster, especially because of the synergy and communication and King heading back to the jungler, for example. The thing that we were talking about, that maybe they needed some time, some connection to happen. It seemed like, okay, in the early game and early in the mid game, they were like, okay, Dreammax is like dominating the pace, is dominating everything. Maybe they're okay, maybe the synergy like is 100%, you know. But when it comes to Dreammax, once again, and I want to, you know, I have to remind you that in the last season there was like a very similar situation in the Dreammax versus Influencer Rage. Like when Dreammax was about to win the game, they were like heading for the base, but somehow like I think that they were like some communication gap. I think that they were not on the same page, and Influencer Rage was able to guarantee the kills in the last team fights and to have the final push to reverse the situation. I think that something similar that happened here, because as we were able to see the Lord team fight, for example, like, okay, they lost the team fight, they lost the Lord, and somehow we saw King in the base and they're like, okay, what's King like in the base? He's trying to do in the backdoor, for example. So he was so forward for the rest of the teams that the rest of the teams were not able to follow up to protect him, for example. So maybe for them, I think that they have in mind that they are really good as individually speaking. They have Shaikit, which is a very good player in mid lane. They have King. They have Blink, which is a former champion for the old RRQ Akira, for example. But they still have to be on the same page, especially now versus Black Sentence, because they were facing Black Sentence, which has no win in the first phase of this tournament here in the Swiss stage, but now they won. They started with a win in this best of 5, so it's a sign of alert for Dreammax here to reverse that situation as sooner as they can.
Yeah, it looked like they got a little overconfident there in their abilities. They were doing so well at the start, right? So, like you said, maybe that little bit of time in their new roles and stuff may have been a factor, and they're, you know, really good individually, but maybe they'll get it together this time around and pull it together. We're not really being gonna put that as, like, you know, a major set in stone to saying they're not doing great, because yeah, they were doing an amazing job, but at the end, that they just had miscommunication. So they're gonna go ahead and ban out the Kimmy here and Freya, of course.
Yeah, and I just feel like that last engagement too, it just took such coordination and synergy to be able to have Aurora come in on the Fredrin, and then Irwin come in with the Raging Sandstorm to get the stun, and basically they put King into a coma. He wasn't able to get that retribution off. That was just, it was so picturesque. I don't even want to fault Dreammax for that, because it's like, there's not much you're going to be able to do unless you guys do the exact same thing to them, which is it's a hard thing to answer, and it's such a great maneuver and skill for a team that it puts a team like up here at the level of being able to have the synergy and execution for something like that, which is a level we just have not seen from Black Sentence lately in this Swiss tournament, or in the Swiss rounds. Here in the playoffs, it feels like the gloves are off. These guys are ready to play. They're tired of any of the issues that they had. I feel like they were able to kind of hunker some of those down. We're gonna see though. This is going to be game 2. Do we still have that same coordinated team here that's going to be able to turn this around for them?
Yeah, that's an interesting like point of view to say about that, because both teams here are like being honestly, like playing honestly with like putting the cards on the table. They are like this thing that happened with the Dreammax here, like trying to make a backdoor, for example, that can happen to any other team, that can happen to anyone here. So here's we can say like almost a natural situation for like any team here. So now we're seeing both teams doing an amazing job even in the first game here, but now it's a time for the second game. So we're seeing here the banning phase. Kimi, Zushin, and Glue coming up from Black Sentence, and now Dreammax guaranteeing banning for Boxia, Tsuyu, and Freya. And the first pick here comes for Harley for Black Sentence.
Harley, I love Harley. He's a jungle pick for me. He's like, you know, he's my favorite, of course, for jungle picks because he's my only jungle. But he's been doing an amazing job here in the tournaments, and him being the first pick here is could be a leg up for the Black Sentence side. But it also depends on what else the team chooses, because there are a lot of counters to Harley or ways that can stop him.
I mean, you've got the Cho, you've got Kalea as well, that can be able to kind of grab him up as these fights kind of progress. There are some answers to the Harley out there. I do like this tanky front line immediately coming out from a Dreammax as well. I think it's funny that Zushin, like the first game, we were playing hot potato with her. Nobody wanted to pick her up, and here we're right back to banning her. Like, kind of like
global ban. So that's why.
Yeah. It's, pardon.
I said those global bans. That's why they were playing hot potato because they had more choices in the start. But now they're like, all right, we gotta make sure she's out of the picture because it's now slimming down. So.
Yeah, that could be one a very interesting point of view here. But now we're seeing Black Sentence picking Harriet, which was banned in the first game, but now he's heading for the Land of Dawn and Hylos. Okay, yeah, they guarantee actually now, but it comes out with a Dreammax here, time for the third pick. That could be very interesting, especially because we know that Harley, he is not a team fight hero, you know, like he is able to coming up and like trying to guarantee the objective, for example, or guaranteeing a kill, burst damage with in someone and a teleportation back, and also he's not able to do in the front line. He's not able to guarantee like more time in the team fight. So he is like coming in and coming out, you know, like burst damage and coming out here to trying to pick some specific pickoffs here before an objective, before like any situation, for a Black Sentence. And now bringing Hylos could be very interesting to guarantee like more sustain in this possible team fight. And now we're seeing Dreammax guaranteeing Lunox for, I think, and I can say here that probably there's a high possibility to go to the goal lane maybe.
Oh, that would be very interesting to see if that's how that works out. Right now, you've got about 3 magic damage dealers coming out from Black Sentence. They don't have the option for that cheesy Hylos and Eve connection that we do see often out here. I think a great pickup here would also be Zetchian as well on the side of Black Sentence. The only problem is like you've kind of nailed yourself into a corner here. You've got 3 magic damage dealers and you still haven't picked your mid yet. So you're gonna have 4 magic damage dealers. Whoever's gonna be bringing up the rear with their physical damage needs to be able to kind of burst people down with it to make it a threat, while Dreammax will most likely go with the Radiant Armors or the Athena Shields to be able to shut down the damage immediately from Black Sentence.
Yeah, having that 4th magic damage is gonna put a damper in them because they're gonna probably pick up on the side that defense for that magic damage. But also to counter to Harley, Harley can't be able to get Linux with the way that she can escape, so that kind of is very helpful for the side of Dreammax. And they also have those tanky fronts as well. They're go ahead and ban Terizla to make sure they take away someone that could be tanky and do massive damage. And make sure that there's less of a choice for the side of Black Sentence for that EXP lane.
Looking for trouble?
Yeah, so after seeing like so many mages here, that we can say that this game is going to be very magical. Okay, some people in the chat are saying like, no, there's no way for this Lunox to heading for the gold lane. That is absolutely go for a Chai Kit, for example. There's a possibility though here, but we have to wait. Black Sentence, the fourth ban here, or like buying this idea that could go for that this Lunox can go for the mid lane for Chai Kit now, but we're seeing Kalia being the 4th choice for Dreammax. So it's a very strong roaming here, waiting for this burst damage in the combo that comes with Lunox, for example, like Titan Slam and the combo, or it can be with the Phantom Steam with Leomar, for example, to cause more damage and guarantee more sustain in the team fight. So everything is possible with Kalia.
I mean, we've seen a composition like this before where you use Kalea. I think it was against the Glue, where they used Kalea to go ahead and get that Tsunami Slam, even onto the Glue. And with a Lunox out there, they were able to burst it down. And we're just all magic damage here. We're just saying, screw any type of physical defense. Dreammax, try and stop us here. That's going to be very interesting, especially if they can get off a lot of that. If they can get a lot of that defense early, that might negate a whole lot of the composition coming out from Black Sentence.
Yeah, this draft is looking on the side of Dreammax, having that full lineup being all magic. For sure, Dreammax can totally counter that by getting all that defense to block them out. And Zenzi, I don't know what to say here. It's kind of rough.
Yeah, so but this that can make sense here, especially when it coming up for Black Sentence composition, especially because if we talk about like the items for the magic resistance in Mobile Legends, we can say about like the radiant armor or the add things, for example. But besides these as two items, it's not very easy to find another one with a very magic resistance. Okay, because okay, the green Oracle can be hybrid, no magic defense for like the Ice Dominance or Brute Space or Anti-Kiras, for example. So maybe for Black Sentence idea here is like, okay, for magic damage, you know, for like not so many items for defense or magic resistance here.
Yeah, I think that's really what they're going to be looking for. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to game 2 of this best of 5 featuring Black Sentence taking on Dreammax. Surprising a lot of people. Black Sentence already up 1 game and Dreammax looking to reply in kind.
Yeah, that makes sense here, my friend Private. So, Erwin here to gain this info, trying to buy something for Black Sentence. We're only to guarantee the grasshopper here on the river. But now here in the bottom lane, Goo versus Papa Dog. This is the top side battle here, top lane. That's gonna be very interesting. It's Irenas versus Alice. We're sitting here like, okay, Irenas head top versus a Papa Dog. Both heroes with a high sustain. It's gonna be 1,000 a daily warrior, but no, Goo. He's taking some trouble here, but now he's able to play here under the tower so far.
Yeah, I think just Goo's just trying to be able to get those stacks that he needs to keep him with a lot of that health regen that he gets with every single stack that he has. So it's going to be kind of it's going to be one of those kind of fights up here too, as we see Aurora finding a kill onto Blink, and they're immediately going to go ahead and turn to the bottom. Goo actually might be in a little bit of trouble, has a minion on its tower, but you can see the rest of Black Sentence decide against this engagement.
Yeah, so when it comes to first blood here for a Black Sentence, Goo here still in the level number 3. Oh, here we go!
Yeah, big engagement coming out there from them. Sky able to find the turtle for the side of Black Sentence, and Papa Dog taking down Blink and able to get away with just a little bit of health. King in trouble, looking for a disengagement, is going to be able to find that as Sky finds herself an escape with the help of Erwin. 2 kills for the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah, and the truth is here that could be very worse for a Dreammax. Not only the turtle, not only another kill guaranteed by Black Sentence, but also King here almost taken down. That could be another disaster for a Dreammax. But so far, after almost 3 minutes here in the second game, the goal lead heading almost for 1,000 for a Black Sentence. A very interesting early game so far. Okay, we know that is just a little bit far, but now in the goal lane here, we can have this possibility for 2v2, but in the bottom lane.
Oh, yeah, Papa Dog in a little bit of trouble here, tries to get a little bit of the stuns on, but Goo is right there to be able to take them down. 4 members now of Dreammax. There, a great tsunami slam, followed up by the damage coming from Shikiche, and that is going to tie us up at 2 and 2 a kill, 2 and 2 here at the 3-minute mark.
Aurora now can be in trouble, but the Zetian's ultimate here very like crucial for protecting the playoff of Black Sentence so far. 2 and 2, the goal lead here, like the goal lead is almost none for both teams. But Aurora, what are you doing there? He's a Harley.
Yeah, he is going to be able to get away. Glorious Pathway does go down as well to help secure that escape for him. As we keep moving further and further into this match, I'm going to be very curious to see where some of our tankier heroes are going with some of their builds. Are we going to be able to settle on to the Radiant Armor, the Athena Shield as well? You can see Erwin not really bothered by Goo and the damage that he can put on as they continue to circle around this Turtle. Papa Dog gets some aggro on there. Erwin looking to try to get a little stun on the Goo, who might get taken down. Still has all of his stacks as a Uranus, and it does look like the rest of Black Sentence looking for a little bit of a disengagement here. Not really looking for the Turtle just yet.
Yeah, on the Turtle here, the second one is on the page, but now immediately getting started by King. But oh, Goo here versus the 2 players for Black Sentence. Okay, I would say like here we go, the Phantom Seam now. The Turtle is going to be for a Dreammax so far, but now here they come.
Yeah, they didn't even look for this engagement. Tsunami Slam comes out, and the rest of the team able to burst down Erwin, and Papa Dog is the next one on the list. 4 kills for the side of a Dreammax. They're able to scoop up a Lord and 2 unanswered kills here against a Black Sentence. And this is the kind of combination I was talking about that was going to be doing very well. This is what burst down that glue that Alpha 7, I believe, used. It's the Tsunami Slam coming out from Kalea, and the damage that Shikiche can do on the Linux to burst out even the tankiest hero that they're able to find. Speaking of tanky hero, you see a little bit of a flicker coming out there from Goo, and he just narrowly makes it away. Aurora finds a killing blow onto Shikiche as well. That's going to bring us to 3 and 4 game. A Tsunami Slam comes out. Erwin in trouble, and he will be next on the chopping block.
Yeah, especially when I was about like to talk about Chaiki's performance so far with the 3 kills. Now she was taken down, but immediately Dreammax here responding with the pick off on Erwin. The game here now is a very chaotic. It's even for both teams, with both composition here with a very interesting late game also, especially for Dreammax with the Chaikichi with Lunox and Zeus with the carry. But on the other side, we are seeing Papa Dog with Alice, especially Joker with Harriet. So the late game here is going to be a hell of a kraken for both teams.
Yeah, you can see right now both of the teams kind of reset onto the map right now with only 15 seconds left on this Lord. We're going to see. I'm actually very curious to see when we go to the items to see if we've built up that magic defense yet for both of these teams. I feel like it's your magic starts coming online the later and later you get, but I feel like the later and later you get, the more of an opportunity. Speaking of opportunities, Erwin gets caught in a bad place against 4 members and still able to get away. Dreammax get the jump on him, but he is so tanky, able to use that Revitalize and the Glorious Pathway to find himself, to scoot himself out of that fight and back to base.
Yes, Erwin here is able to survive, but even though Black Sentence realize they're not able to fight back for the next Turtle here, that is guaranteed by Dreammax. Plus the tower, but here they come.
Yeah, they're going to go in. They're going to find a kill onto Erwin and Aurora. Now, Sky might be next onto the list as Glue is able to find the kill there with the help from Shikiche.
Yeah, another time. Oops, Papa Dog here could be the next victim, but he is an Alice, so it's not that easy to take Alice down. But once again here, Private, it's another interesting early plus / mid game here for Dreammax, where we saw something like that in the first game. So they have to be careful. They have to take care about like not letting this game living with their hands once again. They have the items now so far. We're seeing the Oracle, we're seeing the Radiant Armor in Uranus, for example, in Kalea. Oh, but Goo here could be in trouble.
Yeah, he's alone here against the 4 members of a Black Sentence. Now they're beginning to close ranks around. In comes a big pop-up landing onto them. We do find a Tsunami Slam. Glorious Pathway has been laid down. Goo goes down. Dreammax might be in trouble. They're being chased down. Another kill out there as Blink goes down. Immediately, Dreammax trying to turn this around. King able to find a kill onto Sky, chasing them down underneath their tower. Might find a kill onto Aurora by himself. King turns this around for Dreammax.
This horse is on fire, Private. We're seeing once again King, King being the responsible for saving Dreammax's situation so far. Oh, here it come again.
Yeah, you see it. I saw a glorious pathway coming out there. Erwin gets taken out by Che Kite. The value of that percentage health damage that she is able to dish out to opponents. Now, setting their sights onto this Lord might be all that they need to be able to turn this game around for them into their favor.
Yeah, not being early here because we saw that movie happening in the first game. Dreammax is with a very strong early and mid game. Guarantee the turtles, guarantee the lords, especially I think that the first and the second lord in the first game here, they are like heading for the same way. The question is, we are able to see this happening again with Black Sentence be able to reverse that situation. I don't know, my friend.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it has been reversed, but I feel like there was just more on the line. You see the Radiant armor coming out for the side of Dreammax as well. No real, I feel like they aren't even getting too much magic damage. I think I saw an Oracle on both Kalea and Uranus as well. Ooh, big pop-up lands, Tsunami Slam, followed up by the big stun. Sky gets taken down, or is able to take down Blink to be able to turn that around for them. Look at the damage on the King, and he might be over. Aurora finds the deadly magic, and that is a King down while the Lord starting to push up at top.
Yeah, the Lord now heading for the top side here on the high grounds now for a Black Sentence once again. The rest of the Dreammax's players are still in the jungler for a Black Sentence to deny the farm to get this info. Chai Kit now is heading back for the base. Yeah, I was seeing like Blink didn't do like, okay, he did the Oracle, but he didn't do the Radiant armor. He decided to go for the cooldown reduction, and I believe especially for the ultimate here, it's a risk that he decided to take here, my friend Private, because he was one of the players that was taking down the last team fight here. So I think now that he's heading for the Radiant armor, I see no reason for not doing that. So as we can see, the glowing one and the genius one here coming up for Zetians, Starlim side, and the crystal, magic crystal, and the heavens feather for Harriet. It's a trinity here for Harriet that can guarantee him to cause more damage for the next team fights here. So Dreammax, once again, they have to take care about that.
Oh, you see here the conceal plate come in. They're going to go ahead and latch on to Atlas. A Tsunami Slam pulls her away from underneath the tower, and the rest of Dreammax is right there to pour on the damage. Glorious pathway as Blink looking for an escape. And just like that, Dreammax able to disappear from enemy territory. What a great job on the tower. What a great job being able to find that kill. And then the disengage, making sure everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about that, because this Lord here, okay, no fight back for Black Sentence. We are seeing like it's not the same situation for the first game here. It's something very similar, you know, like not only the high ground for Black Sentence here, they don't have the tower number 3 in the top lane. There's super minions for Dreammax. The towers, okay, they only lost the tower number 1 in the bottom lane here. They have now both late games are very strong with the Chai Kit here with Lunox and Zeus with the carry. But the question here is, Private, do you see any light at the end of the tunnel for Black Sentence to do the same thing as they did in the last game?
I mean, you've got a good amount of burst damage. There's not exactly a ton of defense that the side of Dreammax has got against your composition, and they can burst very well. Speaking of Tsunami Slam followed up by the stun coming out from them. Papa Dog able to find a kill onto King, while Aurora finds his own kill as well. Now trying to taste down Goo. Shikiche goes in looking for an angle as Aurora and Erwin next on the chopping block.
No
Goo
way.
might be getting chased down here. Zeus powerless to stop it. Ooh, has that speedy light wheel, and you see Sky able to flicker away to safety.
4 players down. Zeus, oh my goodness! Almost taking down here with the carry. Oh, so much damage coming out from Black Sentence once again here, my friend Private. Okay, they lost the tower number 2 in the mid lane, but I don't want to buy it. I don't want to believe that the Dreammax is going to like fall in the same situation again as they did in the first game here. Because, okay, I think that I know they are really strong, you know, like Trinity a core here for a carry, plus with the golden meteor with the gold lane, while we have an infinity glaive here for a Harriet here with what, like more magical penetration. So Dreammax has to, I think that for Dreammax they have to be more patient here, especially in this engage situation, because okay, Blink are like finding some very good ultimates so far, and the execution for Dreammax is very good, but the follow-up, the sequence for the team fight, Black Sentence is like doing better.
Yeah, and then that's a great point to bring up too. The Tsunami Slams go in, doesn't matter who they catch, they're going to be able to burst it down. But Black Sentence is immediately able to reply, find a kill of their own, which has really put a hankering on Dreammax and any type of forward momentum that they did have already. You can see there, Shakiche, the top of our damage for both of these teams, and now a Lord has spawned at the top lane. But we're gonna go ahead and get into an engagement here. You see Joe Crew finds a kill onto Blink. Glorious pathway has been laid down. King takes a lot of damage, does have to find himself an escape. A great job by Goo to try to be that nuisance on the back line and force Black Sentence to save you. One down for the side of Dreammax.
No roaming, no engage situation here for a Dreammax here with a 1 player down. Goo and Shaikichi. Look at that Shaikichi. She is in the bush here to wait someone lost, but now Goo doing the front line. Everything is possible, but Blink now is able to head back again, but Goo!
Yeah, it takes a lot of damage there. Even saw the little bit of a dash come out there from his team. Jolt Crew almost laid down the Zaman Force, but they didn't have a good angle of being able to chase down Goo, who was not able to steal that purple. I was getting very nervous for the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah, talking about nervous now, that could be the very, it's like something very, very similar about the first game here, but now once again, oh, Papa Dog used the quad blink on here. Like, okay, he brought the info for a Black Sentence in the bush in the mid lane here. Now Good doing this front line. The Lord here once again with the like 51k, but now Dreammax is started immediately, and the Lord is getting melted down by Dreammax.
Yeah, but they see Irwin come in here, so they decide to disengage off of it. Now they're gonna go latch on to Papa Dog. Takes a deadly magic. That's gonna be an ult down. Does have the Winter Crown as well on the backside. King in trouble, gets taken down by Joel Crew, but at the base they have two, and I don't think they're going to be able to finish.
Oh my goodness, they're lost.
Yeah, Papa Dog comes in, finds himself a huge Throne of Ruin onto two members, but they thankfully able to get away. Irwin and Joel Crew now up at the top, looking for an angle to get in. Aurora on the side too. There's gonna go ahead, start things off while Dreammax look to be able to take down this Lord. Black Sense is not going to be able to have their mage as Sky is busy trying to defend this base against all of the minions. And this is shades of the last match as well, where you've got no high ground towers, super minions on your heels. Black Sense needs to figure something out quick, because the longer they stay, the longer they're in these fights, the more they're going to have to deal with these advanced minions coming from the side of Dreammax.
Okay, Chaikichi, they didn't look at the bush next to the Lord. No, she is really patient. She is trying to do a flank here. Oh, this is gonna be a very buzz killer for Shaikichi. But now the Lord once again heading on the pitch. As you said, my friend Private, no high ground for a Black Sentence. Super minions everywhere. And now the Lord once again is started immediately by Dreammax.
Yeah, they're pulling it out back and forth, trying to get some vision and some information on the enemy team. Where are they? What are they doing? You can see one Sky sitting at the core, has to be there to try to defend it against all of these minions. Now looking to come back very quickly, does have that flying cloud to try to drop her off to a closer position here against this Lord. And it's amazing because neither team feels like they want to take this Lord.
Yeah, but every time you see we're seeing like two Dreammax players trying to do something, especially like when it comes to a backdoor situation. As the last time we saw Carrie and Kalia, like Blink and Zeus trying to do this backdoor, but now we're seeing like Blink with King playing together. But now Good could be in trouble, but he's in Uranus. He has a lot of stand. You see that is. It's not even far. Like it's not even fair. Like Uranus playing in this, in this situation with so much sustainability here. But now, once again, look at Blink. Blink is always trying to like do something, like trying to wait for something, for some situations, especially trying to work in the backdoor. But Black Sentence is like feeling and is sensing something. And to get worse for Black Sentence, oops. A dog. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if they know that this is theirs yet. Once they realize most of the team is down at the bottom, they're gonna go ahead and try to attack this Lord. I don't think they have a good positioning on them just yet. You can see already King looking for an angle to get into this fight. Not just that, they might be looking for a gank on to the bottom lane. You see them kind of hiding out back and forth, wanting to get into this fight with the Sky. I think after she uses her ultimate, I think that's when they're actually going to rush in. Just kidding. They're going to go ahead and rush in right now. They do miss. Here comes a tsunami slam. Down she goes. Are they going to be able to answer it? They back off immediately.
Okay,
Whoa, that's crazy that they back off there. Papa Dog comes down, trying to put on the pressure. Blink here, 1v2 is gonna have that immortality. Do they have the fight up at the top? As you can see, the engagement, Aurora does find a kill onto Blink. Big pop-up lands on to two members of Dreammax, and another kill for Shikiche.
Somehow it worked for a Dreammax here to guarantee the Lord, but now with the two-player last, Black Sentence is in trouble. Aurora here could be the next victim.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and keep on into this base, looking to try to close this thing out. Salmon Force has been laid down. Joel Crew trying to get out of the way. Then three members of Dreammax going to go ahead and put that damage on to the core. That's going to be a tie game for us, ladies and gentlemen.
Another epic game here, another epic victory, but now this time goes for Dreammax, Zena.
Yes, it was looking kind of like the exact thing was happening in the last match, and they were looking like they were having trouble. I was surprised they didn't go fully and kill the tower with the two people they had at the bottom there at the end, but like you said, it came back in their favor and they were able to take that win.
Yeah, not just that, but there was a lot of pressure here. It almost feels like when it comes to this, the part of the plan is to just really get down all those high ground towers and then kind of sit back. It's been amazing to me how well that both of these teams are kind of going with some of these strategies to be able to kind of create these this dual pressure for the opposing teams, especially onto Black Sentence, who up until now has been doing a decent job of being able to answer that, to send somebody back as well. But a great game here for the side of Dreammax are going to walk away with the victory.
Yeah, so another chaotic game here between Black Sentence and a Dreammax. Once again, Dreammax like dominating the pace, dominating the rhythm since the early game here, guarantee the objectives, the towers, you know, like almost the entire game heading for a Dreammax's advantage. But in some point, like we have a combination like with a Black Sentence being resilient to know the exact time to peek off, the exact time to reverse the situation, to get back in the game. Plus, we have sometimes like Dreammax not with all the players at the same page, you know, like in the communication, in the synergy. Once again, why we're talking so much about synergy? Because as we can see here, sometimes I can sense it, and I have the impression that some players on Dreammax like are calling the shots for, okay, let's have a backdoor, and the rest of the players say, no, I think that Lord is better. Or like, okay, no, it didn't work with you, I can try with you here with a backdoor or a pickoff, for example. Sometimes it works, as we saw with a King and Blink during the kill, guaranteeing the kill with the Sky, for example. That's okay. But okay, what about the sequence? What about what happens next? You know, because they got the kill, but they didn't guarantee the Lord with this advantage. Only after we like the next team fight that we got like 2 more kills and they guaranteed the Lord, you know, it was like easier to finish the game. But I don't believe that if Black Sentence had all the 5 players at all, like the whole composition fighting for this Lord, and I don't think that this result could be the same, for example, you know. So sometimes I can feel that some players on Dreammax, some Dreammax players are trying to do something and others are trying to do other things, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it does kind of come down to it's kind of making sure that everybody is on that same page. I was actually very surprised that we turned away from the bottom push that we had from Dreammax, but in the end, able to clean things up here in game 2.
Yes, and right here, no fear, no slowdown. We have King, the deserved MVP. Even from last round being, even though they lost, he deserved that MVP as well. He's going ahead to take it here with 538 in KDA, 68.4k total damage, and 722 golds per minute.
Yeah, as they say here, once King, you never lose the crown. Once again, King heading from the XP lane, heading back for the jungler with another astonishing performance with now Leo Mord here, guaranteed this victory for Dreammax. After the first game here with the Savage, but was not enough for Dreammax to get the win. But now he was able to secure this advantage and playing so well with the rest of the teams and guarantee 1-1 so far in this best of 5 private.
Yeah, you can see him here chasing down each member of a Black Sentence here to go ahead and find some of those victories too for him. And especially his last performance too, like we said, that was super unfortunate. How many times can you say you were able to get a Savage, but your team lost? So a little disappointing for King with that last game, and I think he kind of made up for it here, showing that it's not just not just a Suyo too. He's very dangerous on the Leo, and I'm very excited to see what he has in store for us next.
Yes, I was reading in the chat that they were saying that King used to be in the jungle before, right? Before he got swapped to the EXP lane there. So he's showing he deserves to stay in that jungle position because he did an amazing job in both these games so far.
Yeah, and when people talk about like a King heading back to the jungler, there is a strong reason for that, because he was a champion 5 times in a row playing in the jungle, you know. So as we're saying, like it's not for any way that we say like once King you never lose the crown, because he is very good in the jungler. When he role swap for the XP lane, for example, and we were talking about that, okay, maybe changing from a jungle to XP lane could be not so that different, because we are like, oh no, I'm sorry, that could be very different, because once we were saying with a role that you have to worry about gank, you have to worry about like the whole pathing in the jungler, you know, especially guaranteed objectives. In the XP lane, for example, working on the side, you have to worry about like your laning phase, and sometimes you'll have to think about like the rest of the roaming for helping the team. That could be very good, you know, like it is like it's not exactly when you role swap from XP for gold lane, for example. That could be like similar somehow, you know. So when King role at change to XP lane, we were talking about like that, we were talking about this, we were like, I was not getting this situation. I was not getting this decision. Okay, he talked to the team, he talked to the coaching staff, that could work for them. And it was working actually, because they guarantee some victories on Switch stage, you know. But for now the playoffs, have this huge change once again. Not like having King from XP to the jungler, but a gold lane here in this in this time, in this point of the tournament. That is a very huge change for Dreammax. But now once again, playing very well, King is able to guarantee a victory for Dreammax. Everything now is even 1-on-1, and now we are here for the draft for the third game.
The shadows that plague this world.
Well, I'm kind of looking at this and wondering, for Black Sentence, where we go from here. It's pretty overwhelming on the side of Dreammax. Both games kind of fell into the same type of territory where Black Sentence was kind of on their back foot, and as much as I am relieved to see how much they're handling and able to handle as a team, I feel like the fact that the last two games have been pretty dominant for the other team to be able to get to those high grounds, even though they're doing a decent job of protecting and trying to clear for trying to get that clear out against their base. That's two opportunities that now that the enemy has been able to find a backdoor on your team. So it just kind of speaks to what we're doing here at the beginning of the game. Are we getting good opens for our team, or are we kind of ignoring the opening game and trying to get some mid game damage, some mid game power spikes that we're not setting up for in the early game? Because so far it feels like a Dreammax have been in a pretty decent control for most of the early of the last two games.
Yeah, it does look like Dreammax is doing a wonderful job at the start. Black Sentence does seem to have a hard time watching the map, it seems, if they were going to be backdoored twice. In that sense, so that's something that they probably need to work on in this one. But I see that they have been doing well. They do a really great job in the defense when they try to defend their team, even against all those super minions coming and all that. They did a wonderful job making sure that Dreammax had a harder time to kind of close it out. But they kind of bit themselves in the foot. They're choosing all that mage damage, or that magic damage, that in that last round. Hopefully they learn. It looks like they learned their lesson, unless they're choosing, because now they're able to pick up the physical damage here.
Yeah, you're right. And I believe that for Black Sentence, they realize they have the power and they have the quality for like playing as even for Dreammax. But there's a funny thing that I'm watching here from Black Sentence, that somehow, and I think that somehow they think at some point of the game and say, after losing the high ground towers, say, okay guys, now the game starts for us. You know, like they start like heading back in the game, they start like taking the actions. But at this time, Private, that could be just a little bit late for doing that.
That is exactly what I wanted to bring up too. It feels like the harder the game they shine under pressure. The problem is that the amount of pressure that is needed is you're on your back foot. All your high grounds are gone. Now they're kicking it in the over gear, and it's like we shouldn't even be at this point yet. We need to kick that in the over gear at the beginning of this game, through the mid, through all of these objectives. And that's when we need to start really hunkering and lasering down into a lot of these games. Pretty big here. Very interesting drafts coming out, because I feel like we were full of counters. Phobius came out so that we didn't see the Valentina come out from the side of a Black Sentence. Then we had the Terizla out here to kind of fend off a possible Fredrin pickup from the side of Dreammax. They're going to end up going with the Harley and the Zushin, which is going to be interesting here because we don't really have a way to close in on the Zushin just yet.
Yeah, having them have Harley and Zushin on the same team I feel like it will be a problem for Black Sentence here, because Harley is a lot with that in and out, and Zushin has that massive control that's very helpful for the team. So they kind of gave them some freebies here, but I do want to see what Black Sentence can do to kind of answer this and find what will they choose to kind of get that Zushin.
Yeah, and then what I saw here now, like after Dreammax's first pick like Volvius, Harley, and Zoomshin. And I was thinking about like, okay, for this pressure for the objective, especially talking about like for XP lane, it's a very, very strong because you're seeing like Zoomshin, Harley, and Volvius. If they can choose Khalid here, that could be very, very, very bad for Black Sentence. But they have this like, they read the situation, so they banned the Khalid here because that could be very, very bad for them with this high pressure for Dreammax, especially from mid to the river and the XP lane to guarantee the objective. So that was a clever ban here for Black Sentence, especially for Hilda, guarantee one more banning for roaming. When it comes to Dreammax here, Lilia and Leo Mord, okay, one mid and one jungler here coming out like not playing at this time. So let's see what is Black Sentence about to pick, assuming, ooh, Selena.
See, it's going to be very interesting here. And this does give them a decent amount of map pressure. You can use a lot of Selena's bombs to kind of get vision around certain areas, so the ganking is going to be so easy. It's a lot of mobility. There's a lot of mobility on Dreammax's side for you to be able to land an Abyssal Arrow if you're a Selena, and that's going to be very hard depending on the angles that you're choosing. I feel like it's one of those picks where you're like, I am hopeful that you just play this most disgusting Selena. You do a great job on this Selena to be able to kind of offset the mobility that you're gonna have that can basically dodge a lot of what you can throw out. Here, more mobility coming out in the form of a Cho and Yu Sun Shin.
Yeah, I'm thinking that they chose the Selena to kind of answer to the Zushin, so like, you know, kind of surprise her from the bushes, to kind of freeze her, to kind of get her out of the picture, kind of be sneaky with it. But they have that Cho to kind of like make sure that does not happen now. So that's very interesting. Guinevere will be a good choice too as well for the Zushin.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here. But now checking out like Black Sentence composition so far, we can have a very interesting execution here coming out from Papa Dog with the penalty zone, for example, that gives times for Rhoda with the jumping and the Requiem Violet, for example. Even if the Sky hits the Abyssal Arrow here, that could be very interesting. And the Sky's condition here, like trying to burst and finish King with Harley, for example, or Shaikichi, that could be very interesting for a Black Sentence. But of course, it all depends with that situation if the skill shots hit. Like we're talking about like Arrow, Abyssal Arrow. We're talking about the initiation coming from Erwin, for example. That gives time and opportunity for Papa Dog and Guinevere head in the game here, my friend Private.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the third game of our first series of the night. It's a best of 5, and both teams are tied up at 1-1 apiece. It's a Dreammax taking on Black Sentence.
Yeah, so let's go, everybody, here. Okay, always reminding you guys that you are in the live, you're in the broadcast. Send the like, share the live, share the broadcast, call your friends, call everyone to watch this first playoffs stage day here, coming out from MCT AMER South. Let's go, Private.
I'm not sure what happened to King at the beginning here, but it looked like Black Sentence had already finished their minion by the time King got to his first buff here. So he's going to be a little behind when it comes to some of these rotations into some of these side lanes to be able to kind of mount a little bit of pressure. So that's very interesting coming out from Dreammax there, because it was very interesting. Usually at the start of the screen, you see both junglers in their jungle getting the minion, but this time you saw Black Sentence getting their jungler in the jungle getting their minion, and you saw King running his way from the base. I'm like, uh-oh. somebody late for the date here as we continue on. A little bit of pressure in the mid lane, but no depths overall.
Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom. Oh, here comes level 4.
At the bottom, yeah. He is going to try to find himself a kill onto Papa Dog, and does. Just as I was talking about him being late, he says, I'm going to make up for that. I'm going to go immediately to the bottom lane and find myself a kill. A great first blood there for Dreammax, and a great way for King to make up some of that lost time.
That is your answer, Private. He had everything planned out in his mind. Guarantee. Oh, now here comes the turtle. Both teams are Blink.
Yeah, Blink actually gets a jump on the 2 members. Shikiche comes in there with that ultimate, able to spray down damage as Goo puts on the finishing touches onto Irwin. That's going to be a free turtle for Dreammax as they push back the rest of Black Sentence.
Yeah. Oh. Like for a moment, I thought that his Absol or Arrow would be like, okay. But now with the first turtle here guaranteed by a Dreammax. Oh my goodness, look at the speed here for the Dreammax players heading up for the top side. The next target could be Jack Crew, but oh, Way of the Dragon.
Oh yeah, the combination of the Way of the Dragon plus the deadly magic and Shikiche, they're able to lift him up there. Yeah, Black Sands are like, whoa, boys, give us a second. Oh, we need to breathe. There might be some lag issues on one of the sides. We do get that sometimes here, but man, what an impressive opening there for Dreammax.
Don't worry, guys.
Yes, that was.
Sorry.
That was an impressive opening. No. It was an impressive opening. Like you were saying, King had a slow start there, but he made up for it, getting that first kill and the, 1 kill and an assist, right? So he was able to kind of regain the momentum and kind of get going with that.
Yeah, but yeah, it was well noticed by Private when we saw like, okay, King still in the downside of the jungle, like making a clear path of the jungle. But as I was seeing like the upper side, the only like point, the green point that I was about to see was the lizard, you know? And I was like thinking myself, I was wondering, okay, why only the lizard is still open in the upper side of the jungle for King? And now, by the way, by the time this King was like clearing the path for in the downside here, like reaching the level 3, and I was like tracking him, like, okay, maybe now level 4, trying to surprise Terizla. So I did sense this this idea for coming up from King here. So he neutralizing so far Terizla, Papa Dog here, an experienced player for a Black Sentence. That works really well. He guaranteed the kill, guaranteed the first turtle, 2 more kills for Dreammax now heading for the top side.
The more and more I see from King, the more the question pops into my head. I'm like, what were you doing in the XP lane? Like, why did we have you in the XP lane here? Because it just takes, for me personally, when I look at a situation like this, I'm behind. I need to get this. I need to get this buff. I need to go ahead and get to my other buff so I can try to catch up. But King just has the notion. He's looking at the map. He understands I can get this buff. I've got an advantage down here at the bottom. I can get a clear cut down the bottom so I can get to the enemy Terizla, be able to get the damage onto him and find a kill as well. That's just the knowledge and the IQ it takes to be able to interrupt your rotation to get that early start into the side lane and find a kill and the advantage for your team.
I wonder if it was strategic on the side of Dreammax. You know what I mean? Like Swiss stage is not like, it wasn't like a big factor in it. The playoffs is what matters, right? Maybe they were hiding their gem, you know, for the playoffs and be like, all right, we're going to bring out the big guns now and you guys are not going to expect it.
Yeah, that could make sense to hear like what is happening so far, but oops. Okay, both are dancing.
Okay, I think I like the respect from both of the teams there. Nobody was he's just signaling. He's like, all right, refs, we got a little bit of a recall here. Let's let him know that there's a problem here. He's not moving. He's he's not able to do anything here at the mid lane. So at least a good sportsmanship from both of the teams here as we get this figured out. They do want to make sure that this is fair for both of these teams, though, so we are going to go ahead and make sure, and that's why these pauses come out, though. So thank you guys so much for bearing with us.
Yes, we maybe run into a little snag, but you can snag yourself some diamonds right now. Make sure you're in the chat right there, and make sure that you're active and engaging, because you'll get a chance at getting some of these diamond drops that we have. And I know some people that have already claimed these, and they're very excited about it.
Yeah, all right, guys. So thank you so much for giving me diamonds to change my name from Sneakers Fisher for Rico Nunes. The next step is the star member for this month. Please, guys, the diamonds.
Yeah, the more that you guys are able to go ahead and talk and chat, the more you guys are able to participate, the more you up your chances for being able to get a lot of these diamond drops, which is actually really important. Or you guys have like a really big advantage because we're still growing here. So we've got a modest community that does view us, but that does mean that there's a bigger chance for you guys to be able to win those diamonds as well when you guys stick with us.
Yes, get in on those diamonds for sure. They are the perfect way for you to get those skins that you want without having to pay a cent of your own money at first. So make sure you just be in that chat and chat with us here.
Yeah, when it comes.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
I was just gonna say I feel like a cat sometimes. I'm just looking at the beautiful things that we have in our hair, the little tangle that keeps on going back and forth here. Let the viewers see these I don't even know what you call them in your hair.
They're my little hair trinkets. I don't know. I call them hair trinkets, but I got these from Japan. So.
Okay. Domo arigatou gozaimasu. Okay.
Oh,
But when it comes up to like diamonds that remind me for a skin, for example, so I'm in love with Minato's and Itachi's skin, you know, and I don't have the diamonds enough to I can play the roulette to get the skins. But they are really beautiful.
Only in Mobile Legends can you go into a match where you're gonna have a Minato or a Sasuke on there fighting potentially a SpongeBob and a Patrick on the other team as well, which and I feel like maybe we have a little bit of an attachment, because I feel like there's sometimes we see these fights and we see the camera just kind of linger on just Patrick laying on the ground.
I know, the cameraman really loves to, you know, see dead Patrick on the ground. Patrick is a fun character to see, though. Like, I love the way that he's designed right there, and the way he has like mini Patricks running around with him. It's super cute.
The whole fight is coming up, and suddenly. Yeah,
right,
but that's all a part of the game. It's all part of everything funny here, my friends.
Yeah, it's just all the action that you get here and the funness that you get with a Mobile Legends game. It's not always about the seriousness of the esports, but we do have to get back to that as both of these teams are fighting for their survival in the playoffs. Speaking of which, Papa Dog in a little bit of trouble, has to use his penalty zone defensively, but puts him into enemy territory. He's getting blasted down, and that is going to be another kill for Shikiche.
Yeah, Shikiche here with 2 kills now with the Zun Shin. This is the 3rd game we were talking about global bans. Right now they're waiting. I believe that they were waiting for the right time here to pick this hero. Okay, they have to think about the composition, but now here comes the genius one for Harley. But now both teams are headed for the top side.
Ooh, yeah, you saw there Aurora is gonna have to try to get away. Blink looking for try to get in there, does not go with it. I thought you saw him chasing in there. I'm like, ooh, is he gonna be able to kind of get out there? And another abyssal arrow comes out. And unfortunately, right now, I mean, it's pretty early, the 4-minute mark here. We just have not been able to make a great use of Sky on this Selena. Not enough stuns. And I feel like I love this combo that comes out from, that could come out from Black Sense. chance, so much CC, so much initiation and opportunities for a potential wombo combo, but we're just not able to find the angles just yet. You see that Goo does get that abyssal arrow struck onto him, but not exactly the target that you want, and that's going to be an easy cleanup of this turtle for Dreammax. Oh, speaking of which, Papa Dog, another defensive penalty zone, and he gets taken down again.
Yeah, another penalty zone here to try to escape, but with no success. Another kill for Dreammax. And as you well said here, Private, Black Sentence has a very high win!
Yeesh. And King finds himself another kill. 6-1 right now. Dreammax seem to have found their groove back here, backed by some great plays by King and Shaikiche.
Yeah, they found the sauce here for this third game so far, but now heading for the tower in the bottom lane, already taken down for a Dreammax. Almost 6 minutes here. The goal lead heading for 4K, or no, 3K now, good in math that I am, for a Dreammax so far. 6-1. I think that the target could be now the tower number 1 here in the mid lane, but both teams are now focusing on the minion waves.
Yeah, and look at the spread coming out from Dreammax as well too. You've got at the top lane King going ahead, putting the pressure up at that tower. You've got at the bottom Blink. Meanwhile, Black Sentence is forced to kind of turtle up and group very tight together for fear of them getting marked out that they have been thus far. Ooh, they're gonna go ahead and latch on to Irwin, who's gonna have that split out as well. It's not gonna be able to save him. Oh, just kidding. He is gonna be able to take out Goo as he latches on with that ultimate. Now putting a lot of pressure onto the mid lane. Blink goes in on that Jeet Kune Do, is not able to find a way of the dragon. A penalty zone with the flicker. Meanwhile, a great blazing duet onto the back line, but does not find a kill.
Now that is a penalty zone that we were talking about. A penalty zone for forward, aggressive one, guaranteed this advantage for a Black Sentence, but not so far, not so good, because now another turtle is on the river, and now Dreammax is heading for them.
Yeah, the problem here being the gold lead, just the outstanding early game that Dreammax had, even with that perfect setup, the perfect gank coming out from Black Sentence, they just are so far behind right now that they aren't able to finish the deal. And maybe a little early for Joel Crew too, probably doesn't have, oh yeah, you see now he gets his golden staff. I'm not sure if he has his Trinity build, speaking of which now we do have a kick come out as a Shaikiche again finding a kill. You were talking about before, like the wasted opportunity when Zushin was open. It's like, why don't we just give that to Shaikiche, because she's so amazing on a lot of these mages. You know she's gonna do something crazy on it, and here she's having such a great game. Blink going a little too far into enemy territory does get taken out, bringing us to an 8-3 game.
Yeah, well, it all seems here that it would be good for Dreammax. Blink, like, okay, now I think that maybe I can give Black Sentence just a little hope here, like guarantee a kill for them. Joel Crew here plus Aurora. Only games here. Oh, here comes Mountain Shockwave.
Yeah, they caught Shaikiche with that abyssal arrow, but unfortunately the rest of Black Sentence was not in a position to be able to capitalize on that just yet. Hopefully for Black Sentence, that's just a little bit of things to come here where they can start landing those and start opening up. Maybe Aurora can kind of get him in with a jump. Irwin as well. Oh, but it's not going to be Papa Dog as he gets taken out again. Shaikiche with 6-0-1. Somebody stop her.
Yeah, somebody stop Shaikiche so far. 6 kills to Zunshin here. Yeah, I think that, I mean, we know that she is a very, very rocky player here. She's a very good one, especially by playing with the heroes in the meta. That could be better for a Dreammax. As the items here so far, Sky Pierce, that makes total sense for Shaikiche because she is on fire with Zushin so far. Like, I wonder how many stacks with the Sky Pierce is Shaikiche so far right now.
That's got to be a pretty decent amount there. But the Black Set's going to go ahead very early, starting on this Lord. Is that a mistake? Aurora still able to pick it up, but Dreammax now trying to close the distance to make them pay for that Lord. Chasing him down, Papa Dog in trouble at the bottom there as Sky gets taken out by King. You lose 2, but you get a little bit of breathing room, I want to say, with the Lord. Just kidding, as the rest of Dreammax push through the mid lane. You'd think that they were the ones that were able to get this Lord. Oh, look at the damage from the side.
Jokru almost taking down here, but I could not say that it was that would be a worthy sacrifice for Black Sentence because they lost 2 players to get the Lord. But I think that it could be, yeah, that is worthy actually, because I think that they only lost the first tower here in the mid lane. For me, that could be worse for Black Sentence. But now the Lord here like are gonna be useless unless the Black Sentence is heading for them. That is what happening here, my friend Private.
Yeah, you saw that the Holy Crystal has been picked up for King, so he's going to have a lot of that burst damage. Irwin in trouble now, getting latched onto a Shy Kiche again, finding a kill. I think that brings them to 7 as well. Aurora in trouble, gets taken out by Zeus, and now the Blazing Duet not enough to save them from a complete team wipe.
Team wipeout here for Dreammax with a very beautiful flank from King. The Lord is still alive in the top side here, but now he was melted. But another fight for Dreammax. 16 kills so far. 11 minutes and 27 seconds in this 3rd game. What a huge dominance. What a huge advantage coming from the Dragon Boy so far.
Oh man, and Irwin goes down to Zeus as well. 17-3 game, 10-0-4 for Shy Kiche here as well. Papa Dog on the front line. He's just had they've been locking onto him very clinically here as well. He is sitting at 0-6-1, Irwin 1-7-0. And that's usually the story too when it comes to these type of offensive, just obliterating games. It's always going to be those melee heroes that suffer the worst on all of these teams. And oh man, comes in, I think he got 2 attacks out there, and Aurora all the way down to half health as well. Right now, Black Sentence trying to turtle up, but I'm wondering what can they do to try to come back from this. They have to wait for a mistake, have to try to find some type of crack in the armor of Dreammax that they are just not showing yet.
Yeah, so here I think that, okay, once again, Black Sentence has to be resilient, has to be patient here to wait some like fast step. Oh, goo.
Yeah, oh man, this is gonna be it. They do have the Winter Crown comes out, but Shaikiche again from the back line, able to find the damage. A double for Shaikiche. She's on a roll, continuing to chase them down. But triple for Shaikiche again, her 2nd of the game. Looking for a quadruple there for a Maniac for Shaikiche. And I don't know if we're gonna be able to get that. No, definitely not gonna be able to get that Savage for her. But Dreammax on a roll. Now starting to push in. It is just Joel Crew alone against the whole of a Dreammax who are looking to take down this core. Unfortunately, no minions.
After this last team fight, Shy Kiche, what are you doing there? Oh my goodness. Okay, that is worth it here because still King guarantee the kill. Papa Dog, the penalty's on. Okay.
Goo in a little bit of trouble here. Does get a little bit of a split there. He's going to be taken down and eaten up by the rest of Black Sentence here. Joel Crew finding the kill there. And Dreammax, they take 2 L's here. 2 deaths now. And is this going to be enough of an opportunity for Black Sentence to get onto this Lord? You can still see up at the top, King looking for an angle. He's going to try to split push, I think. Or no, he's going to come in from the side now and taking out out this Lord Black Sentence looking for a little bit of a fight here. You can see on the side a big split up here from Blink, the Shaikiche, and Zeus as well. Lord taken down to about 20% health left. You can see looking for an angle. King comes in, is going to find some damage there. Is that going to be enough? Papa Dog finds a kill onto Blink. Shaikiche finds a kill onto Irwin. Aurora able to find the kill before he goes down, but I don't think that's going to be able to save Black Sentence from this push.
2 players down here for Black Sentence, and now here comes the Dreammax trying to finish this game.
Yeah, now we're gonna go ahead and put the pressure onto these high ground towers. No more high ground towers. It's just the core, naked and alone, afraid as the rest of Dreammax putting on the pressure. Lord is out. Is it gonna be enough? Can they defend and hold the line?
No, not again.
Dreammax, and they do, chasing down the rest of them. Black Sentence live to fight another day.
What happens to Dreammax here? Such a struggling thing to try to finish the game so far. Okay, once again, they have the high ground for Black Sentence. No high ground, actually. All super minion waves coming from everywhere. But now the Lord heading on the top side. Once again, the Black Sentence trying to defend the Lord.
Ooh, they tried to latch on to Shaikiche, and she's going to be able to use that ultimate to get away. You see, Immortality has been picked up for Blink, and oh, he's actually able to get away. This is going to put Irwin in a little bit of a bad situation. Here's the rest of the team immediately collapses onto him. Deadly Magic, but Shaikiche says Deadly Magic is not going to get this kill. It's going to add on to mine, sitting at 17, 1, and 6 for Dreammax's Mage.
She shout out like, kill for the carry, for me, please. 17 kills for Shaikiche so far. Once again, the Dreammax, they are heading and they are pushing the mini waves coming from every side, everywhere. I don't think that they are pushing the final in. Oops.
Yeah, big engagement comes out here. Way of the Dragon kick. Down goes Papa Dog. The rest of Dreammax looking for the minions. Blazing Duet onto the backside. It's not able to do enough damage just yet. 50%, 25, and that is going to be a victory for Dreammax.
Yes, yes, yes. And for this match, I only have one song in my head that it comes. She's a maniac, maniac. That goes for Shaikiche to getting the maniac in this game, Zena.
I know, Savage, Maniac, my God, they're doing an amazing job here with their new roster. But even with the slow start, King guaranteed a kill and an assist in the start. And then after that, Shaikiche was taking it all by the 9-minute mark, basically taking 6 kills, no deaths, and unstoppable. And then by the end, wow. She only died once, and that, well, yeah, from what I saw, but did she die more? But once, but then she was out of position at the tower and kind of took that off. She couldn't get out, but other than that, they did a wonderful job there.
I saw her. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. The entire team disengaged on one lane. Shaikiche went down and found the wall and was just like, oh, this is awkward, guys. Let's talk this over. Eventually took that one death though, but still, it doesn't take away from an amazing game, and especially for how well she was doing to get this early Sky Piercer onto her. Just absolutely laid waste to the rest of Black Sentence.
Yeah, that's what I call confidence here, like leading the Sky Pierce as the first item here for Shaikiche with the 17 kills. I think there's gonna be 1,000 stacks here for this Sky Pierce for her so far in this game. 81% for King with Harley, 6-0 and 16 assists. I don't think, I don't know about you guys, but here I think that we have a doubt about like who's gonna be the MVP for this game, because we have Shaikiche with the 17 kills, but we also have King with the 16 assists, you know.
They all did amazing. You look at all their scores here, they basically have so much assists, so much kills. They were on it. They were like, their synergy this match was on point.
Yes,
I want to say it's kind of it's kind of been laid to rest my questions, at least when it comes to the synergy of this team and the questions of whether this new roster and the shakeup would pay off for them. Like I said before, I don't know what King was doing in the XP lane, but he definitely has earned his spot here as the jungler for Dreammax. You'd never think he had played any other role for them. Just the dominance that he has been showing here. So yes, it's going to be kind of a little bit of a tie here between King and Shakitse when it comes to who's going to get the MVP, but that's just the whole team just operating just as this one unit and this one piece of machinery that they have been able to use to dominate Black Sentence here from these last few matches.
Zena, I agree with you. You are sure about like most of the times, like always for example, you know, but there is only one place for the MVP, and we have to think about it. We have to talk about it. We have to discuss about that. You know, after a maniac coming from Shaikichi, okay, she was on fire. She like was one of the pillars to guarantee the kill for a Dreammax. But not only for that, guys, we have to talk about like we have two rookies on this Dreammax roster. I think that it is time for the old ones, the veterans here, call the shots. You know, like King calling the shots, Shaikichi calling the shots, for example, here for like getting everyone on the same page here for Dreammax.
Yes, and the much-awaited MVP, of course, it is the Queen. Shaikichi here with 17-1-7 KDA, 69.3k total damage, and 696 golds per minute. She was a beast and a force to be reckoned with on that field.
I was about to be a little upset because I was going to be like, man, a base wall stole her MVP. If it was going to be Harley, that one death where she just went, oh God, I'm in the wrong area here. But yes, a great game played, and this has been, like I said, one of the players that has really stuck out to me for this team. Even when they're behind, I feel like Shaikichi has always been like kind of playing her own game when it comes to being able to keep her distance. Even when the team like gets absolutely overwhelmed, she's always in the right position, doing her best to get kills and not contributing, I want to say, to a lot of their losses.
Yes, I agree with you 100% on that. Shaikichi has been amazing, and she does a wonderful job on her own, barely feeding the other team. She's always there to support them when they're needed, always there for the fights, and she just, I don't know, I'm at a loss for words that she's doing an amazing job in the leagues with the boys, you know, even though there's a whole nother league out there for the women's side.
Yeah, so when it comes to Shaikichi here and this Dreammax, a new roster, it becomes more necessary and more important, like Shaikichi's performance and leadership in this team. Okay, we have King, we have other players here that is also like veterans and champions also. But Shaikichi here, it's very important, not only like to sustain the game, not only to save some situations that could be very worse for Dreammax, for example, but now she is able to be one of the pillars. She is able to be one of the shot callers in this team to say, guys, this is the way now, like this is what we can do to guarantee the victory.
Yeah, impressive game thus far. Not out of the woods yet is Dreammax 1. This is game point for them. If they can get past here, they will be moving on to the second tier of the playoffs, where they do have a little bit of that cushion. On the other side here, Black Sentence, unfortunately, even with the synergy that they've built with this team, still rough around the edges. A lot of hurdles when it comes to a lot of the aspects of the matches that we've been seeing, including, I want to say, the draft and some of the rotations there. I feel like we're still at a point where when the overwhelming force of a opponent comes onto them, they start to fracture. It's never it's the same mistakes start happening. I was talking about this earlier. Once you once you start getting into a point where you're starting to fall super behind, it's going to be those melee heroes that really suffer. I think we saw 10 deaths on Irwin as well, and it's just, there has to be a point where at a certain point we're like, all right guys, we need to kind of settle back, we need to regroup, we need to come up with a plan for the rest of this game to be able to try to be successful, or at least not allow those same type of deaths over and over again. I know that's kind of hard to say when you're going up against the Zushin and like you have no pushing power whatsoever. It's like every single time a Dreammax was pushing forward, Black Sentence could not run away fast enough at certain points. So it's very hard, but it's all part of the game, and it's part of things that you need to learn to kind of get adjusted to if you want to be successful here.
Yeah, it's looking like Black Sentence at the start of the game, they do well react. They don't do so well, and they just start to react most of the time, right? And towards the end, they start to do well on the defense. That's when they like get it together, and then they know that things are on the line, so they're gonna try their hardest to keep it, you know, and try to defend as best they can. But again, that is a little too late at that point. And then there's Dreammax here. They do a wonderful job at the beginning, but then towards the end, they kind of have a hard time closing it out. So that's something they probably need to work on. But other than that, they've been doing an amazing job with their synergy, and that's just one little hiccup that they just need to figure out. And I think that they can be unstoppable.
Yeah, makes total sense here when it comes to Dreammax, like only fixing this situation to finish the game, because we were talking about like, okay, they have this struggling, they're struggling with Black Sentence, okay, versus Black Sentence, but in the future, they're facing Alpha 7, they're facing Entity 7, they're facing Octa Gaming, so they are not that like, they cannot have this kind of an issue with these teams if they want to win, if they want to be the champion. So they have to fix it as sooner as they can. For a Black Sentence here, as we started like in the two games, despite the last two games, the first two games, sorry, being like very even for both teams, but we always used to see here like a Black Sentence only like getting powerful in some point of the game that is really hard for them, like with no high ground, with like the whole base like exposed, for example. Almost suffering a backdoor in the first game by King. They like for like, I think that there was like a 10 HP% on the base, yeah, like coming out from the first game, you know. So these things, I think that Private was right when they say, okay, they have to regroup, they have to like talk as a team. He'll say, okay guys, we have to think about it, and we have to like think together and start playing together versus this aggression and like playing style from coming up from a Dreammax here to respond to that situation. Okay, maybe in theory it could be very easier. Maybe like on the paper, okay, we are facing Dreammax, we have to play together and we have to be reactive. But hey, we're all talking about Dreammax. They like to play aggressive, they like to play forward. So maybe that's not that might not be the best idea for a Black Sentence, but they still have to think somehow to neutralize this playstyle, especially when Dreammax has two new players in the composition. So they have to think about a plan, about a strategy to neutralize these things.
Typically when teams have these type of issues where they start to fall apart until the super duper late game, I want to say that typically that can be communication issues. And I've seen it even on the live stage in North America with teams who start off with such great communication. Everybody's calling out shots, Lord, where they're at when they want to gank. As the game progresses, as they start losing, as the confidence, it's almost ingrained in you to just kind of be quieter and try to lock in. But that really does not benefit you as a team. Somebody needs to be calling out shots. Somebody still needs to take control. And I know it can be a little disheartening to try to take control when it seems like every single call, every single decision is just getting pounded on by the enemy team. But that's just, like I said, that comes with experience here in the pro leagues of being able to kind of keep that communication up no matter what, try to iron out what comes done. I feel like late game, what ends up happening is they kind of they've locked in, and they've kind of they're at a mode where it's just like, whatever, bro, I'm just gonna play like I do. They probably loosen up a little bit because it's like the end is near. There's nothing we can do to stop it. I'm just gonna play like how I need to. And you start seeing them to get a little bit more fluidity into them. Unfortunately, when they get that advantage, and it's like, all right, we have the advantage now. We're up at the Lord. Now we need somebody to start making the decision. Do we go for the Lord? Do we start trying to push some of these lanes? Do we try to get some of these towers? And that I want to say that communication is still at that point where everybody's still trying to lock in, and everybody's doing different things as well. So it's just it comes and goes. It will come. It just takes time, and it's unfortunate that you have to do it with a brand new roster. Like I said, a lot of history behind Black Sentence as an organization, so we know that they know what it takes to kind of put people together and be successful. It's just we're at a point where it's going to take some time for them to kind of arrange things the way that they need to kind of find that glory that they've had with these with past players, with these new players. But on the other side, excuse me, Dreammax really doing a great job here, showing out. All of their players here seem to have kind of found their way. Man, I cannot say enough about, I mean, we've been talking about Shaikiche as well, but the jungler, King, the transition, this was going to be my biggest talking point and my biggest kind of where I thought was going to be the weakness for this team. To have an XP laner move over to jungler because we have to rearrange the entire roster. I thought this was going to be a sore point for them, and it seems to be one of the strongest pillars of their success thus far.
Yes. Speaking of success, you can be successful in gaining these diamond drops, guys. We have diamond drops. Engage, be present, and you can get in on getting these diamond drops. There are a lot of people that I know that got these diamond drops, and right now there's not as much people in the chat, so you have a higher chance of getting it, right?
The more you stay tuned, the more like interact with us, the more you talk, the more like call your friends, share the live, the more chances you get to get these diamonds for free, guys. Come on, it's for free. It's for you as a main star of the show. So don't miss out. Don't miss the chance to get diamonds for free watching us. Stay tuned here on MCT AMER South.
Yeah, thank you guys for bearing with us. I think we had a couple pauses in the last game, so I know that we're kind of working through things to make sure that things are staying as fair as possible for each other. But we do value you guys and your comments and stuff in there, and your viewers out there as well. So keep active in there, and maybe one of those diamond drops will be yours as well.
Yes, and don't forget, like, subscribe, and share this stream so we can get out there and get more eyes on it, so we can have a bigger community here, get more people to join in, have newer faces around, you know.
Yeah, we already have the best game in the world, so you gotta go the best community ever here in Mobile Legends. Bang, so all you have to do is follow their social networks here, like as Zina said, like Kick, X, Twitch, Insta, Face, TikTok, and YouTube. Everywhere you can talk to us, you can interact with us. Even if you want, you can screenshot this broadcast, you can screenshot this transmission here, me making the magic for you guys, so you can tag us on your social network, so we have a pleasure to retag you as well and talk to you guys.
All right,
But
but
ladies and gentlemen,
yes.
yeah, go. It is
Yeah,
time for us to
let
get
us
back
in.
into it, Zena.
Yeah, we're gonna get back into it, and I know you guys are waiting for it. Look at all these global bans, super fun stuff right here. Let's see what these teams can pull out.
Yeah, that's going to be the amazing thing for me. This is where I love to see it, when we've got those two rows of heroes that are absolutely unavailable for picking here. So now we're going to have to reach real deep into our pockets to see and come up with a composition that will be successful here. It looks like Dreammax will be starting on the red side, and some familiar bands up there. in the south there, just Freya just will not see the light of day.
Yeah, and plus with Freya here, I believe that Dreammax is gonna ban Zunshin and Fulvius as well to avoid these problems for a Black Sentence. Since we have the first pick for a Black Sentence here, for example, as they already picked a Harley or another Fredrin, for example, maybe Suyo could be the very first pick here for a Black Sentence. But of course, it depends how the band's coming up from Dreammax.
I feel like they are target banning now Shy Kai, because a lot of her characters have been taken out. There's a Lunix Bear, Zushin, Valentina. I think she also had a Sicilian in her belt as well, but Kimmy was another one. They just took that out away from her. So this is, I feel like they're trying to make sure that she doesn't have that amazing game like she had last time.
The only problem for me is that it's not just the Shakiche show. It is the King show. I want to say Blink and Zeus have been doing a great job out there as well. We've seen, yeah, we keep on, I want to say some of those focuses are kind of coming down on her, especially when it comes to the Kimmy, who she's been playing out very, very well. Ooh. Yeah, so we're gonna have a Marcel pickup by Black Sentence, and I'm very eager to see what kind of, do we go with like a good composition that's, or not a good composition, but like a composition that really enables Marcel, or are we just going to kind of use him as kind of passively as kind of like that escape or kind of like a little bit of an initiation tool? We've seen some great compositions come out with him where he really shines and a lot of that damage can really kind of be enabled. But I mean, like we said, I think you talked about it before, he's at 50% here, so he's kind of a wild card right now out there on the meta.
Yeah, and there are a few situations that we saw that Marcel was like doing great. For example, when that was when he was with like with the Terizla with the penalties on, which is not allowed to appear here, with the Requiem Valet from coming out from Guinevere, for example. So there are some situations here that Black Sense is not allowed to beat or play with Marcel. So let's see what they have defined, what they have they have in strategies here. They have planned to do with Marcel. Once again, talking about like wondering if Marcel here can work very well with a disengaged situation. But at this point of the game, I don't think that Black Sentence is thinking about like only getting for disengage. I think that they're playing like they're thinking of like playing forward. They're playing aggressive.
No, over here they're picking up that Zushin. And speaking of Marcel, I know they banned out basically the Guinevere and the Terizla that usually goes with the Marcel that works out very well. It's exciting they're picking that Beatrix here, something different for us to see. I wonder how well that'll work against a Harith. And they're very tanky here with the Fredrin, but being that front line, Zushin's able to kind of control any melee heroes that come her way.
I'm kind of wondering too, because you have the Harith on the other side. Kind of wondering why we didn't go with a Granger pickup on the side of Black Sentence. I feel like that might have, and it even provides it kind of melds well with the Marcel. You can get that Rhapsody to kind of into the zone of the Golden Hour, and then when it's done, when the Golden Hour ends, all of that damage is going to come down at the same time. So it's going to be a very interesting pick. I want to say I feel like this is a very confident draft coming out from Dreammax. I wouldn't say that the picks themselves are like overwhelming, but I feel like the plan has to be confident because you're allowing a Marcel and a Zushin on the enemy team, like some really highly contested heroes. So I'm very eager to see how the plan kind of unfolds here for them as we move into the second banning phase.
Yeah, all about here now, looking what Black Sentence is up to you. Working in some ranked situation here, especially with the Zushin and Beatrix. As we were saying about Beatrix, after the last patch note, she was buffed, you know, so maybe there could be a very important ally here for a Black Sentence so far. Dreammax banning here Lancelot in this game here for versus a Black Sentence. Black Sentence coming up with a Farsa. It's a target here on Shaikich once again with Ivy, Kimi, Farsa. Maybe maybe once like another one versus Shaikich here. Who? Selena, for example, or Zetian? Lilia.
Oh, they're just making sure she's not able to get in right there. I told you they're gonna target ban her because they're trying to see what else she has under her belt. But I feel like I said before that she did play a Sicilian before. But was it her? I can't even remember.
Cyclops. Come on,
Oh, you
Cyclops. No. Here.
Favorite.
Here, Private. Let's go. Yes. That's my main Cyclops. Cyclops is the most underestimated hero in Mobile Legends.
There's kind of a reason for it because they have nerfed his damage down for such a long time. It can be heartbreaking to see where he's at right now. I think there are definitely better picks than the Cyclops. So we're gonna go ahead and say this is a statement. This is the confident draft. This is what I was talking about. They're saying, all right, we're gonna show you how to do the Selena boogie.
I feel yeah. Go ahead, Rico.
Go ahead. I was about to joke.
Go ahead, I want to hear your joke. I want to hear it.
All I can say, like, never seen someone handsome with one eye.
Oh, yes. We all love that one. It's cute.
Yeah.
He's a handsome one, that Cyclops.
Yeah. But Zena, when it comes to Shaikich here, like, she comes with a Selena. In the mid lane here. But now I believe that situation is not that easy because for bursting someone like Lapu and Xborg now coming out for Black Sentence composition is not so good for Selena here so far.
Yeah, Selena, they're pretty mobile on the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah.
Like Private was saying before, it's kind of hard for Selena to catch anyone, but it's in the hands of Shaikichi, so who knows what she can pull out of her belt here. But I'm thinking the Zushin against the Glue, I think Zushin has the upper hand because of her little lantern thing is able to kind of control him well because his little splits, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see. Ooh, and we have an R-Lot. Like I said, I feel, I'm not going to lie. If I'm looking at the draft itself, I'm kind of leaning. If it weren't, the Beatrix kind of is an outlier for me. But if I'm looking at the draft, I would favor Black Sentence here. So I feel like this is something very confident coming out from Dreammax to say that, to see how well they can kind of maneuver around, I want to say, a pretty impressive draft on the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah, this Black Sentence composition here, it comes with damage. It comes with the control here. It comes with a very interesting DPS coming up from Beatrix. It comes with Marcel. It's a coin flip here situation, but if he plays well, that could be a very strong ally for the Black Sentence. And once again, I want to see how Shaikich is going to perform with Selena. Okay, with the high range, with the Absol order, that could be very interesting for a Dreammax here, especially for gaining info from the jungler, for example. But trying to burst someone is not going to be that easy.
Yeah, very interesting here. Possible game point here for Dreammax looking to move on in the playoffs. The Black Sentence fighting for their survival here in the playoffs. Will they be able to take us to a game 5?
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, everybody, once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn here. That could be the last game for a last Black Sentence or a Dreammax. But oh, here comes myself.
Yeah, you can already see the damage already, the output, and the overwhelming offense that comes out from this composition onto Dreammax. The two heroes already taken down to 50% in the opening seconds, and Erwin gonna go ahead, try to get in there, looking to try to take down this minion. Ooh, a retribution onto one of the jungle minions, and not even the buff. That's a very interesting choice coming out from Dreammax.
Yeah, but now, Sky.
Sky comes and gets taken out there on the Zushin, no less. A great enablement there from the duo coming in from the mid lane. Now gonna go ahead and continue on that pressure. You see the stun, Aurora gonna have to, Faraga armor has been bursted off of him, and the rest of the damage is gonna be more. Oh, is it gonna be enough? It's not. Blink taking a lot of damage. Papa Dog from the side. Goo in trouble, being chased down by 3 members and picked back, and that is going to be a double kill for Papa Dog.
Yes, that comes with awesome respawn now coming out from Black Sentence with 2 kills on Papa Dog. 2 kills for Lapu Lapu, a very strong SP lane here that could bring some advantage for a Black Sentence. The truth is, the first turtle heading on the pitch on the downside of the river, and now immediately started by Black Sentence.
Yeah, right now up on the map, you can see both of these marksmen kind of duking it out up there. Shaikitse waiting for an angle to try to get in. Erwin might be in a little bit of trouble there. Oh, and eats an abyssal arrow. Shaikitse comes in to finish the job. That's going to open it up for Dreammax to be able to get this turtle as well.
Yeah, so now another kill for Dreammax here, taking the time and the chance to guarantee the first kill here for the Dragon Boys. So far, a very interesting early game here coming out from both teams, but we have a dive into the goal lane versus Papa Dog? I don't think so.
Yeah, Papa Dog there doing he's actually doing a great job. Ooh, we do have the last Insanity coming out. Blink might be in a little bit of trouble, takes a little bit of damage, and taken down by Joel Crew. In comes the rest of reinforcements for Dreammax. Aurora gets taken out by Zeus, and now continuing on with the Summon Force laid onto the ground. King on the front line, looking for the damage as Zeus finds another kill onto Joel Crew.
I would say that this last... Okay, I would say that this last Zeus dash from Herod in the ultimate was like very deadly for him. But I thought that, but coming up now, I think that it was a bait for the rest of the teams from Dreammax to have the follow-up and guarantee 1 more kill for Dreammax. So far, as we've seen the goalie here, okay, the goalie now comes just a little bit ahead for Dreammax. Here almost 1K and a half for the Dragon Boys. But most important, Zeus has 2 kills. It's a Herod with 2 kills so far.
Yeah, and that's just the kind of flexibility. I believe you kind of build the Azura Blade and the mana pages, and you're going to go ahead and have like max cooldown for him when you lay down that Summon Force. So you're already going to be able to just spam his dashing ability out there as well, and he's already making a huge use of it. Now they're going to go ahead and invade. They said this is our jungle. Golden Hour has been mobilized, and now the damage coming in from them as unfortunate for Black Sentence. They do have to back up, and that is going to be a purple buff in the hands of Dreammax. Now coming in again, Papa Dog putting on the damage. Last Insanity locking on, does find a kill onto Shikiche, and is that going to be enough as Blink, does find a split, and finds a kill onto Aurora. The reply coming out from Joel Crew, able to find a kill of their own. Goo almost got caught by Papa Dog, lured out there, baited by King. Papa Dog comes in with the final slash and gets taken out by Papa Dog.
What Go was thinking about that, because he didn't realize the access coming out from Lapu Lapu. It was like almost deadly for him, but now in the sequence he was taken down. Guarantee 1 more kill for Lapu Lapu, but still, even though Dreammax having this advantage, especially for guarantee 1 more turtle. This is the second one here for the Dragon Boys. The goalie like got a little shorter this time here for Dreammax. Almost 1K actually, but now in the top lane.
Ooh, Papa Dog. I want to say this is actually a smart play. You kind of wonder, like, why did he just go out there? But he went out there to clear out the minions, to make sure that even if they do get the kill onto him, they're not going to be able to take that tower. So, I mean, it's kind of like a little bit of a sacrifice play for him. But in the end, they do get the kill, aren't able to push. Now, going ahead back into there, we do have the Golden Hour. Erwin able to find the kill onto King. Sky finds a kill onto onto Blink as well. Goo alone and the mid lane. Final slash hits the minion just wide of hitting two. Oh, Chaikitse hiding in the bush, finds a stun, trying to find the damage on the Irwin, and does nail him down.
Chaikitse is on fire once again, and now here comes Dreammax once again here, Private.
Yeah, Papa Dog dashed out, got caught by an Abyssal Arrow as well. Chaikitse, another Abyssal Arrow out there, but the ultimate coming out from Papa Dog as well. Zeus able to find himself an escape, covered out by Blink.
Oh my goodness, what a chaotic game so far here. 8 kills for Black Sentence versus only 7 for a Dreammax. Gold lead once again, it doesn't matter because there is no gold lead. In the mid lane here, we're gonna have a 2v2 situations. But so far here, Zeus with the 2 kills is going to be very interesting for a Dreammax, especially in the late game. But now, okay, Irwin. Look at Irwin. He's up to something, but he can be... Okay.
He's by himself, though. I think he might be caught. They do find an escape. Big pop-up does land. Golden Hour does trap King. Oh, an Abyssal Arrow from the backside. Is that going to be enough? Goo with the kill onto Joel Crew, enabled by Chaikitse.
What a fast and clean dive here, but here comes the Dragon Boys once again, Private.
Yeah, they're trying to keep up this pace as well. Aurora trying their best, but I feel like they're kind of getting, there's just little things that are just kind of going wrong that continue to add up. Turtle down to about 25% health. Papa Dog's just not, he's kind of coming in here. Is he going to be able to get that King? Wisely saving that retribution there as well. Irwin gets caught here as well. The entirety of Dreammax latching onto him. Oh, and the split. Is that going to be enough? That might be all she wrote for Irwin, as Blink finds the kill there as well, but Black Sentence are able to return in kind. 2 down for the side of Dreammax.
Yeah, once again here, I think the Dreammax here, their players, especially Blink and Goo, for example, they are being very impatient here when it comes to some engaged situations. So they have to be more patient. They have to wait for the rest of the teams. They have to communicate, especially this follow-up and execution from the combo coming up from Dreammax. Okay, Black Sentence has nothing to do with that, so they still play forward. They still play chaotic. Golden Hour.
Yeah, that's going to be able to catch Zeus, but he's going to have the flicker to be able to get away as well. So he's going to have that spell down for the next bit here. Also, Chaikitse, did I see a Sky Piercer on? Is there a hero she doesn't build a Sky Piercer on and successful? A little bit of a problem here. Aurora getting caught by King. Is that going to be enough to be able to get away? The Appraiser's Wrath slams down Aurora, looking with the last insanity to do some damage, and might get caught here on the backside. Is able to find an escape.
Invincible here, almost, my friend. Aurora, he bought some time for Black Sentence. He didn't die. Now he's guaranteed the orange buff. Meanwhile, Dreammax is heading for the top side here to destroy the tower #1. But once again, Papa Dog is heading to trying to defend. But now, this time, Joe Crew and Sky also here, following his teammate, his partner, and the tower #1 is still standing.
Yeah, I tried to come in with that bravest fighter form, but I felt like Zeus wasn't going to get baited out. Immediately laid down the Zaman Force to try to find himself an escape. Now, we are coming on to our first Lord of the game, as Black Sentence looking for an angle to try to get in here. This is a much closer game than it has been in the past for Black Sentence. They're able to kind of duke it out back and forth with Dreammax, able to answer back a lot of these ganks with kills of their own, and able to get a lot of macro out on there. You can see tier 2 tower at the bottom lane is gone. Black Sentence actually macroing up very well.
Yeah, and the Lord here now with the half HP. Here it comes, Private.
Yeah, we do see the golden hour there. It's going to go ahead and trap the Fredrin away. It's going to allow Aurora to be able to get the retribution now, looking for the fight. King able to turn it around onto Irwin, who goes down first. The rest of Dreammax chasing down Black Sentence. Ooh, Sky able to use that flicker to get away from the whole of a Dreammax that were chasing them down.
The idea of using the golden hour on King to neutralize him and not getting the retribution on the Lord was really awesome. But the following up the sequence was not so good for Black Sentence. 3 players down plus the tower number 1 while the Lord is heading on the bottom lane. Probably getting useless, going to nowhere because he's already with a half HP, and now the rest of the players of Dreammax coming from Melted. So now here comes once again the Dragon Boys.
Yeah, you see Erwin at the bottom trying to clear out the bush there. Abyssal Arrow just wide of Black Sentence members here. And just like that, I feel like Dreammax able to take down the entire first lane of towers here for the side of Black Sentence as we take a look at the items.
Sky Pierce for Shaiki. It was not the first item though, but still, she has a Sky Pierce.
Yeah, and it's no one better who's able to utilize that. And that, I feel like as much as I hate seeing that, like I know a lot of people hate seeing that in ranked games. Like, why is this mage building Sky Piercer so early? Or why are all these people? Shaikiche absolutely gets the value out of that. 3, 1, and 6 right now. So you know she's got an incredible amount of stacks. Another final slash comes out as well. Zombie Force has been laid down. We do have a Winter Crown on the side of them as well. Sky goes down. 2 down for the side of a Black Sentence. The rest of Dreammax trying to chase down the rest of the members. Papa Dog looking to try to find somebody to take with him, but is not able to finish the job. Only 2 left to defend against the whole of a Dreammax. 5 members out there. Erwin tries to get the freeze onto them. Zaman Force laid down, but it is not going to be enough to protect this top high ground tower for the side of Black Sentence.
Yeah, Dreammax now give it a satisfy here. Playing safe, heading back, guaranteed super minions in the top side. Only the the high ground on. Oh no, there's still a tower number 2 in the mid and the bottom lane for a Black Sentence. But once again here, after 13 minutes of the game, the goal lead here heading for the Dragon Boys, almost 4k. As we were talking about, like how value is the Sky Pierce, as even though we talk about like everyone getting Sky Pierce in the gold lane, in the mid lane, for example, for a mage and physical damage, but for Shaikichi, it's worth it because she knows what to do. She is a very strong player, a very qualified one. But the fact is, another Lord once again on the pitch in the downside of the river. Both teams are aware of that, but Dreammax has a better position.
Ooh, Papa Dog got caught by an Abyssal Arrow. Hits a mine as well to double up the damage there, too. And now, you know, they're looking for it. Ooh, almost hit another Abyssal Arrow. Trying to get some prime positioning on this next Lord. Looking to see if they can try to get this as well. You can see the whole of Dreammax looking for a position. Final slash comes out. Last Insanity as well. A big golden hour lands on the 2 members. Is that going to be enough to take down King? Aurora finds the kill. That is going to be a jungler down for Dreammax, but the rest of Dreammax are looking for the kill. Shaikiche comes in, finds the kill onto Sky. Goo is next on the list to get taken down. That's 2 down for Dreammax. Blink in trouble. Black Sentence showing some signs of life. But Zeus here diving back and forth underneath that. Zaman Force is able to find a kill and replied. 3 down for Black Sentence, 4 down for Dreammax.
What chaotic team fight here coming out from both teams. The Lord is still there. Oh, Papa Dog versus Zeus!
Oh, my Zeus said, I am not just a lone hero here. You guys need more people to go against me. Laid down that Zaman Force, able to find his own kill. And now, I think they reset the Lord there as well. King, I'm not sure if they're actually going to go for this just yet. Do you have a lot of members coming up from the side of Black Sentence? Dreammax is going to be up there as well.
They're only King here in the Lord. Like, okay, I don't think that. Okay, Black Sentence just gave up. They are not fighting back here for this Lord. Another Lord is guaranteed by a Dreammax so far. Baby, I don't think that it was a good idea for like Black Sentence not fighting back for this Lord here. But that okay, I think that they know of what they're doing so far. But once again, Shaikichi, you're seeing the damage dealt ranking coming out from Zeus so far from Harriet. Almost a 79k of damage. Followed by Joe with the 47k. But once again, the Lord heading in the top lane for a Dreammax. That could be a very good situation for the Dragon Boys.
Yeah, we've seen King get his Savage. We've seen the MVP by Shaikiche. It seems like this match will be Zeus's turn as he is sitting at 8-0-6 on this Harith. And it seems like once he lays down that Zaman Force, it is almost impossible for a lot of these members to be able to shut him down. Papa Dog comes in with that Bravest Fighters form, gets caught. You see Aurora gets caught. Final Slash puts him outside the limits of the base. And he might be in trouble. You have the Faraga armor almost bursted down as he uses that last insanity to take down the Lord. This mounting at the mid lane right now. Dreammax doing what the Dreammax does, trying to mount this pressure out there. Another Final Slash comes out there. Erwin gets taken out by Zeus.
Yeah, another kill here for Dreammax. Just waiting for another minion wave is coming up probably from the top lane here. Once again, Dreammax causing this pressure. But the question is, will they able to finish now? Will they be more impatient? Here they go! Whoa!
Yeah, a big flicker comes in. Final Slash out there as well. Last insanity executed by Aurora. Are they going to be able to finish the job? Minions out at the core. Zeus able to find himself an escape, but Goo goes down at the hands of Sky on that Zushin.
Maybe they were too early here, Private, to trying to do this play out. Maybe they were like able to wait just a little bit for the mini waves heading for the base. But now Papa Dog is like playing more aggressive here to buy this info for a Black Sentence. But he has to take it. Okay, the Joe crew here. Oh, and the Bush here spotting Chaikit. Well, it's a good job.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't completely out of the hands of Black Sentence just yet. I agree when you talked about why didn't they go ahead to try to engage onto that Lord, because it was pretty much a tie game at that point too as well. So it might not have been completely out of their hands to go ahead and maybe try for that. Now you're looking at a point where they have no more high ground towers. But I feel like this is the point, we just saw it too, where Dreammax maybe gets a little overconfident, starts forgetting about some of those basics that they need to kind of continue on to get some of these pushes. They make the most mistakes here when it comes to trying to push on to the base. And now maybe trying to bait out a little bit of a fight here. We've got, look at the spread out for Dreammax. Looking on this map right now to see where they're at. Oh, maybe have they found out Shaikiche?
Oh yeah, maybe, but she's still okay. Now she's joining the fight. She is joining for the Lord pitch heroes again. That could be a 4v5. Let's go.
Oh, we have the golden hour that is out there. Traps out Blink. Shaikiche gets discovered underneath the bush that she is at as well. I feel like Shaikiche was looking for a split push there, but it was very wisely discovered by Papa Dog. He saw those minions going over to his base, so he's like, all right, we're going to go ahead and try to stop that. Meanwhile, look at Shaikiche again on the back side here of a Black Sentence, looking for an angle to get in. Zaman Force has been laid down. Zeus laying down the damage, dashing back and forth, has an immortality proc onto Erwin, gonna find himself a kill in there, hopefully looking for it. Another immortality proc. Sky gets taken out by King up at the top. Another kill down here for Dreammax. 3 down for Black Sense as Papa Dog looking for an escape. Shaikiche not letting him go. Here comes the Winter Crown, but Goo right there to take down Aurora and the last members of Black Sentence. This, ladies and gentlemen, it will be Dreammax moving forward in the playoffs.
1 team won, 1 team down, and this team is the Dreammax, guaranteeing the victory and guarantee the next step tomorrow in MCT AMER South.
And we have to say sayonara to Black Sentence here. They tried their hardest, but Dreammax have proved that they are here to play for that win. The playoffs is calling their name, the championships is calling their name, and there you go. Went ahead and took that.
Yeah, a great game played there. I feel like that one was a little bit more loose for Dreammax. I feel like they didn't hold that one as close to the chest. They weren't as disciplined, but I feel like still just as successful with a lot of those engagements.
Yeah, but when it comes to this last game here, Dreammax, once again, I think that, as we were talking about Marcel's situation, because in the last team fight, just before the Lord, the Golden Hour was hitting only a blink. And I believe that if the Golden Hour hits another player from Dreammax, that I believe that we would see a follow-up coming up from Aurora, for example, with the last Insanity to burst damage. But with a blink, it is not a best idea because he's a roaming, he's a glue, he's very tanky. So it was not the loophole, it's not the chance, the breach that Black Sentence was looking for to surprise Dreammax in the team fight, for example. So Marcel has this kind of situation, has a coin flip situation that his Golden Hour and his stacks for the buff, for example, could work very well in some kind of situation. That could be for your initiation, that could be for engage or disengage. But in this case, for Black Sentence, they really needed engage situation to guarantee pickoffs, to guarantee lords, and head back in the game. That it didn't happen because Dreammax, they were really aware all the time here, especially working in the flank, working for the back lines here with the Shy Kitty, for example, or even King with a Fredring, trying to surprise every time here a Black Sentence lineup.
Yeah, I mean, right from the beginning, there was a lot of back and forth coming out from Black Sentence and Dreammax. It felt like Black Sentence had a little bit more in the tank to be able to deal with it. You see here, here Zeus, it just was kind of right at the beginning, had I think he got a double kill here as well. So, and that was right as soon as he got those cooldown for the Harith there. So immediately able to kind of really show the worth of that pickup. But I feel like Black Sentence, it wasn't a terrible game for them. They were able to get a decent amount of kills. Papa Dog was doing pretty great as well. And we saw some of the usefulness of a lot of those golden hours too. Right here, it traps up the Fredrin, so it allows Aurora to pick up and take advantage of the fact that King was rotating to get his purple buff before the objective. So it was great thinking, a great synergy coming out from that team, but Dreammax's new roster right now just so overwhelming for Black Sentence, especially this game. Zeus just had the game of his life on this Herod. You see him laying down the Zaman Force, able to just pick apart Black Sentence at the seams.
Yeah, so okay, go ahead, Jenna.
Yeah, Zeus as one of the newer pickups here for the side of Dreammax has showed his stuff this time around, and I would not be surprised if he did get that MVP here. Shaikiche did an amazing job, even on the Selena. She was able to not die as much, but was able to try to find, positionings to position herself to help the team in some way, to kind of get them their stuns or run after some people that are running away that are low life, and getting those and securing those kills, right? So once again, their synergy, it's still being worked on, but they did an amazing job and are showing how well they are doing.
Yeah.
Now you can just see just from that last highlight there, Shaikiche, she gets an abyssal arrow and then runs all the way around the fight to get behind Black Sentence to start throwing out some more abyssal arrows at them. And that's just telling you, like I said, the great positioning coming out from them.
All right, yeah, and from start to the final push, here we go. Of course, our MVP is Zeus. 1109 KDA, he did not die. 134.1 total damage and 853 golds per minute. Harith was unstoppable. Wow.
What is that damage caused here by Zeus with this Harith 1109 with the perfect KDA here coming out from Harith and the gold lady coming from Dreammax. And one special thing that we can talk about here, at least I have the impression that we saw Shy Kitty, like most of the time she was doing that. She was trying to flank, she was trying to get in the back line for Black Sentence composition almost every time. And for me, it is a call, a trust in the team players, you know, because you are with Selena. You are with a hero that can burst some target, but not with she's not strong in a together team fight, you know, like they are playing together. She has to find a flank, she has to find a backline, she has to hit the Abyssal Aura here. So this time you have to trust your teammates, you have to trust to the rest of the lineups. And sometimes, like me playing, for example, if I'm seeing that I'm not getting so useful in the team fight, so I have to do something, I have to go with my teammates, I have to play together, you know. But she was like, okay, I have to wait for the right time, I have to like try and hit some Abyssal Auras here. So she has full trust in their teammates to, okay, get in the back line, get in the flank, and she worked, and it worked really well in this last game for Dreammax.
A lot of those replays you saw, she made full use of that flicker to kind of get into those back lines too. She'd get the flank on them, and then she would dive over a few of the enemy team members to find that one team member that was low, get the reset. Once you get the kill, you got the reset on your abilities, so you're going to be able to dash away as well. So it's just a great combo coming out from her on that as well. But I mean, the whole of the team here speaks very well for Dreammax. We were very concerned about, and I know I absolutely hate the juggling of rosters that happens for a lot of teams, a lot of organizations. I personally feel like it's better to kind of just trust the process, wait, get learn with them, grow with them, get that synergy that you need. But sometimes we've seen it in the North too. We just saw it this week in the North where we were able to see some of the juggles maybe not paying off for them, but some teams able to really come ahead. I think Leviathan was one of them too, who was able to kind of come back with a new roster, a new jungler, a brand new jungler, I think it was too. Here we see that the juggling around of King, bringing in Zeus as well, it really has helped out with the roster, and they're basically a new, basically like a brand new team here.
Yeah, and King has stepped up for sure. Whether he was doing, like, in the first match, he was doing an amazing job. He got his Savage, and he was a force in this. And the second game, he did, was it the second game? Or the third? I don't remember. But whenever time he got MVP, he did a wonderful job there. But this time around, he showed himself as, like, yeah, he was a jungle, but he wasn't the star of the show this time. He was stepping up as a tanky front for the team, so that the Harith and the Selena can be there to kind of help, you know, and be that damage. So, like, he's versatile in the fact that he's able to kind of like switch swap between being that the aggressive force or to being what the team needs.
Yeah, he was about to get the MVP in the first game after the Savage that he got, you know. There is just a little rock in the middle of the way that they lost the first game, so he was not able to get the MVP though, but he played so well. When we saw, and I'm talking to myself, when I saw King in the XP lane, I was wondering, I was thinking, okay, maybe it's a decision from himself and the team to adapt in a new role, to think a new strategy for coming out from Dreammax. You know, I didn't get it, to be honest, because when it comes to the jungler, King is one of the best at on the scenario on the South region so far, and after a long time, for the past few years, he's one of the best. And I was seeing like him changing a role for the XP lane. I said, okay, maybe just a little time to him to adapt for the new role, you know. But now coming up in the do or die situation in a playoff, when if you lose, you going home, and now you have King getting back to the jungler, and was like, what the heck is going on? But after like this
strategic play,
yeah, but after these games we saw that he should never leave the jungler, not even for like a game or two. King was born for the jungler. King was born for the jungle, and now we have the proof for that one. Guarantee this victory for Dreammax.
Well, yeah, and we have the, I mean, they've got the wins to prove it here. Unfortunately, like I said, yesterday, they did get knocked down, or not yesterday, last week they got knocked down, and I feel like that's where a lot of them decided like some changes needed to be made. And here, it's great to see that it was successful for them.
And more success for you guys as well. Here we got diamond drops, and make sure you stay active in the chats. Share it, you know, like, and all that, and you get more chances at getting these diamonds.
Diamonds, baby, diamonds. I want diamonds here for you guys. You as well. You're the main star of the show that is watching us. Stay tuned. Send the like, share the live, call your friends, call everybody to watch the MCT AMER South playoff. That is only the beginning. It is only the first day. We saw the last 3 days with the MCT AMER North, which was on fire, but now we're seeing it AMER South here so far with this great first match here in the best of 5 that win for Dreammax.
Yeah, great game for Dreammax, especially to push them forward here. I know they kind of were licking their wounds after last week, but here showing a brand new team, or not a brand new team, but like new players on there and showing the synergy that was needed. A lot of people stepping up too. Maybe it just kind of comes down to that this is what I feel like every team who makes the roster changes hopes that those roster changes will be. I'm still a fan, like I said. I still want to trust the process. I still have a belief that the Black Sentence will be able to come back from this if they all stick together, if they all start working on those little things that they need to, communication, drafting. They can become a huge and a strong team. You need to build that, and you need to build it slowly. And unfortunately, the road is littered with disappointments before you get to that standard, before you get to that glory. You're going to have a lot of these stepping stone moments where you're going to have to come back for it as well.
Yes. Remember, ladies, you also have a chance at getting better and getting into it and getting in on those open qualifiers. Open registrations now open May 2nd to May 11th. You ladies have that chance for that spotlight, for those championships, to get in that MWI.
Yeah, ladies, so you have inspirations to do that. You have Shaikichi, you have Angelis, you have Ashley's on the MCT AMER North shining so bright. Okay, so you have the chance to shine as well here on the open registrations to qualify to MLBB Esports here.
Yeah, it's been a great road for when it comes to a lot of. I absolutely am a huge fan of the MWI and watching women from all the different regions. It's kind of invigorated the MLBB esports scene because it just brings in a lot of new players that a lot of us didn't know were there. Some of them, like we've seen sprinkled out here with Shaikitse out there. We know that there are strong women out there ready to kind of take the reins. But yeah, it's going to be great to see how that goes. It's just your opportunity, guys, to be able to find your spot there.
Well, thank you guys all for being here, and we want you to keep continuing to be here because we have some amazing fights. It's not over yet, so we're going to take a quick break though, and we will see you in a little.
Every diamond count, and with Bonox, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top up and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code MCTBNX to get 5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with Bonox and play it at next.
Listen up, warriors. The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em.
MCT AMER South playoffs. We have seen the blood, sweat, and tears so far with the first match that everybody has put in. And right now, this is where it's at. They're putting all that work to see how far they'll go.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have just got through I want to say a very exciting series, but I'm very excited to see how this next one goes on as well. I feel like this one actually might be a little bit more even paced when it comes to both of these teams being matched up against each other.
Yeah, the next fight here, the next match is going to be Titan Esports versus a 9Z Globant. One very interesting one, a Titan Esports, like one team is getting getting rebranded with a new organization in the background, with a new idea and with a new mentality. Another team, we are like watching them growing, evolving by the time that the tournament was passing by here, like all the players like getting on the same page, playing together, especially with Abura Crazy, like letting down of being crazy and playing with the team, for example. So this is going to be very wild match here between Titan Esports versus 9Z Globant.
But before we move on, please like, comment, and share this stream. We want to get our everybody's eyes on this tournament because right now we're going to see a lot of action. During the playoffs, this is where it's at.
Yeah, and you guys can follow our socials down at the bottom. You see there, MLBB Esports. You can find us on basically every single social media platform is out there. I believe, what was that, the K we had talked about before? But no, that's going to be Kick, Twitch X as well. But yeah, you guys can follow us for all the action. And even if you missed it, you can find out what you missed on our socials.
All right, and let's get down to it. We are going to look at Titan Esports lineup first. Here we have on the EXP lane, Arctic, Jungle, Jotun, and mid lane, Syndrak, Fury on the gold lane, and our roamer will be Steffi.
There are the boys from Titan Esports. Here's the old one, Influence Rage, but now with a new brand. So the thing is, this team has so many good players. We're talking about Syndra, we're talking about Hotun here, which is very experienced one. So will they be able to face a 9Z Globant and defeat them to guarantee the survival in the competition?
We're about to find out, especially as we probably going to go ahead take a look at 9Z Globant's roster. They're another team that we are going to be waiting on to see if they can kind of find that magic. I believe we've been talking about how much that they kind of have been on different straits than each other players.
Yes, before we get into all this, let's hear what Titan Esports have to say.
Bueno, ahora voy a decir mi draft ideal para equipo. De Roamer elijo a Paquito de Alpha 7. De Mid también elijo a Frost de Alpha 7. De experiencia elijo a Chino de 9Z. Después de oro también elijo a Gusta de 9Z, los dos jugadores de 9Z, las dos hay de 9Z. Y de jungla pongo a Haydon Bush de Entity. Y ahí es un equipo bastante agresivo, bastante completo. No hace falta un show caller ni nada. Tenés todo lo que un equipo necesita: agresividad y más que nada macro game.
Alrighty, and let's jump into 9Z Globant's lineup right here on the EXP lane. We got Chino, and on the jungle, Luisino, and then on the mid lane, we got Golan, Gusta Lagusta, and our roamer Alboro Crazy.
Oh.
I know. Yeah, a great lineup here, and you can even see that one of those picks, Chino, was actually called out there with our last little video there as one of the players that they would like to put on like one of their perfect teams. Here, they just need. We've talked about it before. There's such a great lineup of individuals here, but yet to really capture that magic as a team. And hopefully, here in the playoffs, that is exactly what we're gonna see.
O meu Dream Team eu também colocaria o Paquito como rota, por constância mesmo e por criatividade. No mid eu colocaria o Shan, que tá na Rage. Acho o Shan muito gênio também e jogou muito bem internacionalmente. XP acho que o Rezu também pelo mesmo motivo de constância. E Jungle acho que tem um empate ali entre o King e o Flick, porque o King domina muito mais tanque do que o Flick, só que o Flick é muito diferente de assassino, então tipo, acaba que um sobressai o outro em funções diferentes, mas os dois jungle estão ali, mas eu acho que eu colocaria o Flick ainda, top 1, pelo meta de hoje em dia tá mais para assassino, colocaria o Flick top 1, foi rota mid, jungle, XP e gold, Upa, colocaria o Upa, acho que é o Gold Laner que tem mais constância ali e que mais acaba indo para finais e se destacando individualmente.
Alright, now that we heard from both teams, remember guys, this is the final one for one of these teams. So a lot of stakes are on the line right now for them.
It's the final countdown. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, just keep on going on. But yeah, for one of these teams, it will be a unfortunate road back home, and one of them will be moving forward. That cushion of the lower bracket does not exist until tier 2, which we will have starting tomorrow. And we know both of these teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail to try to fit themselves into that tier, to try to find themselves a victory here today.
Yeah, no second chances here, no surprises in lineups, no new players at this time for Titan Esports versus 9Z Globant. So this is a do or a die match once again. This is now or never for both one of these teams. One of the teams here are going to still survive in the competition. One of them are going to say goodbye at this first split here on MCT AMER South. So everything can happen.
Yes, no more warm-ups. This is it, guys. They have to get it together. This is it. No more chances, guys. You guys have to bring it this time around, okay? 9Z and Titan Esports, show us what you got.
Yeah, and for both of these teams too, there's so much history for both of these teams kind of coming into this as well. Their shared amount of successes throughout the history of LATAM, and it's just so interesting to see a lot of the changes that they've kind of gone through that have kind of, dare I say, hindered them a bit moving forward. Here, they're starting. We saw at the end of the Swiss stage when it came to a lot of these, they're starting to kind of find those pieces, find that synergy, but possibly not fast enough. Here, this is where you're going to have to all lay it all on the line. If you've got those changes, those strategies that you've been trying to test out, this is where you kind of present that finished product of your organization, of your team, of the players out there. This is not the time when you are kind of silent or quiet when it comes to your comms and stuff. This is where we kind of take everything that has been taught to you and bring it forward to hopefully get yourselves a victory here. This is going to be another our next best of 5 out here for both of these teams.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting, especially when it comes to Titan Esports, because as the same situation coming from Entity 7, for example, that they brought the Trinity, that was the champion from the All Black Sentence in the last season, for example. They got Steffi and Orochi as well from that Black Sentence. But totally different than that is happening with Entity 7, which are winning, which are like guaranteeing the first seed for MCT AMER South. Titan Esports is struggling some issues, is facing some like problems they are able to fix because they are really good, the coaching staff are really good, the team are really good, but so far we are not seeing this happening in the MCT AMER South. They're struggling with some issues, they're facing some problems that we are about to see if they solved these problems now facing 9Z Globant.
Yes, and who is Freya? I've never seen her at all in the field. She go ahead and getting that first ban again. She's banned out. The South has never seen her see the light of day on the Land of Dawn. But also, they're also going to ban the Yve over here on the side because she can be a menace to deal with.
It's really interesting that we had been talking a little bit about Black Sentence and the path that they need to lay forward to be successful, because I feel like in that same vein, these you have 2 teams here that have I want to say the same type of road, but I feel like theirs is a little bit shorter because they have those established players. They know what the dare I say taste of victory is like and what it needs to take to go and be victorious. They just need to put that together with the teammates. Just because you've got great players on one team doesn't mean you're going to immediately have that success and that synergy. It's going to take you some time here. Still, as we take a look at some of these bans out there, I do see like Sora, Boxia still out there for both of these teams as well. Wondering if that Boxia is going to probably be that last ban here for the side of Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, so Titan Esports here, banning a Harley as the 9Z Globant banning Harley here as the first time ban phase here. Zunshin and Freya or Titan Esports, I think that they are banning Fulvius, for example, or Baxia or Fulvius. Fulvius the first of the last ban here, like coming out for Titan Esports. We're about to see now how 9Z Globant is going to work. There's still Baxia open. I don't know. I don't think that they're going to start with Claws, for example, guaranteeing the Marksman in the gold lane. That could be interesting. But I believe there's probably going to be Baxia here, the first pick.
Yeah, there are a lot of things open right now. The Harith, the Baxia, Sora. A lot of options, yeah. There's a lot of options here for each team to choose. So we'll see what they end up going with here. We're still waiting to see what they feel would be the best pick first. And of course, there it is.
I feel like this was a purposeful draft too, because you take out the Phoveus and you leave the Boxia open, which is, yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say, is you leave the Boxia open, that's gonna be the priority. And now that you've taken Phoveus off there, you've taken a big threat from Harith off of the board, which is gonna allow you to pick him up there. This does kind of allow, I wanna say, the possibility of a Granger coming out for the side of 9Z Globant as well, but we'll have to see how the draft kind of unwinds there. But I feel like this is possibly the plan that we were looking for on the side of Titan Esports. And then, yeah, you bring out the Valentina because you've already taken off her biggest threat as well.
Yeah, so and that's an interesting fact here between these 2 teams. They face each other on Swiss stage, and it was 2-0 for Titan Esports. So there is still more like things to get, like more sauce in this classic here, in this duel versus among these 2 teams. But the response for Titan Esports was really, really strong here, coming out with Harith and Valentina. Now we're seeing which 9Z Globant is about to bring. A carry, maybe Kalia? No, Gloom. Okay, alright. So they got 2 tankies, and to avoid any kind of problem, they guarantee one of the counters, like one of the natural counters by tankies, that is carry. Good play.
Yeah, carry can be good late, but is she okay to go up against a Harith? Like in the start? I mean, he's pretty dashy as well and able to kind of dish that damage on her. They left that Sora open. I wonder if Titan Esports would pick that up. I know they'll have both the Valentina and the Sora. I know they were trying to block 9Z from gaining that additional Sora there, but interesting.
Now I'm wondering where we're going to go on the side, because I feel like we need some type of capture. You're right when you brought up the Kalea, but maybe they're kind of waiting to bring the Kalea out against something like the Harley. They don't want to kind of dip into that well just yet here to try to take down the Harith. But I still feel like we need something to kind of be able to iron down onto the Harith, possibly something like a Cho that could be able to kind of really isolate him and negate a lot of what he brings, the mobility that he brings to a lot of these fights as well. Here, I feel like we've got a very front line heavy type of composition. I feel like a very basic composition coming out from 9Z Globant, where you've got that tanky front line, you're trying to create that distance and that CC so carry can kind of go off with that speedy light wheel. But on the side of Titan Esports, you've got a lot of ability to close that distance, to get to that back line. I mean, Valentina and Harith we already know how well that they can dash through here. Suyo, though, can just burst through the entire front line if he wants to kind of get to that back line to get in and close the distance on the carry. So it's going to be very interesting with these compositions as we move into the second banning phase.
Yeah, so as we're seeing here now, Titan Esports guaranteeing the ban from Linux. In Linux, and now we're seeing Yuzong coming out from a 9Z Globant. It's a very interesting focus here, probably in the mid lane and the XP lane here with 9Z. For the XP lane here, I believe that could be the last one, could be the Lapu here for Arctic, for example, or yeah, maybe. But now let's see, let's wait for the last choice of a ban here coming up for both teams. But still assuming here there's a lack of especially in the mid lane for a 9Z Globant. There is still some heroes open, like okay, Farsa is one of them, but no Zunshin. I changed my mind. No Zunshin, no Ivy, no Farsa, no Lunox. Maybe Lilia,
Zetian.
Or Zetian for the early game.
Yeah, with the CC will be helpful for him, I think. Yeah, so if they did pick that up, I think that would be a great choice for them in some way to kind of stop them in their tracks and kind of give the upper hand to the team to kind of go in on that.
The only issue is Zacian. You pick up the Zacian, you're giving the Rage of the Phoenix, Fury of the Phoenix to Valentina as well. If you pick up the Lilia, you negate the Valentina if you pick up the Lilia. However, this is not a prime Lilia type of game. You've got too much mobility on the side of Titan Esports for Lilia and those Gloom Bombs to really be able to do the damage and have the impact that you want on them. The only other thing I was gonna say is in the north, we've been seeing Gord out there, which has been kind of funny because he has a decent. He can pretty much spam out his stun a lot of the times there, and if you combine that with that stun with Glue's engagement as well, you would be able to, especially with the Mystic Gush, you'd be able to burst down this fairly squishy lineup from Titan Esports, but not with a Khalid and a Valentina, because they will burst down a Gord in seconds.
Yes.
I don't know. For me, I feel like they could pick up a Kimmy. I don't know. Kimmy's mobile. I don't know. Here we are trying to guess. We're like, what is it? Come on, guys.
No, but it makes sense. No, she has the range, she has like this mobility thing versus Khalid and Valentina. That would be very interesting to 9Z Globant. But now
okay.
Louis.
They want that teleporting, so that's gonna be really great. for them to get around the map.
When it comes to the duality here, for example, and versus some mobile heroes with some ability as like Harriet and Valentina, I don't know. Maybe Nightzy could work really well with the macro, especially with the teleport ultimate from Louis. That could be very interesting. But with the composition, which is not a very melee one, coming out from Titan Esports, maybe it could work, but I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I love Louis. It's one of my favorite mages to play. However, you have a very mobile group. You're gonna have to be the most fantastic Liu Yi player to be able to kind of lock down a lot of these players with that damage. And I feel like she is a little bit slower when it comes to her scaling to where she actually is doing a decent amount of damage. I feel like we're really leaning on those diversions to be able to surprise Titan Esports. And I mean, if it's the diversions you're going to be leaning on and your whole team is on board, I feel like that could be something that upsets Titan here.
Yeah, and especially when it comes to a Titan Esports composition with a very high mobility here, but we are about to see what is going to happen here because, ladies and gentlemen and folks, welcome once again to the Land of Dawn. This is the first game of the second match. Here, 9Z Globant versus Titan Esports. It's a now or never situation. Let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, both of these teams fighting for their position in the playoffs. One of these teams will be moving forward. One of these teams will be going home. Neither one see that prospect as generous for them, so they're going to be fighting for all their worth.
Yeah, so now we're seeing here the first minute. Oh, here they come!
Yeah, and this is what we were already. Oh man, and down goes Steffi. I believe that was the magic worship that came out from Fashion to be able to tick down. Even he had left the fight like 3 seconds ago and still got taken down, ticking damage coming out from that Liu Yi pick.
I saw a ghost with the spiritual hammer or something to guarantee the kill on Steffi. Now it comes the first blood here for 9Z Globant. 40 seconds for the first turtle. That could be interesting for a 9Z Globant composition so far, but oh, Steffi, what are you doing? Okay.
Yeah, Steffi, I mean, I know you want to be aggressive on this Khalid pick, but man, and it's so funny too, because we were talking about how worth and how the scaling of Fashion on this Liu Yi, and then immediately he's able to pick up a kill, the first blood for 9Z Globant. Taking a look at some of the items, yeah, it does seem like we have that worship on the Liu Yi as well, so that was going to be what killed Steffi as well. So they're going to need to reset, kind of think about some of these engagements, especially when you're kind of losing the early game advantage that you want to have with the Valentina and the Khalid pick, who dish out a decent amount of damage. Chino going into the back line against 3 members, immediately tries to latch on, but this might be a poor choice as Chino able to take down Hotun.
Yeah, another kill for 9Z Globant and the first total guarantee by the team. And it was a really clever here because we were talking about like Louis' situation versus some mobility heroes, but now something is happening in the jungler of Titan Esports. We're not seeing that, but in the little map we can see that Suyo was taking so much damage, Private, that he was forced to head back to the base.
If I could have a dream, it would be to see the top part of this map to see what happened in that fight over there. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to. We do stick on the Chino and Arctic. Arctic, who will have to go back to base, and that's going to go ahead and lose him a few minions here if he decides. Oh, actually, yeah, he decides no. The minions are not worth trying to lose. He wants to go back into it to try to clean that up underneath his lane there. 2-0 right now for 9Z Globant.
Yeah, 2-1-0, 2-0 here for 9Z Global. Oh, Arctic!
Oh, Arctic, what a play! He almost gets taken out as Alburo Crazy dives underneath the tower, immediately goes into Bravest Fighter form, puts out a stun, and then able to find his way and escape. A great play by Arctic.
9Z Globant here acting activating the turbo mode, playing so aggressive. And I was trying to talk about like Louis' situation here, like versus some with mobility heroes from a Titan Esports. They compensate this playing together. Louis, Crazy with Hilda, which has like the speedy movement, and Luizinho with the Boxer and the Beyblade mode, for example. So they compensate somehow this lack of mobility coming out from fishing, you know. But Crazy, my goodness.
Yeah, he's gonna get caught here by Steffi, but Luizinho is right there to be able to cut them off. Now in a great position is 9Z Globant for this next Lord. Steffi looking for an angle to get in here from the back. In comes Arctic, but now taken in between all the members of 9Z Globant. Oh, Chino still able to find the kill onto Arctic.
Yeah, so another kill here for Chino. This glue is on fire. 3-0 so far for 9Z Globant. Another turtle. What a very interesting and very good early game coming out from a 9Z Globant. As we see Chino with the Patrick skin once again. But now the purple buffs could be in trouble. Oh no, Hotun was able to defend. Hotun was able to guarantee, while a Crazy is always like causing trouble, causing pressure. Oh my goodness, what in the world is this Hilda?
Yeah, you can see up at the top. Ooh, Luizinho just narrowly misses hitting Fury. Steffi gonna go ahead, interrupt that spin from the 9Z Globant jungler. On the backside, Syndrak putting on the damage onto Crazy, who, I mean, pretty tanky right now. There's not gonna be much that's stopping him. I feel like on the task of roams who are being a nuisance, Crazy really doing a great job of trying to kind of enforce the will there. Arctic taking some damage there from Fashion, is going to back off to try to defend this mid tower.
Yeah, but the tempo here could not be very interesting for 9Z, because when Gusta was heading back in the base to regen the HP, Crazy was like playing aggressive and he took some damage, so he was able to head back. And the things that could for Gusta could be a very worse. But now Crazy versus Steffi. Syndra is heading up now from the top lane. Sky Peters for Hotun. I don't know. Is it the first item though?
Yeah, I mean, you're really expecting to have a good game, especially since you already have a death on your hands there. Next turtle is up, as you can see it down there. It's going to be the third and final. I believe that's the final turtle for this game, as 9Z Globant trying to get there very quickly. Oh, and a little bit of an engagement. Steffi in trouble, is not able to get away. Even tried to use the Raging Sandstorm, but it was not enough. Arctic gets taken, is able to take down Fashion onto the backside. A lot of damage as Crazy takes down a Fury. Syndrak here, and a little bit of a hello there from Crazy to Syndrak, as he's going to be able to find himself and escape again. And not even a contest at the turtle.
Yeah, the recall dances for the celebrate, but now once again, Crazy being crazy versus the 3 players.
You know, the crazy thing is to me is that I think somebody asked me like who I prefer when it comes to that early game advantage when it comes to Hilda and a Khalid, and I personally prefer Khalid because I like the damage he can do. Syndrak, woo, almost got taken down with that yin yang coming out from Fashion on the Lu Yi. But yeah, here I feel like we are just not taking advantage of the connection that we have with the Valentina, the damage, the early game. Steph has just been kept at a bay.
Yeah, so it makes total sense here, Private. You're totally right. But now here we're seeing Chino. I don't think that he knows that he about to face the 2 players, but now now we have 2v1.
Yeah, I don't think he's too afraid here. He knows he's pretty tanky. He's going to be able to withstand but Arctic on the backside is going to be looking to maybe close it out. Oh, but we had the diversion come in from 9Z Globant. Absolutely surprised Arctic. It surprised me. I almost couldn't figure out how they got back there. Fashion using the flicker to get back, and he gets taken. You see Hotun gets taken down as well.
I'm almost sure that he wasn't expecting everyone in that Louis ultimate here. in the top side, and once again, and it worked so well for 9Z Globant. 7 kills versus only 1. Luizinho, oh, you might be strong, but you're not immortal, dude, so you better take care. You better be careful. But now he didn't give up. He is there. The party's going on.
Oh, yeah, the entire team. You better tell him again that he's not immortal, because I don't think he's figured it out. He does get taken down there by Titan Esports. Chino finds a kill onto Steffi. Feshin finds one onto Arctic. So 2 down for Titan Esports. They do put themselves up on the board. Houghton finds a kill onto Alburo Crazy, now looking for an escape. 9 and 3 on the board in favor of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, so Sidra can be the next victim here, but now she... Oh!
Gusta La Gusta, absolutely blown apart by Fury, laid down that Zaman Force and dashed in to put so much damage on him. That's going to go ahead and open up a pathway for this first Lord of the game. Steffi trying to be damage control, trying to get the zoning out as Chino sitting here right up in the front. Zaman Force has been laid down onto the ground. Lord down to 25%. The Raging Sandstorm comes out as Chino takes down Fury, looking for the retribution. Luizinho able to find and steal that Lord. Meanwhile, we continue to fight as Arctic is getting pounded on by the roam. Chino looking for another kill is not going to be able to find it.
Yeah, but now Stefan, the team fight still goes on with 2 more kills for 9Z Globant. Luizinho is the thief. He stole the Lord. He stole my heart. He stole everything for 9Z Globant so far. The first line of towers here, there is no longer for Titan Esports, and the Lord is heading on the top side.
Yeah, it's very slow, as you can see the at the bottom, mounting a bit of offense there to go ahead and take down that next tier 2 towers. It's about to be only high grounds left for Titan Esports. Ooh, we have another diversion coming as you see 9Z Globant joining the fight there. Feshin and Gusta La Gusta joining in up at the top lane to kind of accompany this Lord fight. Are we looking at an engagement coming from 9Z Globant? They're all standing in position, but wisely not looking for an engage. They already got everything that they needed. They're down to just the high ground towers on Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, for 9Z Globant here, it is enough to destroy the second line of towers, but look at Alburo Crazy, but now he was spotted. Yeah, oops, okay.
I was about to say, out came that Sentinel there, and Alburo Crazy takes a heap of damage, and that might be enough for him. Steffi inside the bush. Alburo Crazy looking for a disengagement from that team, and unfortunately, Titan Esports just really on the back foot. 6K behind right now at the 11-minute mark. Alburo Crazy dives in against 2 members and still able to find an escape, an evil queller just for the sake of it. Hotun throws that out there and now gonna go clear the bottom lane.
You were saying that Alburo Crazy was looking for a disengage. In my head was like, no, he was looking for trouble. That's what he's looking for here at this point of the game. But now, once again, 9Z Globant, Luizinho with the Beyblade form here, like only buy time, only buying some info for his teammate. As you said about the goal lead here, in average 5K here for 9Z Globant, 35 seconds remaining for the next Lord. That's a very good situation. It's a very interesting advantage for 9Z Globant. I've seen the damage dealt so far. Alburo Crazy with Hilda is leading the top.
Yeah, that is amazing, especially to come out from your roam, especially when it's not a Khalid who usually leads those damage charts with how much he can end out there. Ooh, evil queller. Hotun tried to be able to steal that away. Now, Lord at 3 seconds away, a little bit of engagement up at top. Arctic fighting it out. Is that gonna be enough? Ooh, flickers out into his team. Arctic in trouble, gets bursted down by Feshin.
Yeah, another kill here for 9Z Globant after 13 minutes at 13 kills here for 9Z. The Lord is on the pitch. Here comes the ultimate for Louis at the right time, my friend Private. What in the world?
Yeah, a beautiful diversion coming out from Feshin to put 9Z Globant in perfect position to be able to take out this Lord. I was gonna say we weren't big on the damage that Feshin was gonna be able to do, but if they were gonna be able to take advantage of these diversions, which they have, it was gonna be something that Titan Esports were just not gonna be able to handle. And the map presence is incredible coming from 9Z.
Yeah, another Lord here now heading for a 9Z Globant once again. The situation is a 9Z Globant's composition are not like this a full engage, you know. They don't have the hard engage. They don't have the initiation. But Albora Crazy indeed, he's not like, he doesn't give a damn about that, and he's playing aggressive as Luizinho is playing well. But now the Lord is heading on the mid lane, Private.
Oh yeah, you can see Steffi in a little bit of trouble there as Albero Crazy follows him in. Lord pressing the advantage into the mid lane as the rest of the team gonna go ahead and enforce their will. Another high ground down at the bottom tower. Is Titan Esports going to be able to fend off this attack? I want to say this is where Feshin is going to shine with all the enemies grouped up like this. You can see them trying to jock for position here. Is it going to be enough? Ooh, Evil Queller is able to connect on the 3 members of a 9Z. They do back up, but only a little bit, trying to bait out some of these fights from Titan Esports.
As we've seen the Curse Helmet, we're seeing the Radiant Armor, the Oracle here for Chino as well. The add things for a Boxa, the Radiant Armor, the Chesties, and the Curse Helmet. So you see the 9Z Globant composition, the most of the players are like taking care. They are aware about like this damage coming out from the magic situation. So, oops.
Oh man, I didn't even see where that was going. They go ahead on the opposite side and they surprise Titan Esports, but it looks like Titan Esports are going to be able to disengage from that fight. Chino going to be able to get away from the rest of the opponents. But man, Feshin right now sitting at 4-1-8. I think the last time I saw 2,000 gold lead over Syndrek, and that's incredible, especially for a Valentina who supposedly can scale so well. And Feshin has taken the lead in the damage charts.
Fashion and a Crazy here, the duo form from 9Z Globant so far. Now the high ground here only in the top lane, heading for a Titan Esports. The base is like almost full open here. But 9Z Globant, they don't want to take any kind of a risk. They are waiting probably for the next Lord here to open a situation, to try and find someone lost in the jungle, lost in the sides, for example, on the sides, to take more advantage in this game so far. Malefic Gun guaranteed by Gusta Lagusta. We're not seeing him seem so proactive in this first game, but still it's a carry. It's a strong late game. It's a true damage.
We didn't see it up there, but Albero Crazy still harassing the entirety of the team at the bottom map. They tried to chase him. Now we have another engagement coming out here. Albero Crazy, Gusta Lagusta finds the kill there onto Steffi, but that was enabled by Albero Crazy to try to come in there and find the damage. Now, one player down for the side of Titan Esports. It is 14-4, and are they just going to go ahead? Yeah, I don't think they're going to go ahead and take that fancy diversion from Feshin. They're just going to go ahead and mark their way down. Actually, not even go for the Lord. They want a fight. They're just kind of daring Titan Esports right now to kind of try to come out and get us.
Yeah, marching for the Lord here, but only 10 seconds to Steffi head back in the game again. So I don't think that 9Z is gonna start this Lord.
Yeah, I'm kind of. It looks like they're looking for a diversion. They keep grouping around Feshin, looking for an angle that they want to come into here, and that's just the teamwork. That's communication. This is what we were talking about that we wanted to see from 9Z, and who better to really show that off than a Lu Yi pickup? Now they're gonna go ahead, start on this Lord Arctic on the backside. Steffi trying to get into position. You can see 9Z Globant getting into position. They want this fight out there. Concealed players out there. Gusta Lagusta is the target. They try to go after it. They're not going to be able to find it. Steffi gets a lot of damage coming out from Fashion. On the backside, Syndra gonna have to use that flicker, but Gusta La Gusta puts the damage on, and down goes Arctic. Now underneath Hotun, looking for an escape as the rest of 9Z trying to chase him down. Luisinho coming in from the backside, putting on the stun, and Fashion finishing the job.
Finishing the job here with the 3 players down, coming up for 9Z Globant. That is the chance that they needed. Oh, but now here comes the end, my friend Private.
Oh, and that is a wrap. Unfortunate for Fury there on the Harith, got surprised by the diversion, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a 9Z Globant victory.
First win goes for 9Z Globant, Zena.
We are seeing another side of 9Z today. They started off strong and kept it going right here. They, let me look at my notes real quick. Literally killing it by like the 10-minute mark. Chino, he was a driving force already right there. Like 6 kills, no deaths, 3 assists. Then showing all the glues how he's played, and also that Lu Yi, I'm just saying, that perfect timing for her to get them to that Lord. Oh my god, it was amazing to see all of that in action. It was super exciting to watch that match.
I know we had a little bit of concerns when the Lu Yi pickup came out. There's a reason she's kind of stayed out of the meta, because some of the damage doesn't really stack up. But I say that, and then she gets the first blood, and then you get the first blood there for Fashion, and then not only that, but the use. It might not have been like the spam use that you usually see when it comes to diversions, but still well executed here, and with the huge ability to be able to surprise Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, all for sure that I can say to you guys is Chino didn't give us the chance to see Glue, like, because he didn't die in this time.
Oh my gosh.
but jokes aside here, guys, jokes aside here, guys, we are seeing that as we are checking out the stats, there was a huge victory coming out from 9Z Globant actually, because as we were talking about before this match starts, there in the Swiss format, in the Swiss phase, Titan Esports was able to win a 9Z Globant in a 2-0, you know. And after the last game coming out from 9Z, we were talking about like, okay, 9Z, it's a very good team with a very good players, but the lack of like the personality, maybe that could be one of the reasons that like they were not like play 100% in their potential, you know. So by the time that the players started talking and starting to be on the same page, it seems that things are starting to work so well for the team, you know, for the teammates. And as we were seeing here at in the first game, we were talking about like, okay, maybe this Louis could not be the best choice, but they compensate this lack of mobility with Albora Crazy and Luisinho playing together with Louis for most of the times, and it gave them the chance to guarantee the kills, to guarantee like this playing style together to get more advantage. And Albora Crazy, oh my goodness, what a crazy Hilda here from the first minute for 9Z Globant. So this aggression at this time for Albora Crazy makes a total sense, because the rest of the teams are like on the same page. They were playing together, they were playing aggressive, they were so dynamic. You look at this. I'm almost sure that is it Steffi? No, Arctic. Arctic wasn't expecting like the whole gang from 9Z Globant in that ultimate, you know? So they played so well together as a team, you know, as a full synergy that gave them the first victory.
Yeah, and when it comes to that, it's sometimes I feel like sometimes it kind of comes down to when was the last time that Lu Yi was actually used? And here's that very slippery little ultimate that got them down to the Lord pit so quickly. But I feel like because you haven't seen the Lu Yi in so long, I feel like maybe there was a momentary where Arctic was like, that circle looks familiar. I can't quite place what it does. And then boom, you've got the entire team coming for you, and it's like, oh yeah, that's right. And man, I feel like this is so crazy to see, especially to see a Lu Yi out here.
All right, and here we have it. They dictated the pace and they controlled the outcome. Let's break down our MVP, Chino. I was talking about our little glue here. He was showing all the glues what it was made of, how to play glue, right? So 608 KDA, 38.8 total damage, and 588 golds per minute. He did an amazing job there, being a frontline, being that annoying force. But Alboro Crazy was also an annoying force. They just did wonderfully as a team, and this is a side of 9Z, like I said before, that we have not seen in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, so that's a perfect Patrick here. That's a perfect glue coming out from Chino here for 9Z Globant. And as you well said, Zina, that he was a huge front line, not only getting to the resistance situation, but also to isolate some players with the ultimate, with the ability. You see that he was like trying to isolate the players from Titan Esports here to let the rest of the teammates guaranteeing the kills from 9Z Globant. And it worked really well for 9Z to get the first win here.
Man, he was diving in even when it was 3 players. I feel like I remember him diving in underneath the purple buff on to Titan Esports, and I think he jumped on to Hotun, but the rest of the team, they were still trying to burst him down, and you basically have Hotun yelling like, stop, and until finally he got taken down by Chino. And after that, he was just all over the place. And you guys were exactly right. When it came to trying to take out for the immobility of a Lu Yi, despite the diversion you have out there, when you have the Hilda, the Boxia, basically making up for that because they're covering around the entirety of the map so quickly. Just a great game and a great execution coming out from 9Z Globant.
Yes, it was wonderful to see for sure. I loved how they put that all together. So they brought out, they came to play this time around. The playoffs is no joke for them, and they're making sure they stick around for the rest of it.
Yeah, so as we used to say, they used to say, like, playoff, it's a whole different level, it's a whole different story, you know. So they have to like play differently that they were used to playing in the Swiss stage. And it's working so far for 9Z Globant as they got the first win here. As we were talking about, like, okay, in the Swiss stage, Titan Esports, they took the best point, that they took the victory over 9Z Globant. But now here comes 1-0 for 9Z Globant so far, and it is really a good surprise to see like the whole team from 9Z Globant at the same page, at the same like synergy, at the same synchrony here to allow them to get their full potential. Because I was wondering, is it for the first time at the first match, was say, what is happening to 9Z Globant? Because they are so good. They have Gusalagusa, which is a former champion. They have Bodo Crazy, which is a very good roaming. Fishing, a very good mid lane. If you used to play in some of the highest teams here in the South region, why are not they a fit? Why are they not matching? You know, why are they not like making the perfect composition here, the perfect lineup? But now they are getting to know each other, they are talking, they are like living, you know, they're practicing, they're training, and this is working, and this is like starting to show some results for 9Z.
I feel like this is probably one of the more scarier things that you can face in the playoffs, is a team that hasn't made any changes, but has had like pieces that they've been missing through the Swiss stage, and now that you got to the playoffs, they've all locked in and they've kind of formed this cohesive machinery of a team that is just so dominant, especially, like I said, dominant enough to be able to pull out a Lu Yi. It's kind of funny to me that, like, we were sitting here trying to guess, like, because they had basically taken off all of these mages on the side of Titan Esports Club, and we were sitting here trying to guess what would they go for. And Lu Yi is just one of those, like, it's very hard to predict, especially against that composition. That was not really a Lu Yi composition that you wanted to go against, because she favors a lot going against melee heroes, slower front line that is slow and immobile, but still able to shine there, and that really kind of shows the dominance. Here, a big prioritization coming out for the Claude on 9Z's side.
Yeah, it seems like they're target banning these gold laners, right? The hair is taking out the carry as well. But speaking on that Lu Yi, like you were saying, I think that they picked the Lu Yi because of and it worked so well because, like you said, they weren't expecting a Lu Yi to be chosen in the tournaments, and it just was a surprise to them. But let's see if 9Z is able to kind of like do a back-to-back thing here, right? Like you said, they have a lot of winners, past winners on the side of 9Z, and they may have found that synergy and the way to work that all right. So right here we see they're picking up Fredrin and Yves on that side. That was banned last time. So Yves' damage is gonna be hard to deal with, and that control, right?
Yeah. So you know what, guys? When you were talking about like Louis' situation, and I was like thinking with myself here, with my strong imagination, there was like it's something like Scooby-Doo's plot twist here. Like, you know, like, okay, you're seeing Louis, okay, with the ultimate that is the global presence in the whole map. Actually, basically, you know, like, the enemy like is seeing Louis, say, oh, it's Louis, but now she takes off the mask and say, surprise, it's Chip here. Because like we can see some situation like she can bring the whole gang, the whole teammates for a team fight, for example, you know. So that is okay, maybe I'm too crazy thinking about that, but it comes to some situation, some similarity with Chip here to allow the team to play together. Is some of that situation, you know. So it allowed to the 9Z to get more advantage, to protect some lanes, to protect some teammates, especially the carry ones, Gusta, for example. And it was like able to do that with Louis and this her global ultimate. And so far it worked really well for 9Z. But now we see the draft happening here. Claude for Vias and Gato Chacha for 9Z Globant when it comes to Glue, Fredrin, and Evie for Titan Esports here. Oh my gosh, Phobius and Gatoch here for the mid lane of plus mid of Roamer and XP lane here. That is a very strong controlling map so far from 9Z Global.
Yeah, the only problem is we still need to slot in a mage that will kind of assist with that early game as well, because Gatakacha's well, I mean, he can rotate pretty decently among another focus on this mid lane by the side of I feel like
who will come? Nana
is feeling some things inside of him right now. But I mean, this is actually really exciting to me to be able to see. You got all these bans out there, so I mean, we're gonna start seeing some different picks up in the mid lane as well. The one thing I wanted to point out too is just kind of how much that loss has to hurt, because you had the Harith, you had the Suyo, you had the Valentina. These are just some prime picks for in the current meta to have on a loss now, that you're gonna have to kind of scramble to try to throw something together here. I do like the ban coming out for the to have Hylos taken off of there as well, because that combination with Eve can be pretty toxic. Basically, once you lay down that real world manipulation in the glorious pathway, like there's no escaping that because of how much you get slowed down there as well. But looking for those last 2 picks to come out of Titan Esports. I believe we're still looking possibly for a roam pickup here, as well as that marksman.
Yeah, they for sure do not want to go against that Eve and Hylos combo. They're gonna go ahead and pick up the Beatrix here for her bursty damage. I'm guessing to kind of contest against this Claude here, but he's pretty mobile, so or can get out of the ultimates pretty easily from Beatrix, and when she throws them out. So I'm kind of at a loss for that, but ZTN is still open. Zetian, I don't know how you say it, but she's still open. Lilia's still open. They still have some good picks here for these mages.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out here how Beatrix fit in that composition. Assuming there is still the roaming missing Akai for 9Z Globant, and the mid lane here comes with Valir. Okay, so the mission is protect the carry and disengage for... Oh, okay, Marcel. I was like, okay, in the mid. No. It's Ivy in the mid lane.
Gonna be fun.
Yeah, this is a very interesting combination coming out. That Marcel in the last pick. I feel the exact same way currently when I see a Beatrix too. She's fallen so far below a lot of marksmen's that, like, when you see her, you're like, where does she fit in here? I like the versatility of her kit that she can kind of put out there, but other than that, I feel like she takes a decent amount of time to kind of come online. You do have a little bit of an escape from her. I don't feel like she has pressure against Claude. I don't know what the obvious reason for her over something else. Here, the Valir, though, gonna be matched up against the Glue and the Fredrin is gonna be something that Titan Esports really need to watch out for.
Yeah, and despite, even the Weekend Plus here with the Flames of Vengeance, so it's not that easy to control Valir in that composition coming out from a Titan Esports. So these answers we are going to see now once again, because welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is the second game, 9Z Globant versus Titan Esports. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna take a step forward to still survive in the competition? Let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, Titan Esports looking to answer back after that loss they took in the first match, looking to kind of continue this on. And who better to try to lead the way than Steffi on this Marcel pick? As we've seen, the more aggressive that you can be, the more ooh, actually baits out a couple abilities from Fashion. Steffi goes in on against Alburo. Crazy does have that healing out for him, but Luisinho comes in to join up with that fight, finding themselves a little bit of a push. Luisinho gets taken out. Steffi with the kill there.
Yeah, that could be worse for 9Z Globant because the kill was for Steffi, but here is Steffi still continue the chase.
Yeah, he's being so aggressive, and this is what we saw before when it comes to having a Marcel on your team. Aggressive, out there getting a lot of these stuns, great setups for your team, but the team just needs to be ready. They need to be at a moment's notice to find when he finds these stuns to be able to turn on a dime and be able to try to find those kills.
And the first kill here for a 9Z, a Titan Esports, I'm so sorry. I was trying to figure out why they were like focusing on a Fredrin, you know, because we were able to see the large of the shield that he has. So he bought so much time for a Titan Esports here to get the response of that initiation. So the first kill here was for Titan Esports. Could be better because he was with Steffi, but now Arctic here could be in trouble. But here comes the cavalry.
Quickly, Steffi closed the distance on that bottom lane. Now a big old fight coming out as Demonic Force starting to go, slamming down. Chino gonna go, just misses Arctic. Heavy spin onto the backside, and we do have a golden hour. tower. Steffi waiting in position, looking for an opportunity to come in there. Oh, Burrow Crazy needs to find an escape. He might be, he was able to get back from that fight. Demonic Force slamming down onto Arctic as Luisinho able to find the kill. Chino finds a kill onto Hotun, and that's gonna set up this first turtle for 9Z Globant.
Chino, it's a lifesaver here. I'm not sure if you saw. Oops, here comes Steffi versus Chino. Okay, but I'm Private. I'm not sure if you saw it, but in the last moment, the ability for Vios, the Slayer one, he knocked up 2 players from Titan Esports. It was enough to 9Z Globant to reverse that situation so far for the team. 2 kills here, 1 for Chino, 1 for Luisinho. Here they come.
Oh, yeah, you see some of them go after Hotun. We do have a split out there. Turtle's down. Fury actually able to come in, find himself a turtle. Chino gets killed by Syndrak, and with the help of an Appraiser's Wrath by Hotun. 2-2 right now. Titan Esports is on the board.
Yeah, 2-2 here, but the first turtle goes for Titan Esports after 3 minutes, almost 4. But now the focus can be the top side, Gusta Lagusta. But now he's able to survive. Burrow Crazy is there, like dominating the corner, like getting the info for his teammates. But now everything like appeared to settle, appeared to calm down for a moment. But it is 2-2 so far in the second game.
Yeah, a lot of mana regen for when it comes to some of these emblems for everybody. Still yet to see, I want to say, a lot of that CC and control coming out. Ooh, actually, a Pearl Crazy taking a lot of damage. Is going to have to disengage from that team fight. On the bottom here, Luisinho does take a little bit of damage. Golden Hour is out. It traps Fashion. Oh, and the damage that came out from Fury. Fury unloaded with an ultimate onto that Golden Hour, and as soon as it ended, Fashion just took a face full of bullets and almost one-shot him.
Oh, Blade of Despair for Fury right now. I believe that is going to be the first item here coming up from Beatrix after the boot. I guess. I'm not sure, but Burrow Crazy is a paper so far here. He's a thought charge. Okay, he's not a full tank, but you know, getting this damage from Beatrix, I think that okay, he has to do some physical defense immediately.
Yeah, I mean, they're making great use of this Golden Hour right now. I guess Beatrix is the kind of answer. That's why they went with the Beatrix, is because of the damage that they can dish out when the Golden Hour ends. So now looking and jockeying for a position on this next turtle. Steffi and Hotun sitting there matched up against Gusta Lagusta and Luisinho. Fury on the back end, eating a face full of blazing duet. Gusta Lagusta is going to have to use that BMI to get back. Luisinho able to capture the turtle as Titan Esports looking for the disengage.
Gusta Lagusta here almost got a kill for 9Z Globant, but the fact is the second turtle goes for 9Z Globant. So far, everything is tied up, even the gold lead.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, I love the intensity, the aggression here coming out from Steffi. He's playing this Marcel how I like to see him play, just all up in their faces, constantly getting the CC, constantly running and maneuvering around a lot of these towers. That's going to help Titan Esports to be able to pick up this next tower up at the top as well. And things have really turned around here for Titan Esports.
Yeah, Titan Esports like leading, dominating the pace, getting the first tower here in the top lane. We're seeing the damage dealt so far. Leading the top, we are seeing Syndra with Ivy and the Fashion letting like the second place with the 16k of damage dealt so far. But the fact is, we only, at least in the macro game here, Titan Esports is trying to get some advantage. They took down the first tower in top lane. That for Gusta Lagusta now he has to take care in double, because he is not allowed to play aggressive anymore, because if he might be surprised for the rest of the team from Titan Esports. 25 seconds left for the third and last turtle here, but now Stafford is trying to flank. Oh,
yeah, he comes in there, does find a little bit of a freeze onto them, but now looks like 9Z Globant. Oh, they might have caught Arctic. He's gonna have to use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. Steffi on the side, looking for an opportunity, an angle, does not find it just yet. The rest of Titan Esports starting to clamor around the turtle. They've got the positioning, looking for Luisinho. We do have the golden hour, does trap. Down comes the real world manipulation. Is it going to be enough though, as they continue on this turtle? A great positioning here for Titan Esports. Arctic doing the best he can to zone out this team. Fury able to pick up the turtle despite a huge heavy spin coming in from Luisinho. Now Titan Esports looking for the disengagement, and they do find it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the jungler is Hotun here or Fury, because Fury guaranteed 2 turtles for Titan Esports. Who needs retribution when you have true marksman here to guarantee the objectives for the team? But now here, Crazy, he sensed the danger with Lagusta, which is concerned in farm. We know that Claude is for a late game here. He has to get the items, he has to get the power spike so far. So it's not the end for a 9Z Globant, especially when we talk about the gold lead here. Is only 500 for Titan Esports, as we see now. Golden Staff, Demon Hunter, Malefic Gun for Beatrix, plus the Blade of Despair. So they are, especially the marksman ones, they are heading for the farm, they are heading for everything.
Man, the crazy thing is that Lagusta is 200 gold up on a Fury, but the value that Fury is getting with that BOD and just got the Malefic Gun, so you're gonna have a huge range. He just took down another tower at the bottom lane as well. The value that Titan Esports is getting out of this pick is huge, and we were questioning it because you don't see her every time. Fury in a little bit of trouble here now as they all clamor around. Out comes the golden hour. A heavy spin is out as well. Down comes the real manipulation from Syndrak, trying to lay down the damage for their team. Fury finds a kill onto Chino. The rest of 9Z Globant looking for an escape. Are they going to be able to find it? You see them starting to close in, close ranks. Fashion might not be long and gets taken out by Syndrak.
Yeah, so now things are getting just a little bit complicated for 9Z Globant with 2 players down. Now they can lose the tower. Oops, no. Titan Esports didn't care about the tower number 1 in the mid lane. They are heading for the Lord. Apparently, there won't be a fight back here coming out from 9Z Globant. They cannot do that, but I think that they will.
Oh yeah, you can see over here the freezing really doing its damage, and Hotun able to get it despite Luisinho coming in with the heavy spin. And the crazy thing is that Akai is usually known as a counter for the Fredrins, because you're going to be able to heavy spin them into the wall while they're trying to get this Appraiser's Wrath. They're going to be basically stunned while you're going to be free to be able to pick up this Lord and the Retribution. But Titan Esports just have such a great amount of output and damage that 9Z Globant isn't even able to find a way in there. Look at Fury blasting away at all of the members. Here comes a golden hour. Does trap Luisinho. Hotun trying to fight, looking for an escape. On the backside, Arctic taking a heap of damage and goes down to Fashion.
What in the world? Chino didn't die. What an immortal here coming out from here at this Fovius so far. Guarantee 1 more kill for a 9Z Globant, but the fact is, the Lord is for Titan Esports. It is heading on the bottom lane. 9Z Globant is heading for this objective, trying to melt down as faster as they can. So once again, the Lord is taken down. Meanwhile, Titan Esports is trying to take down the tower number 2 in the top lane, but Chino is already there to trying to defend. Our border crazy playing aggressive, plus Lagusta and Fashion on the mid lane here. But one thing I didn't see for sure, and I'm so sorry about that, they don't have the tower number 1 in the mid lane, Titan Esports, and in the bottom lane, and in the top lane. What is happening here? I didn't see MLBB Globant working this macro here to take down the first line of the towers here, Private.
Yeah, the crazy thing here is that there's just been a great amount of pressure here mounted by Titan Esports. 9Z Globant have been able to kind of, and that kind of speaks for 9Z Globant, that despite how much pressure there has been mounted, they've been able to find these angles to kind of get on the opposite side of the map, get a lot of these pushes. Gusta Lagusta does have the 3 items he needs to really start dishing out damage. So that's something that Titan Esports is going to need to be recognizing of when it comes into this next engagement, because once he comes in there to that back line with the Blazing Duet, he's going to be absolutely shredding. And I feel like we're going to get to a point where Fury's going to start falling off depending on how we angle a lot of these golden hours, because Fury has just been a menace when it comes to being able to dish out that damage. And then when the golden hour ends, it just all comes at the same time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here, especially when it comes to that kind of initiation situation, because Nice's composition has Chino, Luizinho, all Butter Crazy. They have some resistance here to any kind of like a pick-off trying or engage situation coming out from a Titan Esports. The fact is, another Lord in a pit, now in the downside of the river. Now we have both teams dancing around this Lord.
Yeah, we're not even having any split pushers. Everybody is right here looking for this fight. Arctic at the top there too as well, looking to try to find himself an angle in here. Hotun has started the Lord Fashion right there as well. Ooh, it doesn't really look like Titan Esports in a great position just yet. And both teams just dancing around, trying to pull off this Lord, waiting for the first mistake that one of their opponents is going to make. They're going to go latch on. A lot of damage comes on to Arctic. Oh, Luizinho does look for the dash, but misses it when it comes to connecting. A little bit of a push now coming in at mid lane. Both teams very relaxed, trying to find an opening here for this Lord. You can see Hotun and Arctic at the mid. Luizinho gonna go ahead and dive out of that L bush. Ooh, a little bit of a freeze there, lands onto Chino. Lord taken down. Here comes the golden hour, and Hotun freely able to pick up the Lord with that golden hour.
Yeah, Arctic here was taken down, but the Lord once again was heading for Titan Esports. The golden hour was well used by Steffi, buying time for Titan Esports, guaranteeing the Lord here. Okay, that was a worthy sacrifice, but he's still 9Z Globant pushing forward, causing pressure, now trying to deny this mini waves coming out. Oh, so we saw Patrick again laying down on the floor. I think now he's like, he wasn't, okay, he's looking up. Ah, right, but Chino, what are you doing there?
Yeah, he's trying. They're going to go in looking for the fight here if they can find it. And latching on to Fury, they really want it, but the golden hour able to stop them. On the back end, they do finally lay down the punches on the Fury to be able to take him down. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to continue this fight as they do have to answer the Lord pushing at bottom.
Yeah, I have a question here. I'm not sure, but I'm wondering who's gonna kill Chino at this point of the game, because for me, like, he's kind of immortal, because they trying to engage Chino like some minutes ago in the mid lane around the bush, and we have the execution coming out from Arctic, for example, and then the golden hour coming up from Steffi, and the Wesker, I believe that it was the Wesker joy coming out from Beatrix, but even though it wasn't enough to take Chino down. As we're seeing the items here, the chassis, the blade armor, the radiant armor here on Chino's hands so far, so resistant, so tanky. And Titan Esports they don't have a carry, for example, which has true damage and can melt a tankies down. So they have to take care about that. The damage dealt ranking now coming out for Fashion is with Valier with the 53k of damage dealt so far here.
Yeah, and I think you pointed out something too when it comes to a lot of Chino. The Phobius is supposed to start falling off around this point. Well, it should have been past the point where it's going to start falling off. It's just that 9Z Globant is doing such a great job of joining in immediately. You never have Chino alone in the back line using that demonic force. It's always the whole of 9Z Globant joining him to help out with some of those fights. Ooh, Lucinda. I was hiding in that bush. Steffi just walks in there, immediately gets the stun. But and that's going to be the big problem. And no, not just that, but they're using these fights very sparingly. Chino, he never goes in when he doesn't have the flicker up, so that he does have an escape. If things get a little too hairy, he can find himself a way out with that. So that's been another big plus for 9Z Globant here. 6-4 as they start on this next turtle, looking for an opportunity, or this next Lord now. But they have to be wary of this golden hour coming out from Steffi, which has played such a pivotal role in Titan Esports' success in this match. You can see now they're going to go ahead, start up on that purple buff, and a little bit of Steffi going in, running through 2 members. Is that going to be enough? Golden hour is out there, catches Chino, but it's not going to be enough to stop this Lord push. Luisinho in the mid lane, or in this mid Lord pit. Are they going to be able to get it down to 25%? Down comes the manipulation. Syndrak able to find a kill onto Albero Crazy. Hotoon able to take down Chino. Arctic returns the favor, and Fury able to take down the Lord. Titan Esports did a great job of zoning out 9Z Globant and allowing Fury by himself to be able to claim that.
Yeah, once again here, Golden Hour, I'm so sorry, working so well for Titan Esports, but now they have 2 players down for 9Z Globant. It comes the final boon, probably coming from Titan Esports. This is a 4v3, and the Lord heading on the bottom lane.
Yeah, 4 members of Titan Esports now pressing the matter at the mid lane. Lord, it doesn't really have the lined up minions of all the lanes here. You see the rest of Titan Esports trying to come in, trying to put a little bit of damage to try to assist this Lord with this push. A little bit of a freeze coming out there. Oh, on the back end, Albero Crazy dives against 5 members. Is that going to be worth it? Immortality has been procced. It does do the service it needed to. It gives 9Z Globant enough time to be able to take down this Lord, but they do still lose all of their high grounds.
Oh, here comes now Lagusta. Oh, almost taking Steffi down here, but now the base is exposed from 9Z Globant. Only the bottom lane here, high ground, is standing. Once again, the items full build for Claude and Beatrice, which already saw the bolt here and came with the Blade of the Heptaseas as the last item here. So she is actually in a full build so far here, coming out from Titan Esports. But you see Lagusta with a very high advantage on the gold lead when it comes up to the gold lane. But at this point of the game, after 20 minutes with almost everyone in the full build here, the macro, the gameplay, the ability will come so far, will be the difference in the next team fight and the next Lord.
Yeah, and that's what I'm kind of wondering right now is, like, who do we have that we're going to be sending from 9Z Globant? I assume maybe Lagusta to the side lanes to go ahead and start pushing to try to keep up the macro for a lot of these fights, because that's what's going to win it. I feel like a lot of these teams have begun underestimating how these lanes can push into your base, because we've had a lot of very close calls. Now, speaking of close calls, you do see that Titan Esports going to go ahead and start on the Lord down to 50%. Chino and Luisinho looking for an angle in on the backside here. Lagusta gets caught. Is this going to be it? Lagusta down. Arctic with the kill. Real world manipulation has been laid down, and this might be it for Chino on the backside. Albero Crazy next on the chopping block has the healing, but it does not save him from Fury. Speaking of the base, you can see 9Z Globant have to answer the minions who are starting to push at the core. Titan Esports looking to maybe close this out. 2 members left from 9Z Globant, a 7-10 10 game. Now jumping in. Is that going to be enough? Fashion trying to lay on the damage. And that, oh, we have a nice little ice or winter crown coming out there. And getting frozen, the last one standing. Fashion finally gets taken out. Titan Esports tie us at 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, so we had Arctic here with a 100k IQ here coming out from Gusta Lagusta, and in the mid lane guarantee 1-1. Everything is tied up here, Zena. I agree with all the words. I agree. Yeah, you're totally right, Zena. You're totally right.
Totally agree.
Totally agree, Zena. Yeah.
All right, so what I was saying was, I said, what an amazing job both teams were here, okay? They kept everything even throughout the whole game, and at the end of it all, Marcel was able to help them secure the Lords there and take the wins. Those 3 Lords were the only major factor to help them gain that map control. They kept everything straight even across the board until that last push with that Lord.
Yeah, and so speaking of that too, a great usefulness coming out from this Marcel. Steffi did exactly what you want to do with Marcel. Super engaging, super offense, always in the face of 9Z Globant, always getting the vision, feeding that information back to Titan Esports to the point that he was just becoming this huge nuisance. Not just that, but when we got to these objective plays, that golden hour just played such a huge role of being able to zone out and freeze 9Z Globant and just allowed Hotun just to be able to walk in, grab a Lord with a retribution.
Yeah, and I believe that everything like is starting to work so bad to 9Z Global since the first minute when they tried to focus on a Fredrin. You know, like the huge amount of his shield that he was used to have that guarantee the first kills for Titan Esports. And by the time like 9Z was trying to buy some plays that maybe it could be not so interesting for them, and joining the fact that Louisiana was not able to like steal the objectives, steal the turtles and the lords with the Akai here, which has the blender, which has like this ultimate here to neutralize the retribution coming out from Hotun, for example. And in the last moment, Arctic was playing so clever to like hide in the bush and waiting for Gusta heading for the mid lane and neutralize him. So when you neutralize Gusta, when you take down, you take down the half of the damage or more than the half of the damage caused by 9Z Globant's composition. So Titan Esports play it so well. They did an amazing job here, plus with Marcel, plus with Fredrin here, Hotun and Arctic with the glue that guarantee here the victory for them, turning everything tied up so far.
Yes, they did an amazing job there. They're securing that win, a 1-1 each of them. 9Z has a 1 win, Titan has 1 win. We might actually be able to go and see this best of 5. So I don't know. They both teams are bringing it this time around.
Yeah, and I know I was a little afraid that 9Z Globant was going to be looking at like a sweep here. We know when they originally went faced Titan Esports back when they were known as Influence Rage, I believe it was a full sweep for 9Z Globant. Here, it's great to see Titan Esports, new name, maybe some new strategies out there to go along with that new name as well. Really bringing it out here for the playoffs and a dominating game too. And what was really amazed me about this is the lack of, there wasn't really a lot of kills in this game. So they were very focused on making sure that every single time they got into an engagement, there was an objective focus.
And when it mattered most, this player delivered in a big way. Of course, it is Marcel with those golden hours, those on-point golden hours, I must say, to help them secure those Lords. 209 KDA, 16.3k total damage, and 524 golds per minute. Amazing job by Steffi.
Yeah, that's what it is. The Steffic got the sauce. The Steffic got this. Marcel so far here guaranteeing the victory for Titan Esports in this second game. So as we were saying, like comparing the situation that we are not having so many victorious Marcel in AMER South, but now we're seeing Stefan playing very, very well with like, I don't remember some missing golden hour, for example, some like in the wrong position in the wrong time for using the golden hour. All the ultimates for Marcel here was like punctual, and it was like really crucial to secure the objectives, to secure the kills for a Titan Esports, you know. So he was very important for Titan Esports composition and Titan Esports victory so far.
Yeah, and a great job here done by them. You can see them being able to kind of chase down. It just was a very well played game, even by both teams. Like I said, even when it came to 9Z Globant, they did a great job of kind of measuring out some of these fights to not do it unless they were able to find they had themselves an escape for it. Unfortunately, just a great draft, I want to say, and we found a little bit of usefulness out of the Beatrix, which I was very much questioning, and I'm a little bit of a believer now, especially when it comes into Marcel being able to use that ultimate to kind of really hold off a lot of that offense, and then when the ultimate ends, you just have this barrage of damage coming through because of that Beatrix.
Yes, we found something else that Marcel works well with, apparently.
Yeah.
It's Beatrix, guys. Take note. So Beatrix's damage was I knew she hit hard, and like later on she was able to dish out more of those damage and help them secure those little what do you call it, clashes that they had, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was really, really good, and it was really interesting for a Titan Esports here using Marcel in that composition, working with Beatrix. As we were saying, like especially me was trying to figure out how Marcel would work with the rest of the composition here. So once again, we saw a good Marcel here in AMER South. So the question is, will Titan Esports be able to let this Marcel open, or will they like ban for not like allowing to 9Z using, because it was a completely different situation. As we were talking in the first game, like, okay, maybe for Titan Esports here, it's a sign of alert because they already played with Harriet, Valentina, for example. There are premier picks here and did not work. And now they played with Marcel, for example, or Beatrix. You know, it worked really well. But now 9Z Global has the chance to play with these heroes here, because we're talking about global bans. So there's a lot of things that we have to talk and we have to think. Both teams have to think also here during this draft situation, during this war that is the draft here, because these heroes can work so well, as we saw Marcel once again here. So maybe 9Z Globant can repeat this performance for Marcel. So Titan Esports, will you let this Marcel open? That is the question.
I think we're seeing more and more that Marcel is becoming more of it's becoming easier for teams to understand what you need to do to be successful with him. I feel like before we kind of picked him and it felt like the opening day of a new hero when you see him in draft immediately, and nobody exactly knows what they're doing with him. Unfortunately, that kind of set the standard and really kind of put Marcel down to like that 50% win rate that we're at. But we see how useful, and even to the fact that I kind of have to take back some of my original thoughts about him, that he takes a very specific composition that he does well into. It wasn't even the composition that really shined around Marcel. It was just that Marcel was able to have those great golden hours to either help his team disengage, to be able to help them secure a lot of these objectives, or yeah. So it was just it was a great. I think that was a great example of that Marcel can fit into a lot of compositions. You just have to know how to use him correctly.
Yeah, it's all about timing with Marcel for sure. We saw that then and there. He just timed all those right. So saving those instead of just spamming his ultimates, right? It would be very helpful to the team. So they're going ahead and banning out those really high priority bans, Freya and Baxia, and also the Harriet and the Harley here.
Yeah, so it's a funny thing here. In the first game, we saw a 9Z in the blue side. And after the first game, we know that the loser can choose a side. So Titan decided to stay in the red side. And now we're seeing once again for the third time 9Z in the blue side here versus Titan Esports. So there's a funny thing here because I think that we have both teams working on their comfort zone when we're talking about like sides here, you know, like blue and red side. And now we're seeing the banning phase continuing of Fredring and the Grok coming out from okay 9Z.
Zushin, Marcel's open right now. I was gonna say, like, I think that's gonna be a Zushin pickup because you know that the enemy team can't pick up Marcel right now since they just used it.
Yeah, honestly, I was thinking about Boxer, but they already used in the first game, so there's nonsense here. Now Titan Esports has the chance to respond. What it be here? Maybe they are guaranteed the mid lane, for example. Maybe Kimi, or because it's Zushin in the other side, or Zetian, that could be.
Yeah, for me, when I see a Zushin, automatically, and maybe this is biased because I hate Zushin. The kits that she has, I'm just like, what can I use to close the distance on her? Leomard's not a bad option too. We've been able to see him just burst through lines to be able to kind of get to that back line. Hilda, if played correctly, if in the right, if doing well, if your team is being very successful, Hilda's going to be a menace all over the map. So a good pickup here by Titan Esports as well.
Yeah, we saw the Hilda being a terror and that annoyance on 9Z Globant side. I guess Titan's trying to show them what it was like. You're trying to, but like you said, Hilda is only as strong as her team. So if her team does not do well in the start, she's gonna fall off very hard there. They're going ahead and picking up that Leo here, Granger and Guinevere on the side of 9Z.
Yeah, but when it comes to Hilda here, okay, she has this pressure on the jungler. She has the pressure on the river and the jungler, for example. But she doesn't have the initiation situation. She doesn't have a hard engage though. Leomar has a Phantom Steam, that's for sure. But still, it's not the perfect engage. It's not like that hard engage, you know. So I think that maybe for a Titan Esports here, like guaranteeing the Terisla in the top side, for example, in the Aspen lane with the penalties on, could be very interesting for them, because that is somehow it's some kind of initiation for them, as they don't have this on. Okay, Sora can work also here for a Titan Esports composition, but I think now they have to ban Valentina to not allow to 9Z Globant get this pick in the 4th and the 5th choice.
Yeah, I feel like this is the perfect time to go ahead and pick Sora as you're edging into the second banning phase here. That will allow you to take out that Valentina. I was thinking too, like, what can we use this? Because Leomord, we just don't have, we still have an escape on Zushin. We've got the flicker, we've got the ultimate from her, where she can reposition. Yeah, there it is, exactly from what you said. Valentina's going to be the ban out there. We still need that engagement onto the Zushin. Sora is a decent answer for it. It just depends on how these engagements. I'm not sure that Sora's going to be able to really close the distance the way we want to. We usually like her in the middle of the fights, you know what I mean? Where everybody's all grouped up and you're really able to get the value out of the shifting skies or all the damage that she can dish out there. And you're not going to find Zushin there. You're not going to find Zushin grouped with everybody. You're going to find her on the back line. And that is still something that we don't really have an answer for just yet.
Yeah, they're trying to go ahead and target ban those mages, getting rid of anyone that'll prove a hassle to them. So yeah, Valir, I guess, would work for making sure that slow that he has with his fire and the push that he has will be hard. Oh, Marcel, I was thinking that if they picked up a Marcel on 9Z, that might be more helpful to them because you know, they can get in on, have more control there, but they went ahead and banned that out. So what else is there?
Yeah. I was thinking about like maybe they were like letting Marcel open here, but after seeing a Granger like with the Rhapsody and the Raycam here, and even with the Guinevere with the jump and the Recurrent Violet, so Marcel could help Knights Globant to find this breach, to find this opportunity to get a very interesting engage here for team fights, for example. So they decided to ban Marcel to avoid that kind of problem. But now here the last ban here comes from 9Z Globant is in Claude in a gold lane. So no Beatrix, no Claude. Are they allowed to use Carry? Yeah.
Yeah, but they can use Carry.
Bruno.
You got Carry, possibly Bruno is an option as well, if you're going to be sieging onto the towers, and create the pressure in that fashion. It's going to be very interesting here. I'm wondering where we go in the mid lane as well to kind of really up the damage. Maybe looking for some type of high, or we already have the mid lane on the side of 9Z Globant. I'm wondering what the mid lane is looking like on the side of Titans here. Yusun Shin picked up a great. He does scale very well too. He has the ability to kind of, as soon as you're done with your lane, you're going to be able to kind of maneuver around, get a bunch of jungle creeps, and scale very quickly too.
Yeah, I guess they're waiting to see what mage that has ZTN still open. Maybe they'll pick the Luyu up. I'm just kidding. But we are still waiting to see. Oh, yeah, I can't Zeshin ZTN. I'm gonna keep saying, oh, Alice over here and Bedang. Wait, Alice, Bedang, Rome, Alice, EXP.
Yeah. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say like that, and that's gonna kind of roll out a lot of the synergy with a lot of that CC that's gonna come out there. You've got Bedang who can punch them into the wall. You've got Guinevere who can find the jump. You got Zeshian. This is gonna be a very hard CC team for Titan Esports to be able to maneuver around. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how they do. And still, who can get to that back line? Who's gonna be able to punish Zushin here?
A Lilia pick is not a great idea. Everybody's so dang mobile. I don't know about this.
Yeah, so you're right when it comes to Lilia, especially here, because she has a kind of ability, but versus the Zunshin versus Guinevere, for example, and Bedang, so maybe it's not the best for the roles here for Lilia. Okay, they have Hilda, they have Leomord here, so that can compensate somehow this lack of, not the lack of mobility, but this lack of the follow-up to cause damage in 9Z's Globant composition. And they have to, because when, as Private said, when it comes to control, oh my goodness, 9Z Globant here is the boss.
But ladies and gentlemen, it will be moving on to game 3. 9Z Globant taking it on against Titan Esports Club. Both teams now tied at 1 game apiece, looking to, I want to say, press their advantage forward here to get that momentum into their side.
Yeah, it's the battle for the survival here in the competition. Now we're seeing the 2v2 situation in the middle lane. Oh, the lantern is stacked. Here we go, Private. All right.
Yeah, but that's going to be on Steffi, who doesn't really mind it. You're going to have a lot of healing, a lot of ability to get a lot of health back on Steffi every single time that they enter the bush there. Now, decides against trying to charge into that, and you see Retribution there used to go ahead and secure the Lethal Wanderer for the side of Titan Esports.
Yeah, so Titan Esports here trying to play an aggressive, controlling this vision on the jungler in the upper side. As we're seeing the XP lane here, like Chino trying to cause some pressure on Arctic. This is doing well so far, especially in an XP situation, but now I think that Arctic is going to guarantee the level number 3. That is it. Their first total is heading on the upper side of the river, 30 seconds remaining, and both teams are concerning to reach the level 4 as sooner as they can.
Yeah, I just saw that Luisinho negated to get his jungle minion just so that he could invade and go ahead and start stealing stuff away from Titan Esports early. Then goes ahead, gets his level 4, and now is in a great position for this first turtle. Now looking for a position at mid. If we could take a look where these heroes are grouped up. First turtle is up. Hotun in a position now. Turtle is being started up by 9Z Globant. Albero Crazy disengages from a bush as Syndrak comes in there. And now 9Z Globant, they disengage from the turtle, basically handing it over. Chino comes in, does find himself a Throne of Ruin onto 2 members. Down to 25% is this turtle. Chino able to find a turtle, looking for a kill onto Hotun. Arctic able to take down Chino. Fashion finds a kill as well as Arctic. 2 down for both sides and still engaging into this fight. Black Shoes coming out from Syndrak does not save him from Luisinho.
And I've heard, like, I've saw Chino's ultimate with the lantern coming out from Freshin stacked, and I was like, oh my goodness, it's gonna be a disaster for Titan Esports. But somehow they bought so much time, and the response was so good, guaranteed 2 kills. 2 kills for Arctic, but 9Z Globant had the resilience that even though that they lost 2 players, they went through, they kept the chase, they guaranteed 3 kills, 1 for Luisinho and 2 for Fashin. That composition we were talking about, like, it is causing so much trouble, especially with this execution when it comes to the combo coming out from Chino, coming out from Fashin, for example. And we didn't see Luisinho with the jumping and the Requiem of Violet so far. And the first total guaranteed by 9Z Globant.
Yeah, that was interesting to point out too. Like, you saw the fist crack come out from Albero Crazy, but there really wasn't a lot of follow-up to get some more CC onto it as well to really hone in and punish Titan Esports during that. Maybe they just weren't in position, or it just wasn't in the cards for that first turtle. Either way, it does allow, they were able to get the turtle, so maybe just not something they wanted to expend just yet. 3-2 right now. 9Z Globant narrowly in the lead, edging ahead with about 1K gold.
Yeah, the goal lead here not too much for 9Z Globant, but it's still an advantage for the team. But now in the 4 seconds left for the next turtle here, Albero Crazy. But now here comes Luisinho. Alright, so both teams now are aware in the mid lane here, some kind of a party, but the second turtle is started immediately.
Oh yeah, they're gonna go ahead and start onto this now. Hotun comes in, and Luisinho able to pick up the turtle. Down and pays for it with his life. But you do see the Throne of the Ruin coming in from Chino, putting on the damage to all of the members of Titan Esports, and both teams decide to disengage there. A turtle for a kill on the side of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, a worthy sacrifice, as we can say here, for 9Z Global. Okay, Titan Esports got the 3rd kill. It was for Steffi. It was okay, Hilda, as we saw in the first game, and she was... Oh my goodness, Chino!
Chino gets away with a sliver of health left there, but that's going to go ahead, zone out the roam, and allow Titan Esports to pick up a tower at the bottom. The first of the game. Steffi in trouble as they're going to go ahead trying to latch onto Luisinho. In come reinforcements in the form of Chino, looking for that kill. Steffi gets taken down.
Yeah, they were too greedy here, Private. They got the tower. I think that it was enough for Titan Esports, but now here comes the chase.
And down goes a Fury. Really kind of, I want to say, a little greedy in enemy territory there as 9Z Globant sent in reinforcements. Speaking of which, we can see the tower. Hotun doing a great job being able to macro up at the top side to try to even out this game.
Yeah, 9Z Globant, meanwhile, is trying to respond in the tower, and number one in the bottom lane here. They took down, but it is 2-for-1. No. Oh, they already destroyed the tower number one in the top lane here for 9Z Globant. So, even so far, it is tied up here when it comes to towers. But now the greed, as we know, as almost in a universal rule, the greed took down the golem. So they took the tower down. They were supposed to be enough for Titan Esports. They went down with the chase. They got 2 kills for 9Z Globant plus the tower. Could be worse because Hotun destroyed the tower number one in the top lane, and now another turtle guaranteed by 9Z Globant. When it comes to turtle, you talk about 9Z Globant.
Yeah, 9Z Globant doing a great job trying to secure that. Not really much contention coming out from Titan Esports, trying to macro up on the sides. Both side lanes have kind of been frozen by both of these teams. And I want to say, like, not too many engagements kind of coming out from them. You see that Steffi's kind of poking her head into a lot of these jungles, but not much in the form of fights coming out on either of them.
Yeah, so now we're seeing here 9Z Globant trying to focus in the mid lane, but oops, Steffi. Okay, maybe Steffi is a Hilda here, so it's not so easy to take this player down. Chino here now being avoided by Syndra. Now we're having a 2v2 here in the mid lane, while Hotun is stealing the jungle on the top side so far. After almost 8 minutes here, we're seeing the goal lead not getting so big for 9Z Globant. Oh, here it comes!
Ooh. A big flicker onto the back lines with the shifting skies coming out from the side of Arctic. Is that going to be enough? You see the fist crack coming out from 9Z Globant as well. Now diving in with the throne of Chino, putting on the damage. Gusta Lagusta finds a kill onto Steffi. Luisinho finds one onto Arctic. That's going to be 2 down for Titan Esports, and they are going to go ahead and push their way into enemy territory to pick themselves up a purple.
Yeah, when it comes to range here, fighting against 9Z Globant might not be a good idea. You have Gusta Lagusta with the Rhapsody, with the Requiem, so it's not that easy to take from this gold lane. Okay, he was forced to use the Flake to reposition in a team fight, but even though he got 2 kills, he is getting strong. He is a solid gold laner here for 9Z Globant. But now, the First Lord on the pitch in the top side of the river immediately started by 9Z Globant, but they have to take care because Chino is in a half HP, and we have Arctic trying to do a flank.
Fashion getting very close. I don't know if they know that Hotun is up there in that bush. They haven't checked. Their focus was at mid. Now you see them backing up. They see the rest of the team kind of coming in there. Luisinho looking for an advantage, looking to try to get that vision, trying to come in there, is able to find the steal and take the Lord from Titan Esports. Fury finds the kill onto Alburo. Crazy Gusta Lagusta able to take down Hotun. Fury running for the hills, but is not fast enough. Fashin with the kill there, and Syndrak taking down underneath the tower.
The 2 kills here for Gusta Lagusta, plus the Lord, plus the advantage. As we're seeing now, the stats, the damage dealt so far comes with the Fashion here, leading the top with the 31k of damage so far. But now we're waiting for the minion waves to activate the Holy Shield from the last line of defense here. The high ground coming up from the top side, while they have still the tower number 1 in the mid lane. Oh, Gusta Lagusta having taking some hits from the tower, but it's enough here to guarantee the kill from Steffi will be unstoppable for Gusta Lagusta.
Yeah, Death Sonata puts the finishing touches on the Steffi, who thought that they were going to find themselves an escape. Titan Esports finding a tough job of trying to get into here against this immense amount of CC. Arctic getting pulled back, but no worse for wear, is going to be able to find an escape at the hands underneath his own tower.
It's getting really unfair here for Titan Esports Private because there's so much control coming up from 9Z Globant. You have Chino, you have Luizinho, fishing with the stacked lantern. What? Okay. My question is, how is Titan Esports is gonna play versus that, against it? Because there is so much control. And I'm not mentioning the ultimate coming out from Border Crazy, you know, from Badang. So, my goodness, it's... things are getting just a little bit complicated here to Titan Esports so far, especially with that composition coming out from 9Z Globant.
Yeah, and I don't even know what you do. You're kind of hoping that you can kind of catch one of these guys out. That's what the Steffi is trying to look for. See if he can get some vision. See if he can find somebody out alone. Or maybe even if they can try to find Fashion. But when it comes to playing a Zushin, there's not going to be a lot of opportunities for you to find them pushing on their own. They're always going to be protected.
Yeah, so Zushin once again here with the glowing wand. You have the infinite glaive, you have like the halberd, sky pierce. Oh my goodness, Augusta with the hunter strike and the malefic roar. Just a very strong ranger so far here coming out from the goal lane from 9Z Globant. Another fact is 17 seconds remaining for the next Lord. We're not really seeing Sora, we're seeing Arctic. He's up to something here, Private. Oh, he's not appearing. He's not appearing in the minion waves. Sorry, he's not appearing in the minion waves. He's up to something. He's trying to do something.
Oh yeah, he wants to get the flank onto them.
Yes.
Yeah, he might actually be able to find it, especially with no minions there. They're going to be so surprised if he kind of can come in from the bottom. They're down to about 50% on this. Ooh, Steffi, you're going to have to go ahead, find a flicker. Now, look, he's waiting for his team to get into a position to where they can capitalize off of it. He doesn't want to just come in by himself and not be able to have the team come in behind him. Now, still kind of dancing around this Lord, Gusta Lagusta, putting on the damage. It doesn't really look like there's one. Ooh, we do have the Phantom Steed is out, coming in from the backside. They are able to find the shifting skies. Is it going to be enough? Down goes Alvaro Crazy. Fashin able to find a kill and the Lord. Gusta Lagusta chasing down Otun, and the next one down is a Fury. Only Syndrak left, and they are not left long on the ground. A complete wipeout on Titan Esports side. 9Z Globant looking to end this thing quickly. They might be able to do it. Ladies and gentlemen, game 3 going to 9Z Globant.
After a fantastic Requiem Violet coming out from Luizinho and the last team fight for the Lord, 9Z Globant wiped out the whole team from Titan Esports, and it comes to the second victory, Zina.
I know, 9Z, what is this? This is all I gotta say. They are putting up a fight. They're showing you, yeah, they came to the playoffs. They came to play for real. All the objectives claimed by the 10-minute mark, and Titan only able to react the whole time. They couldn't, you know, find an answer to kind of like contest them after that. I think the Lily choice wasn't a great pick here because of the fact that I stated earlier, everybody on the opposite team was mobile. So she had no control to kind of help them at all.
Yeah, and not just that, but I mean, we see it from the beginning. When it comes to CC, there was so much coming down. Even when Arctic had one of the most perfect ganks I saw, he was able to flicker in, get the shifting skies in the mid lane to push the rest of the team into Titan Esports. You're still dealing with so much CC coming out from them that it was so hard to capitalize off of that. Not that, and then being cut and left to only 5 kills for this. 4-0-10 for Fashion. Gusta Lagusta at 7-0-5 on the Granger.
When it comes to like when we talk like about the basically here, it is something like, okay, Arctic goes with like, hey guys, I have the ultimate. So he does the ultimate. He knock up some players, and then when ultimate ends, let's say, okay, guys, I did my part. So what is the rest of what is the other control? What is the other engages? There is none in the Titan Esports composition. So that it comes the response for 9Z Globant with Chino, with Luizinho, with even with Fashion here and Zushin with his lantern stacked every time here by 9Z Globant. Abura Crazy with ultimate here. So and the cherish I'm not sure if I can say this, but the piece of the cake. The piece of the cake is Gusta La Gusta with Granger, with the Death Sonata, you know, like with the skill shot and with this very high range coming out from Granger. Like he was in the heaven here, like controlling the pace, like getting the kills for 9Z Globant, not like getting this dangerous situation to get caught in some flank, you know, as happened in the last game, for example. So he was like so free and he was like comfortable to play with Granger. That is guarantee one more victory for
Fashion chasing people down.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Fashion was unstoppable. I mean, this is why we always say, why are they letting Zushin through? Look at Fashion going in, giving that control to the team, and then that follow-up right there by freaking Luizinho. Sorry, that was amazing. I can't. Wow. I guess our MVP here is going to be Fashion. Of course, we were just speaking on Fashion, but Gusta Lagusta did an amazing job as well following up. But Fashion was that control factor to help the team get those wins and be like in a standout situation. So 4-0-10 KDA, 46.3k total damage, and 629 golds per minute.
Yeah, an amazing job there done by Fashion, and just the tip of the spear when it came to the CC and control that was on this team, and really guided around it. And when we took a look at the team fight participation, I want to say, like you saw on the side of 9Z Globant, it was like 40s, 50s, things like that. On the side of Titan Esports, there was like 80, 90s, which kind of told the story that to be successful, Titan Esports had to like group up to kind of take advantage of their entire ultimates. Whereas on the side of 9Z Globant, they were able to kind of be separate and still be lethal because each one of them still had CC that could stop them. Here you can see just pouring on the damage. So even with a great flank coming in, Fashion able to read it, able to get that ultimate, still dishing out damage on the backside, continually making use of that distance and her range.
Yeah, showing the Zunshin's strength once again here with the like. It's a very broken hero so far here in the meta, getting used by the teams, getting guaranteeing victories for most of the teams here with this very strong mage. As we saw in the last team fight, like it was not only the Requiem Violet form from Luizinho and Guinevere. It comes with a stacked lantern from Zushin that opened the breach, that opened the chance to stack the Requiem. The jump plus the Requiem Violet to guarantee the kills in the last team fight, plus the Lord for 9Z Globant. And the question is, okay, there's not only Zushin in the world or in the meta. There are not the strong mages now that most of the teams are using it, but we like both of teams used Zushin. Both of teams, I'm not sure, but I think that they already used Ivy, for example. Not even Farsa, because Farsa is being banned for some games, you know. So the question is, will be only a Zushin? Like a Zushin is a point of interest of any team here to guarantee at least one victory in the best of 5 or best of 7, for example.
Yeah, she's unstoppable for sure. She's hard to stop. We've seen it right then and there. You can't, she's an annoyance factor there. Like you can't really do much if you don't have that like a Yuzong or anything to reach her, like to just get her out of there. Like what, Kalea would be a good against her because she could just jump in and yoink her, but nothing can stop her.
For me, the problem is when a Zushin kind of comes out, I feel like the immediate thing on your composition is you have to have one question answered. How are we closing the distance on that back line? How are we getting to Zushin? She's just one of those things that cannot be ignored on a lineup. And unfortunately, I feel like a lot of teams don't really have great plans for when it comes to this last draft from Titan Esports. I just didn't see a way in for us to lock down Zushin. It's like, all right, maybe you catch them with the Phantom Steed, which pulls them forward. Okay, now what? She's got a flicker. She's got her ultimate that she can use to get away. We needed just a little bit more from them to be able to close that distance and for that answer. And I'm wondering, what's Zushin used by?
Our faces is on what? Sorry.
Titan Esports.
I swear to protect it.
Wait, what? What?
Yeah, that's gonna be a fanny ban out there. I mean, Zushin is, I believe, open for the side of Titan Esports. So I'm wondering, do we ban that on the side of 9Z Globant? Yeah.
Oh, they absolutely have to ban it.
They're like, yeah, we don't want them to do the exact same thing they did.
Yeah. Think about 9Z's Globant communication now. Oh, okay, coach. Which one? No, Zushin. Right now, Zushin. Oh, go.
Don't want it through.
Don't you dare. Ban Zushin here. But now, okay, I was surprised about two things. The first one is Titan Esports like choosing the blue side right now. And the second one, banning Fanny here. And there's the first ban coming out from Titan Esports. Okay, so Luizinho's respect so far here. Okay, but now we're seeing the third ban coming out from 9Z Globant. Oh my gosh, there's so many banned heroes here. I'm kind of lost. I have to be honest with you guys. I'm thinking about, okay, maybe Boxer, but they're already used to Boxer. Oh, Harley. Okay, Suyu. Okay, yeah, banned. Okay.
For 9Z.
Yeah, it's open. It's open
for 9Z.
Ah, okay. For 9Z. Okay. Not for...
Boxia is actually open, I believe, for Titan Esports. They can go ahead and pick that up if they wanted to.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you still on the side of. I feel like this is just a real comfort point for 9Z Globant. You still got the Valentina up that you can use. You still got a great amount of options because of the way some of these drafts have been going. Especially for picking up the Lu Yi. We're at a point where like banning, I feel like banning a lot of mages has become almost a detriment to the side of Titan Esports. They're going to go the Boxia pickup, priority pickup for their side. And I'm wondering where we go with the answer for this. We're not going to be able to pick up Phobius, so we don't really need the Valentina and Phobius combo to be able to take out her actually, yeah, you wouldn't pick up Valentina here because Phobius is still available for the side of Titan Esports, and it's not available for 9Z Globant to pick up.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for us to kind of. We have to like wait a minute.
Yeah,
which down here? But yeah, for the jungle side, I would think like they still have the Suyu open. Fredrin right there as well. I guess they don't play Suyu, Terizla to kind of give them that the CC, but I feel he's slower. I mean, he's good right now because of the fact that he doesn't need to use mana, so he can keep going. Oh, the tank killer carry over here with Kalea picked up on the side of Titan.
Marcel open here. That could be like I'm seeing a Terizla here. So most, especially when it comes to 9Z Globant. The last Marcel that we saw, like a good one coming out from Boro Crazy, it was with Terizla using the penalty zone. Another one that I can't remember now. So it was very good for 9Z's composition. So maybe that it can work again here, bringing up Marcel. That is still open. That could be, but I don't think that they will prioritize now, or the mid lane.
Marcel there.
Marcel, alright. Okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're kind of on the money there. I think the first time we saw a good, successful Marcel, you had the Terizla, and you had the combination of Gwen and Terizla, who do really well with each other, feeding each other those pop-ups that will get you the Violet Requiem. You also had a Chang'e. With the first successful one, which was really interesting to see because you had the meteor shower that would stack up on the edge of that golden hour, and then when the golden hour went away, you just had the absolute entirety of the meteor shower heading for your players there. Marcel, gonna be an interesting pick here too as well. I do like this too because it can stop a lot of the tsunami slams possibly coming from Kalea. If she grabs somebody, you're gonna be able to throw that golden hour to really kind of upset that as well for the side of Titan Esports Club here. Some interesting bans that I never thought I would see here on the second phase. This is Alina and a Beatrix being taken off. What meta are we in?
Well, remember Marcel was used with the Beatrix, wasn't it, in one of the matches? So they were making sure that that's not going to happen again because they did work very well together hand in hand, right? So I think that's the reason for that Beatrix ban, but I don't know why Selena was banned out here though.
Yeah. One of this ooh, so Private, you were talking about like MCT AMER North, about guard being used in the North region. So here comes the last ban from 9Z Globant.
I'm actually quite curious. The Mystic Gush, does that go through the golden hour or does the golden hour stop it?
I think that did stop it. I think
I think anything that goes in the golden hour should be, well, except for Odette's ultimate does not stop in that. So
really,
yeah, Odette her thing can keep going. She gets frozen. It's basically Winter Crown on her, so she's fine, and she can still have her ultimate still going. So.
Odette, where are you, Odette? Come up.
Yeah, we don't have a mid lane yet.
Come up. Here. There's only the last thing here we can say. You're about to say like all that here, like in the 9Z Global composition. Say, okay, I knew it, but no. Here comes Lilia. Okay.
I feel like Lilia here, it'll work against the Boxia, not so much against Kalea or Carry. I feel like it's going to be a little bit of a problem depending, but Boxia definitely, because he's going to be hanging around that turtle pit, hanging around the Lord pit there, and it'll be a good target for Lilia to be able to kind of burst down. Not just that, it might be able to work well with Marcel when it comes to kind of getting that golden hour down, and she can pace a lot of those glooms and bombs set to explode that might be able to go off immediately when it ends. I'm not sure how that kit kind of interchanges there. Ooh, Uranus and Farja picked up for Titan Esports.
I'm feeling 1-1 here coming from Gusta.
1-1.
I can feel it. I can feel it.
My imaginary world.
I mean.
Oh my God! You called it! Wow! There it is. There it is. No, take a bow. Take a bow. Take a bow. Oh man! All right, there it is. The 1-1.
So Wan is pretty much one of Gusta Lagusta's favorite pickups there, and why not take it out at kind of hopefully on the side of 9Z Globant. They're looking to wrap up this series here at Game 4, so why not pull out one of your comfort picks against Titan Esports?
Yeah, so it is one of his comfort zone, you know, and when he stacks the tanks here, like with ultimate, that can be. Like, he can be invulnerable for a moment. That could be very good for Gusta Lagusta to play comfortable in the gold lane, to farm, to get the items necessary here to let him shine with a 1-1 in this game. So, let's go. Let's see what is going to happen in this game number 4 here. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This could be the last game from 9Z Global versus Titan Esports. So let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, both of these teams are looking to fight for their survival in these playoffs. And unfortunate for Titan Esports, their back is against the wall. 9Z Globant looking to close things out early.
Yeah, so when it comes to the decision here, everything can happen in this game number 4. So for Titan Esports here, they have to win and force the last game. And here, 9Z Globant, if they win, they guarantee their survival in the competition, waiting for tomorrow for the next game.
You can see Albero Crazy already trying. He's not as aggressive. I'm kind of waiting for him to kind of step out on this Marcel pickup. Like I've been seeing that is kind of customary for the Marcel. I know he's a little afraid of getting caught, getting CC'd down, but you really need to make use of this Marcel. And that's kind of like we said before. He's kind of been at that 50%, a little bit of a freeze there, landed on to Arctic as well. Albero Crazy gonna find the security of the bottom tier 1 tower to find his escape.
Yeah, now we see Luizinho with the level 4, Hotun also with the level 4 here with the 17 seconds left for the first turtle on the downside of the river. Both teams are dancing around this first objective, except for the gold laners. They're still on the top side here, but now Arctic, okay, here comes Hotun with the Beyblade, and the first turtle is on the pit, Private.
Yeah, both teams kind of vying for a position here. Three members of Titan Esports, 4 members of 9Z Globant looking for an engagement here. Luizinho now taking priority into the turtle pit, now down to about 30%. Out there comes the feathered airstrike. Luizinho still able to get this turtle. Now trying to turn this fight around. Steffi looking for a disengagement. Arctic able to find an escape as well. So not as bad as it could have been for Titan Esports, but the turtle does go to 9Z.
Yeah, and Fury went for the mid lane only for steal the minion waves from Syndra. I think that the intention was that he tries to help his team on the team fight from the turtle, but he hadn't arrived enough on time to help the team. So he was thinking, okay, at least I'm here in the mid lane. I'm going to farm this minion wave, then I'm going back to the top lane here once again. So this so far the first turtle had for the global 9Z Globant. The goal lead here just a little bit ahead for Titan Esports, even though.
Ooh, we do have a little bit of a fight here. Arctic does find him an escape. And when I'm looking at this composition, especially from both sides, Titan Esports, I mean, there is a potential for a lot of damage to come out of these tsunami slams back as Syndra can rain down with the feathered airstrike. The only problem is that who is your target? I feel like Chino, Luizinho, they can both tank a decent amount of damage that will allow a Burrow Crazy to be able to get in there with the golden hour. If you try to get Fashin to be able to black shoes away out of dangers and harm's way there, I think your only real target is Gusta Lagusta, who's got a pocket Purify that they can use as well. So it's very interesting. It's going to be very tricky to see who Steph is going to be able to land these tsunami slams onto, and if they're going to have the damage to be able to burst them down on the side of 9Z Globant. There comes another tsunami slam. As I was saying, feathered airstrike is down, but Albero Crazy able to find an escape.
Yeah, so now we're seeing Albero Crazy was forced to use the flicker so far, but now Arctic is trying to gain some info, buy some info here for Titan Esports so far, but now the turtle number 2, goes for 9Z Global.
Luizinho able to go ahead and scoop that up. Now a little fight breaking out as Titan Esports trying to pay them back, and both teams looking for the disengage and find it.
After like almost 5 minutes in the game, 2 turtles go for a 9Z Global. Albero Crazy, you don't have the flicker, so you have to take care, have to be careful about that playing aggressive situation so far. But now he heads back, but now he's still in the bush here to buy that info, to gain some info for 9Z Globant so far. But the fact is, green hardcore now for Arctic in the 5th minute of the game. Both teams are like, they're trying to play in aggressive, they're trying to get the kills, but even though no kills for anyone so far, only 2 turtles for 9Z Globant. But look at Arctic. Look at where
Yeah, I was just
Arctic
about
is.
to say, Arctic found himself. He says that 9Z Globant left a window open on their base. He's all the way up by the core trying to steal away minions to cut into that lane. Now, both teams are resetting on the map, looking for still 50 seconds left for the next objective. Nobody really in a great position to find a gank just yet. A lot of pressure mounting up here at the top lane for the side of 9Z Globant, but no worse for wear are either of these teams. Now, both of them looking to try to find and make their way back to this next objective.
Yeah, now once again here, 9Z Globant working on this high tempo, but now, both, like the whole team heading on the top side, trying to surprise the Titan Esports here players, but now they head back, and both teams are going to meet at the mid lane. Maybe we have a party.
6 minutes. Oh, as we say that punishment, we do have a nice tsunami slam coming out with the feathered airstrike. He is able to find and escape. Gusta Lagusta able to find the crossbow of Tang and a kill onto Steffi. That's going to be the first kill at the 6-minute mark for 9Z Globant.
I wonder how much HP was Arctic able to survive in a stack from the ultimate from Gusta Lagusta, because I believe that there was only a tank, only auto attack missing for Gusta Lagusta getting the double kill here on his ultimate. But even though Titan Esports guarantee the first turtle for them and the third turtle on the game, but now Luizinho playing aggressive here. The first tower on the top side already taken down by a 9Z Globant. So far so good. Advantage being taken for 9Z Globant. Steffi, oh, almost.
Ooh, yeah. Very close to getting caught there was Steffi. Now still, I want to say, still a very, very low kill game. A lot of respect both of these teams are paying to each other's compositions out here, not wanting to get caught. They know to fear the tsunami slam, even if I'm kind of questioning who the target's going to be. Fury actually able to go ahead and get a tower up at top. So this is a very, very even game for both. Looking at the damage, Arctic leading the pack with 19k.
Hey, minion waves, it doesn't count for damage, right? Because he was like taking the minion waves from the tower number 3. It doesn't count. Let's go.
Now we're gonna have a little bit of an engagement here. Feathered airstrike does rain down. Steffi looking for it. The golden hour. Albro crazy finds a kill onto Steffi. Down again. 0-2-0. The second kill for 9Z Globant. Now they're looking to go ahead and put some pressure down at the bottom onto Arctic. And not able to find the Arctic, because I mean it's gonna be really hard for them to kill Arctic. I think the plan here is to try to keep on macroing out. But I mean, a great job to have Arctic kind of protect this against a hero like Gusta Lagusta on that Wanwan. Now, both teams vying for position. Hotun on the side, gonna go ahead and activate this Lord. 9Z Globant, 4-5 members now mounting here. They don't have Arctic, who's at the bottom. They know they don't have it. A pop-up catches most of Titan Esports, but Hotun still able to find the Lord. Out comes the feathered airstrike, but immediately Steffi gets taken down by Chino. 0-3 for 9Z Globant, but the Lord goes to Titan Esports.
Yeah, despite the advantage here for the kills from 9Z Globant, the gold lead goes for a Titan Esports, and now they took the Lord Arctic here. Hey, he's an Iranian, so he's not dying so easily here. Like both two players from 9Z Globant trying to focus at this XP lane so far. Oh, crazy! Oh my goodness.
Almost got caught there. Uses that defensive use of that golden hour. Speaking of which, on the opposite side of the map, Fury able to find a tier 2 tower. They're starting to macro up here. It looked like it was 9Z Globant. Did I just hear a conceal play come out? Big slam. Tsunami slam coming out as well. Is that going to be enough? The penalty zone comes in from Chino, dishing out the damage. Feshin able to take down Steffi. Fury able to answer back to Alburo Crazy. 1-4. Finally, Titan Esports Esports on the board with the kill, courtesy of Fury.
Oh my goodness, they was too risky in taking this dive here on the tower number 1 with this Tsunami Slam. Okay, it could be worse for Titan Esports if Gusta Lagusta joined the fight, because after the Tsunami Slam, it came the penalty zone and the following up from damage coming from 9Z Globant. But even though it was like a very cheap situation for Titan Esports because there was only one player down, the Lord was melted down by Gusta Lagusta meanwhile, and now the focus can be in the tower in the mid lane. Here comes the bomb once again.
Tsunami Slam, Lucinho in trouble, gets taken out by Syndrak. We do have the golden hour out there as well. Hotun in trouble, a lot of damage. The crossbow of Tang is not able to finish the job. 2-4 right now, 9Z Globant have to disengage. Lucinho gets taken out, ganked from his teammates with that Tsunami Slam.
Oh my goodness. I saw that Hotun was taking no damage coming up from Gusta in ultimate from 1-1. I was like trying to figure out what is happening there. But once again, Gusta Lagusta trying to be surprised, and the jungler, he's able to survive now. He's controlling the mini wave, heading for the top side here. But the situation is, the fact is, Titan Esports working so well, especially in the macro gaming. No line of towers are number 1 here, only the tower number 2 in the mid lane for 9Z Globant, and only one tower taken down on Titan Esports. Oh, here comes!
Concealed play, Tsunami Slam, feathered airstrike, able to take down Cheeto. He doesn't even know what hit him. That happened so quickly. Titan Esports find themselves another kill. Now looking for the disengage. Lucinho trying to chase them down. They are not able to find the target. Arctic on the back end, tanking a lot of damage from 9Z Globant. Black shoes have been used by Feshin to try to get out of that damage. And this is a great opportunity for Titan Esports to start locking onto this Lord. But 9Z Globant don't want it to go out alone. They don't want to give this up. They're still trying to get in a good position. Alburo Crazy dashing in and out. A great front line by Hotun and Arctic. Here comes the golden hour to freeze the Lord. Is that the target that you wanted, though? Down to 25%. Hotun still. They do drag out the Lord to reset it now. It looks like Titan Esports do want the fight, but now you have all members up for 9Z Globant. Are you going to be able to get this retribution? Lucinho able to find the Lord kill for 9Z Globant, but immediately answered back by Titan Esports. Fury able to find a kill. Another pop-up onto 9Z Globant, who have to disengage.
What this sacrifice here for 9Z Globant. They took the Lord, they lost Luisinho in the process, but now the Lord heading in the top side in 9Z Globant's favor. But the question is, will this Lord be used for something? I don't believe that, because he is in a half HP and he hasn't arrived in the tower number 2 on the top side yet. But 9Z Globant is here trying to defend the Lord. There's no Lord anymore. Oh yeah, so okay, they took the Lord to buy a little time for 9Z Globant private.
Yeah, and that's kind of unfortunate with Luisinho getting taken out there as well. You got yourself a Lord, but yeah, it only kind of bought you a little bit of breathing room. Now they're going to go ahead and force their will, going to be able to try to pick up this purple buff. But at the bottom lane, Arctic continuing on with this macro. Titan Esports doing such a great job trying to continue this pressure. Even though they missed the Lord, they're still able to kind of keep up this macro. Ooh, they actually might be able to get Arctic down here. You see Gusta Lagusta trying to put on this damage. Has the crossbow Tang, hasn't used it just yet. Damage still output. Chino able to clean up Arctic. That's going to bring us to a 4-5 game in favor of 9Z Globant, who are behind in gold.
It took a long time to take Arctic down here with this Irenas. It was like 3 or 4 players versus only Irenas. Oh, he bought some time here, but the fact is the next Lord is just a little far to appear. Now in the top side, as we were seeing the items so far, Athens from Terizla, and now 9Z. Oh, they're up to something. They're up to something here in the jungler. They're trying to do something.
Yeah, pretty even when it comes to the marksman. Both marksmen already have the Malefic gun on their side, so they've got the range. It's just going to be who can really dish out that damage. I mean, we've been seeing Gusta Lagustas at the top of the damage charts right now. I believe in second or third place behind Feshin, who's been, or is it Feshin? Yeah, that has an immense amount of damage for the side of 9Z Globant. So, I mean, they're able to find the angles. It's just some of these team fights just not going in their favor just yet. Hotun has just been doing such a great job on this Boxia to find his way into a lot of these objective fights, find himself a way in during a lot of these ganks too. In a very low kill game, 4 to 5 at the 16-minute mark is kind of crazy. And that just kind of tells you how objective focused that these teams are. They're not trying to go get kill hungry. They need these kills to mean something. They need all of these fights to mean something, and they don't even start a fight unless they're going to be able to find an objective for it. Now, starting up at the Lord, 4 to 5 on the screen, a 2K gold lead for the side of Titan Esports at the bottom. Arctic trying to bait out some abilities down to 25%. Now looking for the damage. Can they find the stun? They do find the Tsunami Slam. Syndrak trying to raise down the damage. Luisinho again able to find the retribution for his team. Alburo Crazy running for the hills to find himself that disengagement. Once again, Luisinho, despite the odds, despite the CC, able to burst through it and find that retribution to claim another Lord for 9Z Globant.
9Z Globant gets another Lord, another time. Once again, he is heading for the top side. Once again, he's getting melted down by Titan Esports, but now this time could be different. Here comes 9Z Globant. Here comes the boom.
Yeah, they have a great forward force. Luisinho is still alive too, so you're gonna have that tankiness coming out as well. Lord now looking to go ahead and charge after the top high ground tower. They are gonna be able to take down the Lord very slowly. I feel like when we see the final MVPs of this game, it's gonna be like a score of like 2-0 and 4, the lowest like as kills that you've ever seen on a MVP. Here, Feshin able to take down the mid tower as well. As we take a look at the damage towers, it's Feshin and Gusta Lagusta at the top of the damage charts.
Yeah, Feshin here getting by lead by Gusta Lagusta, both from 9Z Globant. And now here's something different at the situation, because now only the high ground comes for Titan Esports. Now 9Z Globant not only got back in the game, even the gold lead now heading just a little bit ahead for 9Z Globant. Only the last line of defense from the towers for Titan Esports, but it's still private. It's a very, very tied up game.
Yeah, this is such a tied up game for both of these teams. The Tsunami Slam has been coming out, and like I said, you have to be very careful about the targets that you're taking for it, because it just allows the side of 9Z Globant to be able to answer back to them. Arctic doing a great job trying to get that information, feeding it to his team, going out there, tanking out the damage. Right now, 51 seconds. I want to say Titan Esports on the back foot right now, just kind of trying to figure out a way that they can kind of break the ranks of 9Z Globant to get in there, possibly get into one of the squishier targets with a Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, so you're totally right. Arctic, what are you doing? Oh, yeah, 60 runners here is not the best target for a 9Z Globant at this point of the game. But once again, you're totally right here. At Tsunami Slam, they have to think more carefully when it comes to the target. Arctic always like doing this face check. He always getting surprised, but the rest of the gang from 9Z Globant. But now Arctic, oh, he can't be surprised. He can't be.
Ooh. Okay. No, man, it looks like the Arctic's gonna try to go in. He's gonna try to bait out these fights. The rest of 9Z Globant, I don't think they know that the Lord is being attacked now. Luisinho, I think he senses it. He's trying to get to it in time. Is he gonna be able to find it? Comes in. He finds the retribution again. Titan Esports must be furious. Now 9Z Globant again with the Lord, able to find the pushing power they need.
Yeah, 100 for sure that Luisinho shout out something like, "Thanks for the leash." because he only went down for still the Lord for 9Z Globant. Once again, the Lord heading on the top side. Once again, 9Z Globant causing depression on all 3 lanes. Once again, Abor Crazy playing aggressive. Oh my goodness, could be the final here, Private.
Yeah, they've got some clearing power with Syndrak there, so it's not exactly an overwhelming job for 9Z Globant to be able to take down these high ground towers, especially when you have a Farja that can bring down.
Crazy.
Ooh, we have a golden hour, traps 2 members. Is that going to be enough? Lord still very healthy, pushing into the base. The race of 9Z Globant. Ooh, Fashion taking a little bit low, although crazy. Another big clearing ultimate coming out from Syndrak there with that feathered airstrike to clear out those minions. And man, 9Z Globant are able to get these lords, but I feel like with that feathered airstrike, you've got a good amount of defensive possibilities for Titan Esports.
Yeah, this is a very interesting clean wave situation for a Titan Esports with the feather airstrike coming up from Syndra and Fury with like the light speed. Oh, okay. What's the matter?
Oh no! I'm just sitting here thinking about at this point, what does if you're on the side of 9Z Globant, do you just tell Titan Esports? I mean, guys, don't even bother. Just go ahead and give us the Lord. Don't even bother, because if Luisino, just go ahead. He's gonna grab it anyway. You know how this works. Just go ahead and give it to us, and let's go ahead and continue this song and dance that we have.
Yeah, and now guys, taking the opportunity to say a thank you to the people on the chat. A thank you for Leon, JJ, Dress Ray, Churro, everyone that is watching us, everyone that is cheering, that is supporting us here. Thank you so much for your support, for your audience here. But now 6 seconds left for the next Lord. Once again, on the top side of the river, 9Z Globant is started immediately. Could be the final team fight, could be the final Lord here, Private.
Yeah, you can see Steffi looking for a position, wants to find somebody that they can be able to get this tsunami slam onto, and hopefully with Syndrak's help, they're going to be able to burst them down. At the bottom, they're going to go ahead and focus on Hotun. Is that going to be enough? Hotun's going to be able to find the escape. Steph's going to go ahead and cover the escape with a little bit of a jump there too on the backside. Gusta Lagusta putting some damage on as well. Hotun! Immortality has been procced. The golden hour catches 2 of them. Another winter crown has been used, but Fashion able to find the kill onto them. Rest of 9Z Globant continuing on with the fight, looking for a way in. Luisino, very low, is gonna have to go back to base. Look at all 3 of these members from 9Z Globant have to look to go back to base to get healed up.
What happened here? Oh my goodness, there was like an immortal team fight situation for both teams. But the fact is, Hotun is taking down. No retribution coming from the Titan Esports. That is a good chance, a good opportunity for 9Z Globant. And now it comes to, there is no fight back from Titan Esports. Lord easily guaranteed by 9Z Globant, my friend Private.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate for the side of Titan Esports. They know they can't contest this Lord, and it would only bring ruin to their team. So they go back, they clear out these minions. They're trying to get some macro and pushing power onto some of these lanes before this 24-minute Lord begins its way through the top lane.
Yeah, when it comes once again here, the Lord heading on the top side because there is no tower number 3 and the super minions on that way. But now, once again, 9Z Globant focusing on, especially on the mid lane and the bottom lane here to destroy the last high ground towers. Here they come. Can be the final push here, my friend Private.
Yeah, Syndrak trying his best. He gets caught into a golden hour. This is going to try to give them enough time to take down this mid-high ground tower. Gusta Lagusta finds a kill onto Arctic. Down goes the tower. 9Z Globant move ahead in the playoffs.
This is not over yet for 9Z Globant, who still survives in the competition. Saying goodbye to Titan Esports. He is in what a match.
And that is all she wrote for Titan Esports. Sadly, but 9Z Globant is showing them up right there. Like, you know, you did a sweep on us, but that didn't matter. That was the Swiss stage. This is the playoffs, and now who's going home? You are. So they came out, they showed up today and made sure to show how well that they can grow. And they did an amazing job here today.
Oh man, and when it comes to, I want to say a great job by Luisinho to be able to get in and get all of these great retributions. It was at a point where I'm just like wondering, what does Titan Esports need to do to get a Lord from these guys?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think it was the one before the last Lord that they Titan Esports was taking down the Lord. They were melting down the Lord, and Luisinho was like calmly walking forward the Lord, calmly walking to the Lord. Yeah, here I am. And then he used the retribution, and he's still the Lord so easily for 9Z Globant. Oh my goodness. Once again, Luisinho doing an amazing job here when it comes to retribution for 9Z Globant. As we are seeing the stats here, Private is right about many things, and especially when it comes to the MVP here, because MVP is gonna take what, 2 kills? Yeah, the MVP is 2 kills.
It might be Alboro crazy with that 100% team fight participation. Just saying.
Yeah, could be Alboro crazy. But we got Gusta Lagusta playing so well with 1-1, Fishing, both immortal ones here in this game with Lilia. Chino doing an amazing job, especially with the penalties on here with the Terizla in the early game. So there's a lot of options here because the whole 9Z Globant team played so well in this last game. You know, like Titan Esports did an amazing job here in this AMER South so far, but when it comes to competition, one has to still be in a competition, one and another has to say a goodbye. And this time, it is time for Titan Esports. In the highlights here, we see that in the early game was really tied up for both teams, especially in the macro situation, because Titan Esports was using the ability to play in the macro in their favor. As we're seeing, like they were taking down the towers one by one. We saw like, oh my goodness, I think that Fury. Oh yeah, it was Fury that almost got killed by ultimate from Gusta Lagusta. And the macro was very good for a Titan Esports, but at some point of the game, they were like losing the pace, they were losing the rhythm to continue the pressure, you know, like to continue taking the actions, dominating here, especially when you we're seeing Gusta Lagusta playing so confident with 1-1, which was very hard to get him killed, and he wasn't killed, he was immortal in this game. Alboro crazy with Marcel. Despite once or twice he was like just a little bit emotional and he was too early trying to get some kill and open a chance to a Titan Esports, but the most part of the game, like it was a Titan Esports in the early mini game with a very good macro, but the 9Z Globant was like resilient to get back in the game, to get back all the time to go and guaranteeing the victory.
Alright, we are gonna see who our MVP is. We could not tell who it was. Oh, it is Gusta Lagusta, the 1-1 with the 204 KDA, 93.4k total damage, and 709 gold per minute. Taking that MVP from the team.
I was gonna say that would probably have been my pick, because only somebody as skilled as Gusta Lagusta could pull out a 1-1 here and not do average, not do okay, top the damage charts throughout most of this matchup. So, and that just tells you something, especially in an era, in a meta where 1-1 just is not at the top of that marksman pool. For him to be able to not just dish it out and use it, but use it so convincingly to consistently have a lot of that damage, to consistently be able to get those crossbow tangs out there as well. Just a great job, and it really says something about the type of player that Gusta Lagusta is.
Yeah, some people call me Professor Xavier from X-Men here because of my shaved hair, you know. And I tell them, okay, if I want to do a cosplay of that, I have to be the best one. So I was calling the future. I was sensing the future here, as I told you guys that I was sensing Gusta Lagusta picking this 1-1 in this last game, and I was totally right about that. And it happened once again, guarantee, because this is one of the comfort zone for Gusta Lagusta. But not only for that, but because he was used to play like comfortably and aggressive at the same time, like trying to stack the ultimate, trying to playing for it. As a result, he was the MVP and he didn't die in this game. So here comes the Gusta Lagusta, well-deserved MVP and on this last game for 9C Globant.
Yes, you were saying your spidey senses were tingling, but let's go ahead and see who we got here to chat with on the winning team.
Who would that be?
Oh, there it is. Hello, Gusta Lagusta.
Hello, guys.
Okay. Okay.
1-1. How
I
did
was
you
about to say,
feel?
I think Rico, you should take the first question. I know you're excited.
Yes, I'm excited. What a game, what a series.
All right. So, Gusta, I think that I'm sure that we already talked about it before, but once again, we have to talk about the Zunshin situation, you know, because at this series, we saw like Zunshin working for your side and you won. Titan Esports, when they choose Zunshin, they won also in this best of 5 here. So what do you think about like Zunshin on the meta? Do you think that, okay, we're seeing that with the high win rate percentage here in AMER South, but do you guys really think that Zunshin is a turning point? It's a very strong key for any team here to get a strong possibility to win?
Yes, for sure. For me, and I think for our team, we had some problems with Zunshin against Alpha 7. We had 2 really good games against Alpha 7, but the third game was really bad because of the Zunshin. Frost was the player changer. He literally carried the game with the Zunshin, and we think like that mage is a real problem on the meta right now, but we are training against her to see some possibilities to play against her.
Nice, nice.
Do you think that there are a lot of possibilities for Zushin? To me personally, especially because I'm not at the level of a professional player. I'm just like ban. It just I feel like the effort just is not. It's not worth it to have to develop an entire team that has to go against her. Do you guys feel like there's some valid options, or how do you personally feel? Would you rather just ban her, or do you feel like you'd like to test out your guys' mettle when it comes to trying to face her?
I think Zushin is really hard because she had a stronger game, a really stronger game, and really strong like first turtle. Like Fishing today, Fishing played really well with Zushin, and you can see like she's really overpowered. And we are playing Global Ban. On a Global Ban, if you let them pick Zushin, is like you're giving 1 point or half of 1 point for them. it's really hard on Global Ban.
Yeah, it does make it hard, but I had 2 questions. One, how are you feeling? You were able to choose 1-1 and actually get MVP with her this time around.
I feel so happy again because it was an elimination match. It was really hard because elimination match. If you lose, we were out of MPL, and that was the problem of today. And 1-1 is my comfort pick. You guys already know. And I said for coach, guys, let me pick 1-1 here. That's my match.
Okay, so
you got the MVP.
Okay, all right. Next question is that you guys lost against Titan in a sweep last time. How are you feeling? Were you scared to kind of go into this match against them again?
It's really good for us because we can show you that our team is strong, it's not weak. Against the tech before, we had some problems, connection problems with our jungler. He was like out of the call on Discord because he didn't get a good connection in the match. It was really hard for us because we got 0-2, and playing against them now and eliminating them is really good for us because we can show for you that we are strong.
Yeah. So Augusta, as all we know that a professional player's mentality is about the next game, you know, so we know that you were focused in this game versus Titan Esports, but now the fact is you have to think about the game tomorrow. So have you been like, have something has passing through your mind about like the game tomorrow? So what you guys think about it?
For tomorrow, I'm thinking I need to play really well tomorrow because V2 is playing really well on the entire MPL. Since the first match, he's playing really well and being the carry of Octa. And tomorrow I need to play better than I played today to win against them.
Great, nice.
All right, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Do you have any shout outs that you want to give to anybody right now?
Yes, I have. Shout out for all my family. They are supporting me, and for my viewers on my live stream, they are supporting me also on my WhatsApp group. And thank you guys. I love you.
Thank you, Gustav.
Thank you. See you later. Bye.
Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you, guys.
A big shout out for him too to be able to sit. I could tell just by the way he was shifting, he wanted to like just jump up and scream and be excited. So big thank you to him for sitting down, at least to have that interview with us as well. But what a great game, not just by him, but by the whole of a 9Z Globant. A great game played by everyone involved. Luisinho coming out of nowhere to be able to kind of just be that stone wall of focus when it comes to being able to get these objectives as well.
Yeah, and it's really really good for them to get the confidence versus to play versus Octa Gaming tomorrow, you know, because that will be a very hard challenge for them. As we were saying about like a 9Z, each game they are evolving, they are getting stronger as a team player, as a collective player. But tomorrow they are facing a very, very hard challenge that is Octa Gaming, which is playing very well. As Gustav said, V2 is playing very well, carrying the whole, carrying the team in the whole tournament so far. So tomorrow they have to be better than today to face Octa Gaming.
Yes, it's nice that he's giving props to the other team. At least you know they're going to go into it knowing that it's going to be hard, but they can come through. And the only problem that they had, the reason why they ended up having that sweep, was the fact that they weren't having that full communication with their jungler, right? And and like Private said, like anyone said, communication is key to these things to make sure that the team is moving as one and synchronized.
Yeah, I've talked about it before. I feel like a lot of teams underestimate how important communication is from these things, and it's one of the easiest things to really fix for a team when it comes to, well, I mean, if you're not lagging or having internet problems, but like it's one of those easiest things to kind of fix for a team to be able to kind of continue that, isolate, understand that once we get, if we're starting to slow down, if the talking is starting to stop as we move further in the game, we just need to kind of fix that and bring that level up as the game starts progressing. So it's good to hear that they were able to kind of find those problems, isolate them, and be able to find fixes for them and become the successful unit that they are.
Yeah, and this is really interesting, but because when we are talking about like this competition, the reality for some of the teams are like they are not playing in the same place. You know, like some player are playing in their house, or other playing into somewhere else. You know, like some teams are they do an effort to get all the players together to play like in a gaming house, for example. But it's not all the teams, so maybe. We saw the Gusta saying that they have some problems with the jungler about like connection, about the lag situation, probably because Luizinho is playing with from his house, for example. So there's some things that we have to consider also when we talk about like performance, when we talk about synergy, when we talk about the potential from these players here playing in AMER South.
Yes, well, these games today was really exciting and like mind-blowing actually how things turned out, right? They actually brought their A game today. The teams that we thought weren't going to do so well, they did a wonderful job trying to make a comeback here on the playoff stage. And just the fact that a lot of these picks were out there, like a Louis or the Beatrix. It's amazing to see, but let us jump into the brackets now to see where we stand currently.
Yeah, with their victories here today, Dreammax will be facing a rematch facing Infinity in a best of 5. And as we just learned, it will be 9Z Globant taking on Octa Gaming. This a little bit of wiggle room, maybe not as frustrating, not as hair pulling out, as both of these teams will have that lower bracket to be able to, if they lose here, it's not going to kick them out. They are going to have a little bit of a cushion when it comes to the lower bracket. But I mean, with the lower bracket, you kind of get like those feelings, those hurt feelings of having to kind of move your way through the losers bracket through here. It's going to be some exciting games. I cannot wait to see the rematch and then Octa Gaming to see if 9Z Globant finally has been able to build up to be able to take to what I considered possibly like the second best team here so far in South America.
Yeah, when it comes to the first match here as a rematch, as you said, Private, and now we're seeing a Dreammax with a King and a Jungler once again with a Goo in XP lane with the gold lane that is Zeus. So it is going to be just a little bit different from what we used to see from the last games coming from Dreammax.
How exciting. Let us quickly see our schedule for tomorrow. Super pumped up to see Infinity versus Dreammax going up head-to-head again. And let's see if Dreammax can kind of do what 9Z did, right? And then we got Octa going against 9Z here.
Yeah, the last time Infinity and Dreammax went at it, they went the full 5 games. That was just last Sunday, where, unfortunate for Dreammax, Infinity was able to knock them down the seeding to the bottom of 4 of the playoffs. But Infinity or Dreammax will have another chance here to answer the call, to maybe be able to turn things around for them. And like we've been talking about here, 9Z Globant taking on Octa Gaming.
Yeah, so now a rematch in the first match tomorrow, Infinity versus Dreammax. It was the 3-2 for Dreammax in the last game, so let's see what is about to happen tomorrow. And Octa Gaming versus 9Z Globant. So it's a hard challenge for 9Z Globant, but they have the potential to face even versus Octa Gaming.
Speaking of teams going head-to-head, let's talk about the MWI qualifiers. We have the female league out there right now. Open registration starts May 2nd through May 11th. It's going on right now. Gather your girls and get in on this so you can be on the stage as well.
Yeah, like we said, we've been able to see all of the guys here compete, even with the handful of women that have been competing here. But we know there are more out there of these women looking to compete and hopefully earn themselves a way and a path to MWI.
So now is a chance to shine here, to head to the MWI qualify here. So this is a chance to you, lady, to shine with your team here with this open registration so far in MLBB scenario.
Yes, ladies, we cannot wait to see you on that stage. It's going to be super exciting. I cannot wait. It's gonna start from May 15th through May 22nd, I'm thinking. But I can't wait to see that happen, where the ladies take the stage for.
But ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a little time for us to talk about what made this whole broadcast possible.
Yeah, what made this whole broadcast possible was runestone.gg. They are the perfect place for you to up your gaming skills, getting those real-time data and analytics, so make sure you check them out.
Yeah, so there's a chance here to improve your level of gameplay, to checking out the stats, to checking out everything that you need to play as a professional. Who knows, like not play bad as me, but to play as good as a professional, thanks to Runestone here. Not only to improve the gameplay level for the whole community, but to make this happen.
Yeah, guys, if you're looking to improve your gameplay, I mean, look no further than a company and an organization that values and has the same passion that you do for gaming, and that would be none other than runestone.gg. And like I said, a big part of what has made this broadcast possible. So a big shout out to them for that opportunity.
Yes, for sure. And we do want to say hi to those in Indonesia and the Philippines. I know we're saying bye soon, but hi. I know you guys might just be hopping in, or have only caught the last bit of the matches since this has been starting earlier here. But I just wanted to say welcome, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, for sure.
Yeah.
And be sure to check us out. Be part of our community, MLBB Esports. We're on Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and YouTube. And me rapping right there. But anyways, it's out on all these social channels where you can catch highlights, or if you missed any games, you can see tips and tricks as well, and see who's won.
Yeah, everything that Zina said, you can check it out in our social media. So make sure you follow us at MLBB Esports, and we are everywhere, basically everywhere that you can imagine. We are there. So yeah.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, it has been an exciting, and things have been heating up because it's only the first day of the playoffs of the MCT AMER South. So if you guys loved what you saw today, join us again, same time tomorrow. It's gonna be a blast.
Yes, for sure. But we are signing off for now, guys. We will see you guys tomorrow for more action and more knockouts to the loser bracket. But I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye. Woo.